In a world crawling with demons and grotesque monsters, survival isn't a right, it's a constant battle. This greedy dimension, known as Area, survives by snatching otherworlders from different universes and dropping them right into the meat grinder. Most of these newcomers arrive in a sprawling, crowded city called Xenovis. For the unprepared, this city of beginning is often where their story ends. Our hero, Lee Sungmin, knows this better than anyone. When he first arrives, he looks like any other confused teenager. Because he has no special background or magic, he is labeled a no class. A seemingly kind local approaches him, offering a warm meal and a drink to help him adjust. To a terrified kid, this man looks like a savior. Unfortunately, in a place like Area, kindness is usually a mask for something much darker. As Sungmin reaches for a drink, the man moves to draw his sword, but the stranger made a fatal mistake. He assumed Sungmin was a helpless amateur. Before the blade even clears the scabbard, our protagonist slashes the man's throat with cold, surgical precision. Standing over the corpse, Sungmin doesn't feel guilt, only a weary sense of familiarity. This is because our boy isn't actually a rookie. Through a miraculous item called the Stone of Regression, he has traveled 13 years back in time. In his past life, he was a C-rank mercenary who lived a shabby existence, struggling for every scrap of food until he eventually died in obscurity. Now, he's back at the starting line with the body of a weak boy but the memories of a veteran. Because he knows exactly how his first life went wrong, he isn't going to waste a single second. He checks his status window and sees he is still a no class with 0 skills. While that sounds like a disadvantage, Sungmin knows the secret. No class characters are blank slates. They can learn anything and receive special growth bonuses, provided they find the right teachers before they pick a permanent path. To fix his weak foundation, the young mercenary immediately seeks out a specific doctor in the city. Because this doctor is destined to die in an accident very soon, only those with future knowledge, like our hero, can take advantage of his services. Sungmin undergoes a skeletal remodeling procedure, giving him a martial skeleton. This new internal structure makes it significantly easier for him to master physical combat techniques. Next, he heads to a dusty, overlooked library. The owner has no idea that a legendary book called the True Heaven Cultivation Technique is sitting on his shelf. Because the owner thinks it's junk, our hero buys this first-rate power-up for a handful of coins. In just one day, he has secured 2 massive advantages he missed out on the first time around. But power requires equipment, and Sungmin is broke. He visits a local merchant to buy armor and a spear, but he's short by 240,000 credits. Instead of giving up, our protagonist switches tactics. He stops acting like a scared kid and looks the merchant in the eye with the gaze of a man who has seen 1,000 battlefields. Surprisingly, this works. The merchant is impressed by the boy's worn and torn attitude, the desperate hunger of someone who refuses to die. He agrees to give Sungmin the gear on credit. It's a rare moment of luck, though the skeptical mercenary within him warns that he should stay wary of everyone. Equipped and ready, the young warrior heads to the hunting grounds outside the city. 13 years ago, he was crying and waving a stick at goblins. Today, he faces a leaping monster and calls upon the soul-chasing spear technique. With a single explosive thrust, he kills the creature instantly. The force is so great that his untrained, youthful hand actually smokes from the friction. It's a painful reminder that while his mind is a master's, his body is still just a no-class beginner. But as he looks at the fallen monster, he doesn't feel pain, only the thrill of a fresh start. After 2 weeks of grueling work in the monster-infested woods, Lee Sungmin returns to the city of Xenovis under the cover of night. He heads straight to his lodging at a local inn, where he's greeted by the innkeeper Jack. Our hero pays for his stay with a dark brown pouch filled with monster byproducts like goblin teeth and vials of fluid. Jack is stunned, not just because a no-class kid is successfully hunting every day, but because the boy is carrying a dimensional storage pouch worth a small fortune. Sungmin simply brushes it off, claiming he got a deal from a local merchant. To the innkeeper, our protagonist looks like a once-in-a-generation prodigy who might one day rival the city's greatest heroes. Upstairs in his room, the mood is much heavier. Sungmin knows the truth. He isn't talented at all. Every scrap of progress he's made is fueled by the bitter memories of his previous, shabby life as a C-class mercenary. Because Area allows a person to regain skills simply by remembering the mechanics, he has managed to recover several of his old techniques. Unfortunately, these are just second-rate arts, the kind that will never let him reach the top. Even with his new cultivation technique, he feels the weight of his own limitations. He realizes that if he wants to truly change his fate, he needs to find much stronger martial arts. The next morning, the innkeeper's daughter, Lula, tries to convince him to give up the dangerous life of a hunter. She suggests he take a safe job at the inn instead, but our hero refuses. In his past life, he survived by compromising and playing it safe, which led him nowhere. This time, he is determined to do whatever it takes to reach the heights he once envied. He leaves for the city plaza, arriving just as the noon bell rings to signal the arrival of new otherworlders. Among the newcomers, Sungmin spots a young boy in red and black robes who looks remarkably calm. Experience tells our hero that the local thugs will target this confused newcomer immediately, and sure enough, two criminals approach the kid with a poisoned drink. Sungmin tries to mind his own business, but his luck turns sour when he accidentally bumps into a massive, malicious thug who claims his collarbone is broken as an excuse to extort him. Before the boy can react, the thug strikes him down. Sungmin realizes he's trapped. The man attacking him is a third-rate martial artist, the lowest rank, but still higher than the current, unevolved version of our protagonist. Desperate and knowing no one will help a no-class kid, Sungmin shouts a warning to the boy in the red robes, telling him not to drink the poisoned water. It's a gamble. He hopes the kid might be a martial artist from another world who can help him out of this mess. When the lead thug lunges to finish him off, Sungmin unleashes everything he has. He activates his specialized exoskeleton and strikes with his rock destruction palm repeatedly. However, the thug's body is reinforced with external arts, making him completely unharmed by a child's physical strength. Just as things look hopeless and the other thugs move in to help their leader, the boy in the red robes intervenes. In a blur of movement, he blocks a punch with one hand and unleashes a massive blast of red energy that sends the criminals flying like rag dolls. Watching this, Sungmin is paralyzed with shock. This isn't just a talented kid, this is a peak master, someone at the absolute pinnacle of martial arts. He recognizes the newcomer's identity, Weiji Hoyun, the little heavenly demon. In his previous life, this person was a legendary figure from the demonic cult who made a name for himself across all of Area. Back then, the gap between them was so wide that Sungmin couldn't even look him in the eye. Now, strangely, the legendary master is sitting in Sungmin's humble inn room. Because our boy spoke informally to him during the chaos at the plaza, the 13-year-old Weiji Hoyun is a bit offended but mostly amused. After mocking Sungmin's trash martial arts and lousy technique, the young master makes a shocking proposal. He offers to personally teach the protagonist how to fight. However, there is one bizarre condition. Instead of asking for money or servitude, the strongest kid in the world simply asks Sungmin to become his friend. To understand why a legendary powerhouse like Weiji Hoyun would suddenly want to be friends with a weakling like Lee Sungmin, you have to look at the young master's past. Growing up as the heir to the terrifying demonic cult, Hoyun lived a life of brutal expectations. When he was just a child, he told his father, the great heavenly demon, that he wanted a friend after reading about it in a book. His father's response was a terrifying roar, insisting that a ruler has no need for companions. He even made a 10-year-old Hoyun slaughter 50 trainees just to prove a point about strength. Because of this, he grew up with immense power but zero social experience, leading him to believe that friendship is simply something that happens between people of the same age. Back in the present, Sungmin finds himself in a bizarre situation. He is a 27-year-old man in a teenager's body, shaking hands with a 13-year-old boy who has just claimed him as a friend. Despite the absurdity, the arrangement comes with a massive perk. Sungmin begins teaching him martial arts. Hoyun can't share the secret techniques of the demonic cult, but he introduces Sungmin to the Violet Dawn mystic art. This is a high-level technique from the unorthodox sects that causes the user's internal energy to glow a deep amethyst color. Because Hoyun insists they are equals, he forces Sungmin to stop using polite language and speak to him informally, a difficult task for someone who knows exactly how dangerous he is. A month of intensive training passes, and the results are staggering. Sungmin's skills have already climbed somewhere between 3rd and 2nd class, a pace of development far beyond anything he achieved in his first life. While hunting in the forest, he encounters a massive orc, a monster that would have been a death sentence for him a month ago. Now, he handles the beast with relative ease, piercing its chest with a single spear thrust. Even though the mental image of a nagging Hoyun tells him he still has no talent, the progress is undeniable. However, the appearance of an orc this close to the city is strange. As Sungmin inspects the corpse, a man in white robes named Woon Hir-young emerges from the shadows. He introduces himself with a grand title, the Orchid Destruction Sword, and invites Sungmin to join a high-stakes quest. It turns out a new orc village has been established nearby, and the mercenary guild is offering a massive reward of 20 million ER to wipe it out. If they split the loot, our hero stands to make a staggering 7 million ER in one go. Sungmin is introduced to the rest of the party, a nimble fighter called Little Monkey, a masked assassin known as the Black Rain Dagger, and a young mage named Rainier. While the payout is tempting, our protagonist's mercenary instincts are screaming. He notices 2 mules, no-class individuals hired just to carry bags, being treated like trash by the group leader. Woon Hir-young dismisses them as nobodies, focusing all his charm on Sungmin because he believes our boy is a high-level warrior from a prestigious background. Despite the red flags and the sinister shadow that seems to cross Woon Hir-young's face when he isn't looking, Sungmin agrees to join. A quest this profitable is too rare to pass up, even if he has to walk into a den of strangers to get his prize. As the group pushes deeper into the sunlit forest, the plan seems straightforward, if a bit optimistic. According to Du Sangriang, the resident fighter, they only expect to face about 30 of the 50 orcs living in the village. He dismisses the creatures as dull and stupid, suggesting a quick rush-and-kill strategy. Woon Hir-young, the group leader, refines this into a divide-and-conquer maneuver. the team will split in two, using magic and wind to carry their scent toward the village. This should lure the territorial monsters out into an ambush. While our protagonist, Lee Sungmin, finds the plan crude, he knows their small numbers don't allow for more complex traps. The weight of the journey falls heaviest on the mules, the no-class porters carrying the heavy gear. Sungmin notices one particularly exhausted porter named Brass, who looks ready to collapse after half a day of trekking. Because he remembers the agony of being a weak no-class in his past life, Sungmin takes the man aside. He frankly warns Brass that he won't be able to protect him once the fighting starts, and offers him a choice. Run now, or stay, and risk it. Brass, terrified of the punishment the mercenary guild inflicts on deserters, chooses to stay. Sungmin understands this fear all too well. He's lived it. When they finally reach the perimeter of the orc territory, the two teams split up. Woon Hye-young leads Sungmin and Brass toward a wooden fence near the village. Before the attack begins, Sungmin uses a trick from his master to mask their scent, rubbing mud all over their bodies to buy them a few extra seconds of surprise. Woon Hye-young is impressed by the boys' veteran-like instincts, but as soon as the red signal flare is launched to lure the orcs out, his true colors emerge. With 13 snarling orcs rushing toward their position, Hye-young grins darkly and suggests a better plan, sending Brass out as live bait to distract the monsters while they attack from behind. When Brass pleads for his life, Hye-young's joke turns into a cold threat. If you don't come forward, I'd probably kill you. Unable to watch another no-class be treated as disposable trash, Sungmin steps in. He doesn't do it out of grand heroism or friendship. He does it because they are both no-class, and he refuses to let the law of the strong crush the weak in front of him. He volunteers to go first, diving into the pack of 13 orcs alone. Drawing on Wiji Hoyun's training and his own hard-won experience, Sungmin becomes a blur of amethyst energy. He leaps into the air, spinning his spear to thin the herd. He remembers the little heavenly demon's voice in his head, reminding him to stay at a distance. He unleashes the soul-chasing spear technique, piercing multiple orcs at once with a technique called lightning splitting strike. When an orc manages to tackle Brass, Sungmin arrives in an instant, plunging his spear through the monster's chest to save the man. As the last of the 13 orcs falls, the clearing is silent and covered in blood. Sungmin stands over the bodies with a cold, determined smirk. Behind him, Woon Hye-young watches, his sword drawn and his expression unreadable. He had expected to see a talented kid. Instead, he just watched a master at work. After the battle, Woon Hye-young wastes no time collecting the grim proof of their success, slicing the ears off the 13 fallen orcs. He remains professional, even complimentary toward Lee Sungmin, though he snaps at Brass to hurry up and pack the loot. As the group heads back to the clearing to regroup, Brass leans in and whispers a soft thank you to our protagonist. It's a quiet moment of genuine gratitude that stands in stark contrast to the betrayal that's about to unfold. When they reunite with the second team, the atmosphere is strangely calm. Du Sangryang, the monkey-like fighter, claims their side was an easy victory, but Woon Hye-young's expression shifts. He notes that the real problem starts now. Before anyone can react, a dagger from Wang Pei, the Black Rain dagger, pierces Rainier the mage through the chest. As the girl collapses, the trap is revealed. Hye-young and Wang Pei are turning on their allies to keep the entire 35 million ER reward for themselves. While Du Sangryang shouts in confusion, Sungmin isn't surprised. A cold memory from his past life flashes in his mind. The image of a massive guillotine in Xenovis, and a man being executed for murdering his own allies for money. That man was Woon Hye-young. Because he witnessed that execution 13 years ago, our hero has been waiting for the knife to drop. Hye-young draws his sword, confident that his second-rate martial skills will easily overpower a child. But Sungmin has two massive advantages. He can read the flow of Hye-young's movements like an open book, and he's already poisoned the well. Back when they were applying mud to mask their scent, Sungmin had mixed in a long-acting paralyzing poison. Hye-young's hands begin to shake uncontrollably. He can't even parry the strikes of a boy he deemed weaker than himself. Desperate and choking on poison, Hye-young grabs Brass, holding a sword to the porter's throat as a hostage. He gambles on Sungmin's useless compassion, but the mercenary in Sungmin is fighting a war with himself. He knows he's too drained of energy to save the porter without getting countered, and he tries to tell himself to stay cold and focus on reality. Then, Brass makes a choice. Looking at Sungmin with a tragic, knowing smile, the porter throws himself backward onto the blade. He sacrifices his life to pin Hye-young's sword in his own body, screaming for the young warrior to strike. The stunned Hye-young can only watch in horror as Sungmin towers over him, his spear ending the traitor's life once and for all. Meanwhile, the little monkey manages to kill the assassin Wang Pei, leaving only the two survivors to split the massive reward. Sungmin returns to the inn physically wealthy but emotionally hollow. He collapses onto his bed, haunted by the fact that if he had just been a little stronger or had a little more energy, Brass might have lived. He didn't want this second life to be as disgusting as the first. His silence is broken by Wiji Hoyun, who leans over him with a dark, predatory intensity. He can smell the human blood on him. When Sungmin admits he killed a second-rate martial artist who tried to betray him, Hoyeon doesn't just accept the answer. He stares directly into Sungmin's soul, sensing that our boy is hiding something far deeper than a simple skirmish. Lee Sungmin sits on the edge of his bed, physically exhausted and emotionally drained, while Weiji Hoyeon watches him with red eyes. He doesn't waste time with pleasantries. He flatly accuses Sungmin of hiding something. While Sungmin tries to play it off as simply being a quick learner, Hoyeon isn't buying it. Hoyeon explains that he has been observing the other no classes in Xenovis. To him, they are like small, trembling animals, incapable of the cold, immediate violence Sungmin displayed from the very first day he was summoned. Most people need time to build the resolve to kill, but Sungmin hunted monsters instantly. Furthermore, Hoyeon points out a glaring talent paradox. Sungmin clearly lacks natural genius. He only grasps about 30% of what he's taught, and yet, his footwork and spear handling are completely devoid of beginner mistakes. He has the polished habits of a veteran in the body of a novice. The pressure in the room spikes as Hoyeon delivers an ultimatum. He hates being lied to. Sungmin tries to push back, arguing that everyone is entitled to their secrets and that a true friend wouldn't pry. This strikes a chord with the lonely young master. In a surprising move, Hoyeon offers a trade. If Sungmin shares his secret, Hoyeon will share his own, along with an incomparable gift, 20% of his own peak-level internal energy. To Hoyeon, a friend is someone you want to know completely, and he's willing to pay a king's ransom to bridge that gap. After a long silence, Sungmin agrees, but only after making Hoyeon promise not to kill him once the truth is out. Hoyeon goes first. He reaches back, unties his hair, and reveals a shocking truth. The little heavenly demon is actually a girl. Her father, the cult leader, forced her to live as a boy because the laws of the demonic cult forbid a woman from taking the throne. She has spent her entire life in this masquerade, even after being summoned to Area. Stunned but keeping his end of the bargain, Sungmin takes a deep breath and drops his own bombshell. I'm a regressor. He explains that he already lived 13 years in this world, died a failure, and woke up back at the start. Surprisingly, Hoyeon accepts this without much fuss. In a world of magic and monsters, a returner is just another anomaly. However, she realizes why Sungmin was afraid of being killed. Even though he looks 14, his mental age is 27. Sungmin worries that the deception of their same-age friendship has ruined everything, but Hoyeon just smiles. She's the one who forced the friendship on him, and she spent 2 months getting to know the person, not the age. To her, those 2 months of eating and training together are the only reality that matters. With the secrets finally cleared away, the atmosphere shifts from suspicion to genuine bond. Hoyeon can't help but tease him, though, joking that it's a bit pathetic for someone with decades of experience to still be this weak. But she's a woman of her word. Standing up and reaching toward him, she prepares to begin the dangerous and rare process of energy transfer. Our hero's path to true power is about to be jump-started by the strongest friend he could ever have. In the world of Area, internal energy is everything. It is the life force accumulated within a martial artist's core, allowing them to perform superhuman feats like shattering stone with a single strike. Because this energy is usually built up through years of slow, painstaking meditation, most people spend their entire lives just to gain a modest amount. But our hero is about to receive a shortcut that most warriors would kill for. Back at the inn, Weiji Hoyeon prepares for a dangerous transfer. She notes that Sungmin's blood vessels aren't clean, a common issue for someone starting their training late at 14. Despite the risk, she slams her palm onto his back and begins funneling 20% of her vast peak-level reserves into his body. The process is agonizing. Red and white energy erupts around them as Sungmin struggles to absorb the flood of power using his Violet Dawn mystic art. Once the situation stabilizes, the results are staggering. Even though Sungmin only managed to retain about half of what was sent, the rest being absorbed into his meridians for later use, he realizes that this 20% from Hoyeon is already more energy than he accumulated in his entire previous 13-year life. The effort leaves the young master completely exhausted, but when Sungmin asks why she would go this far, she simply reminds him, "Because we are friends." To make sure he can actually use this new power, Hoyeon spends the next month teaching him a legendary technique, the Supreme Nine Heavens Spear. This was the art of a famous spear king from a century ago. Knowing Sungmin's lack of natural talent, she even dumbs it down to make it manageable for him. It's a touching gesture of mentorship, though she punctuates her lessons with a palm strike to his face when he tries to bow in gratitude, reminding him that friends don't need to be so formal. As their final month together winds down, the two spend their nights talking. Sungmin shares rumors from his past life, how the little heavenly demon was said to have vanished for 3 years after leaving Xenovis. Hoyeon is delighted to hear she became a legend. She explains that her true goal is freedom. Back in the demonic cult, she was a prisoner of her father's expectations. In Area, she is finally free to be herself, and meeting her first friend was the highlight of her journey. The realization hits Sungmin hard. Just as he is Hoyeon's first friend, she is his first true friend too. In his previous life, he was always alone, scraping for survival. Now he has someone who genuinely cares about his progress. But all good things must end. Hoyeon confirms that she will leave the city in a month to seek the freedom she craves. She challenges Sungmin to think about what he really wants out of this second chance, beyond just living a better life. On their final day together, the two stand in an open field. Hoyeon wears her traveling robes, and Sungmin grips his spear in his hands. It's time for one last spar, a parting gift from a master to a student, and a final memory between two friends. Lee Sungmin prepares for the most significant fight of his two lives. Weiji Hoyeon, ever the arrogant prodigy, offers him a staggering 20-move head start. Sungmin doesn't hesitate. He lunges forward, combining his old mercenary tricks with the new Supreme Nine Heaven Spear, Sungmin style, a name Hoyeon forced upon the technique despite his embarrassment. As the moves tick up from 1 to 20, the gap between talent and hard work becomes painfully visible. Sungmin executes the soul-chasing killing strike and the lightning-splitting chasing strike, his spear humming with purple energy. Yet, Hoyeon dodges and deflects every single thrust with just her right hand. She uses the moment to drill the basics into him one last time, explaining that true spearmanship is built on the trinity of the parry, bouncing attacks away, the hold, pressing attacks down, and the pierce, the final thrust. By the 20th move, Sungmin is spent. He has reached the second-rate stage, a feat that took him over a decade in his past life. But against a peak master like Hoyeon, he feels like a child waving a stick. When he sulks about his lack of talent, Hoyeon snaps. She calls out his disgusting sense of inferiority, a ghost from his past life that prevents him from even looking at the trees he thinks he can't climb. She demands that he make her his goal. If he has nothing to live for, he should live to surpass her in 10 years. Angry and humiliated at being lectured by a 13-year-old, Sungmin finally snaps back, swearing that in 10 years, he'll put a spear through her heart. The intensity of his declaration briefly stuns Hoyeon before she playfully turns it into a joke, teasing him about his sudden outrage, and promising to grow up into a woman so voluptuous he won't be able to call her a kid anymore. As the sun sets on their time together, the path forward for Lee Sungmin becomes clear. He has 3 goals: survive, use his memories to seize every opportunity, and eventually, stand equal to Weiji Hoyeon. With a final wave and a mutual promise not to die, the little heavenly demon walks out of the city. Sungmin is alone again, but for the first time in 2 lifetimes, he isn't just drifting. He has a destination in the name of Weiji Hoyeon. 10 months after the departure of Weiji Hoyeon, Lee Sungmin reaches his final milestone in the City of Beginning. He has successfully utilized his future knowledge to secure the martial skeleton and the pure heavenly cultivation technique. But one trial remains: the no-class tournament. In his previous life, this tournament was a desperate struggle, but now, Sungmin enters as a first-rate warrior, a level unheard of for a 14-year-old. He breezes through the competition, easily dispatching third-rate thugs who underestimate his youthful appearance. His victory earns him the ultimate prize, the sacred energy elixir. Consuming it on the spot, he feels the final pieces of his internal energy fall into place, supplementing the massive gift he received from Hoyeon. With this, he has officially graduated from the power ceiling of Xenovis. Before leaving, Sungmin makes his rounds to say goodbye to the people who treated him with unexpected kindness. He visits Hans, the street vendor, who surprises the boy with a farewell gift, a second-hand dimensional pouch with 5 times the capacity of his current one. Hans, usually a cynical businessman, is visibly moved to see a no-class kid actually make it. He tells Sungmin to go become famous and pay him back 100-fold by spreading his name across area. The most difficult farewell happens at the inn. After tidying his room one last time, Sungmin is confronted by a tearful and angry Lula. Feeling the sting of abandonment, she initially lashes out, telling him she hopes he dies a gruesome death. However, her father Jack understands the weight in Sungmin's soul. He gifts the boy his old enchanted cape, a high-quality garment featuring temperature maintenance and sword magic. Jack notes that while Sungmin is young, he carries the old soul of someone who has seen far too much. As Sungmin walks through the city gates to start his journey toward Mershi's mountain, a panting Lula catches up to him. In a moment of raw honesty, she takes back her curse and begs him not to die, admitting her feelings in the only way she knows how. Sungmin, carrying the maturity of his 27 years, gently acknowledges her feelings but maintains his focus on the path ahead. He left Xenovis in 1 year, 2 years faster than in his previous life, and this time, he leaves with a heart full of memories instead of bitterness. His destination is the mysterious Mershi's mountain, where he is greeted by a hooded figure. Here, his next phase of training begins, centered around a prohibition, a self-imposed vow or restriction that serves as a catalyst for explosive martial growth. To stand equal to Weiji Hoyeon in 10 years, he knows he must push his body and soul past their absolute limits. Lee Sungmin has officially begun his journey toward the promised reunion at Behanger. With 9 years left on the clock, he realizes that merely returning to his old life as a mercenary would be a waste of his regression. To truly close the gap between himself and the genius Weiji Hoyeon, he seeks out the ultimate training ground, Mershi's mountain. Mershi is the god of trials, and his territory is a place where the physical laws of area can be bent to test a practitioner's resolve. By accepting prohibitions, a warrior can force their body to adapt at a rate hundreds of times faster than normal training. Sungmin, desperate for growth, accepts two of the most grueling restrictions available. The first is the prohibition of weight. This isn't just carrying a heavy pack. Mershi's power makes Sungmin's own limbs, his clothes, and even the food in his hand feel like they are made of solid lead. The second, and perhaps more psychological, is the prohibition of taste. To Sungmin's altered senses, pure water looks and smells like sewage, and simple bread takes on the texture and taste of wriggling insects. The mental toll is immediate. After a week of vomiting and collapsing from exhaustion, the mercenary logic of his past life begins to tempt him. He tells himself that he's already done enough, that becoming a B-rank mercenary would be a good enough life. But the image of Weiji Hoyon looking down at him, not with pity, but with the expectation of a rival, shatters his weakness. He forces himself to swallow the disgusting bread and water. His resolve is tested further when he tries to hunt. Weakened by malnutrition and slowed by the crushing weight, he can't even catch a simple deer. Just as he reaches his breaking point, a small rock hits him. He looks up to find a young woman with short bicolor hair. She is a fellow practitioner, marked with a symbol on her neck that signifies the prohibition of voice. She has traded her ability to speak for power. In a surprising act of mercy, she tosses the very deer he failed to catch at his feet. Writing in the dirt, she explains that she's been watching him and didn't want to see him die. When the skeptical Sungmin asks what the catch is, she simply writes, "Because I'm kind." In the brutal isolation of Mershi's mountain, Sungmin has found an unexpected ally, one whose silence masks a strength he hasn't yet fathomed. Lee Sungmin finds himself in a bit of a daze when a young woman suddenly appears to help him out. She introduces herself simply as a kind person, and because she's always popping up exactly when he's in trouble, Sungmin can't help but feel a sense of mystery about her. However, the mystery evaporates the moment he learns her name, Baek Sogo. In Sungmin's previous life, this woman was a legendary figure known as the Flash, a title she earned through her peerless speed. Unfortunately, her fame comes with a grim shadow. Sungmin remembers that in about 8 years, this future celebrity is destined to die at the hands of a terrifying warrior, his own friend Weiji Hoyon. Their interaction takes place under the strict rules of the mountain. Because this is a place for intense training, practitioners must accept prohibitions, magical handicaps that increase every 6 months. While Sungmin is resting by a cave, Baek Sogo startles him by appearing silently behind him. She can't speak because of her current rules, so she communicates by carving words into stone with her finger. She's worried our hero might starve, showing that her kind person label isn't just for show. As they talk, Sungmin notices a glowing purple symbol on her arm. It turns out her left arm has been completely numbed by a new prohibition. My guy realizes just how brutal this mountain is when she asks about his own handicaps. Because Sungmin started with the loss of taste and increased body weight, Baek Sogo feels genuinely sorry for him. After all, losing the joy of eating makes training even more of a grind. To help him settle in, she offers to introduce him to the other residents. But there's a catch. Because of his weight prohibition, our hero is far too slow to keep up with her natural speed. To solve this, the future legend simply tosses him onto her back and sprints off, carrying him like a backpack. They arrive at a clearing to meet the other big shots of the future. First, they encounter Scarlet Lassir, a future grand magician who currently smells terrible because her prohibitions forbid her from washing or changing clothes. Then there's Dokbi Jun, a muscular man known as the future Sword Phantom, who is currently training while completely blind. Seeing these famous figures in such a rough state terrifies Sungmin, as it hits him that he's surrounded by absolute monsters of the martial arts world. The group is shocked to learn that Sungmin started with 2 prohibitions right away. Scarlet thinks he's crazy and won't last, but Dokbi Jun respects the hustle, seeing a young man desperate to overcome his limits. Interestingly, there's a 4th resident named Flam that the others warn Sungmin to avoid because he's far too dangerous. 4 months pass in a blur of agonizing effort. Because of his skeleton correction and the harsh environment, Sungmin's growth is explosive. His Violet Dawn mystic art and his personal spear style are leveling up at record speeds. Even though his muscles feel like they're literally tearing under the extra weight, he refuses to stop. This drive comes from his ultimate goal. He wants to be strong enough to face the silhouette of Weiji Hoyon that haunts his ambitions. As his body grows and his old clothes start to rip, he finally crosses paths with the mysterious 4th person. A blue-haired boy named Flam approaches him with a friendly smile, impressed by his spear techniques. It seems our hero has finally met the final big shot of the mountain. Before their meeting even began, the other residents of the mountain had already warned Lee Sungmin about Flam. Dokbi Jun and the others described him as a real genius, the kind of person whose effortless talent makes the desperate hard work of everyone else seem meaningless. Because of this, Baek Sogo gave our hero a stern warning: do not meet Flam, or you will end up in despair. Unfortunately, that meeting is now unavoidable. As Seungmin stands nervously in the forest, Flam casually tries to strike up a conversation, claiming he just wants a friend his own age. Our protagonist tries to brush him off, thinking he doesn't have time to waste on some arrogant prodigy. He's seen geniuses before, like Weiji Hoyeon, so he thinks he's prepared. He turns to leave, but as he reaches for his spear, he experiences a moment of total shock. His hand is empty. Without Seungmin even noticing, Flam has completely disarmed him. The greatest humiliation for a martial artist is to lose their weapon, and the fact that it happened so fast he couldn't even track the movement leaves my guy trembling with confusion. Flam casually leans on the stolen spear, claiming he's just borrowing it to see how it works. What happens next is a soul-crushing display of natural talent. After seeing the technique only once, Flam assumes a stance and unleashes the supreme Nine Heavens spear. He doesn't just copy it, he improves it, unleashing a devastating energy strike that shatters the surrounding forest. Seungmin can only stare in horror, realizing that this boy has mastered in seconds what has taken him months of agonizing training. Flam doesn't stop there. He begins to mock the very idea of hard work, wondering aloud why people bother training at all when he can simply look at a technique and master it. This is a different kind of pain than Seungmin felt with Weiji Hoyeon. While she was a genius, she didn't flaunt it to make others feel small. Flam, however, is showing off to his heart's content. He even tries to compare their prohibitions, revealing he has 4 of them, and asks Seungmin if he has a prohibition of humility because of his sour attitude. The tension finally snaps when Flam suggests that Seungmin should just give up and leave the mountain. Driven by shame and rage, our hero throws a punch, but Flam catches his fist effortlessly. Because the rules of the mountain prevent them from actually hurting each other, the attack is meaningless. Flam uses this moment to twist the knife, telling Seungmin he's too weak and that he'll likely never master his spear art with such mediocre talent. Luckily, Baek Sogo appears and puts an end to the bullying by dragging Flam away by his face. Before being dragged off, Flam leaves Seungmin with a dangerous piece of advice. The harder the prohibition you take, the faster you grow. The word talent begins to echo through Seungmin's mind like a curse. Driven to the brink of a mental breakdown and feeling the crushing weight of his own inferiority, our hero screams at the sky. He decides to take a desperate gamble. He calls out to the goddess of the mountain, Mershi. The goddess of the mountain finally answers his call. A colossal, shadowy silhouette looms over him, commanding him to speak. Without a hint of hesitation, our hero declares that he wants to add another prohibition to his body. Suddenly, the world around him shifts into a cosmic void filled with floating rocks and strange purple geometry. As Seungmin looks around in confusion, a figure descends from the darkness. This is Mershi, a woman with long purple hair and a crown of thorns who claims this strange space as her own. When she introduces herself, our boy is stunned to realize he is standing face to face with an actual god. Mershi isn't interested in pleasantries, though. She mocks him for acting respectful now, pointing out that he was just cursing her name like a dog moments ago. She leans in, questioning if he can truly handle more weight when he's already struggling with the prohibitions of taste and weight. Even though he's clearly at his limit, Seungmin insists he can do it. This bravado amuses the goddess, leading her to reveal a shocking secret. She knows he is a regressor. Because she is a god, she sees the causality of every mortal. She explains that while everyone is destined to die, those who break that destiny are usually transcendental beings. Our protagonist is nothing of the sort, yet he has somehow twisted the laws of the universe to return to the past. Mershi warns him that while this won't kill him now, his soul will suffer billions of hours of karma after he eventually dies. Remarkably, my guy doesn't care about his afterlife. He is so focused on his current weakness that he accepts the price immediately. Back in the reality of the forest, Baek Sogo finds Seungmin shivering against a tree. When she asks what he's done, he reveals his 2 new prohibitions, warmth and dream. This news leaves her completely horrified because abstract concepts are far more dangerous than physical ones. Unfortunately for our hero, the effects are instant. The prohibition of warmth leaves him with permanent, bone-deep chills that no fire can fix. Worse, the prohibition of dreams turns his sleep into a living nightmare, forcing him to relive his worst memories and anxieties every time he closes his eyes. Baek Sogo calls him a crazy bastard, unable to understand why he would be so reckless. However, our protagonist shuts down her concerns by admitting the bitter truth. He has no talent. This realization hits Sogo hard as she looks at him. She finally notices that despite his mountain of prohibitions, his growth is still sluggish compared to true geniuses. Seungmin explains that he isn't just acting out of anger toward Flam. Rather, Flam's excellence reminded him that to stand among monsters, he has to do things that go beyond common sense. Moved by his resolve, Baek Sogo decides to help. She shares that her own goal is to become the strongest in the world, and because she recognizes that same fire in him, she offers to teach him a movement technique. She hands him a manual for the shadowless soul flight, an incredible martial art that rivals his best skills. When a stunned Seungmin asks why she's being so generous, she playfully claims it's just because she's kind, though she secretly feels a deep sympathy for his struggle. As she tells him to start calling her his senior sister, a notification confirms he has officially acquired the new skill, marking a brutal new chapter in his training. In a dark, purple-hued void, our hero desperately practices his supreme Nine Heavens spear, lunging with a speed and intensity fueled by his fear of inferiority. But as he strikes, Ouija Hoyon appears. She doesn't even need a weapon to stop him. She catches his fatal flash with just 2 fingers. The psychological toll is devastating. In this nightmare, the girl he once admired looks at him with cold disappointment, telling him that his 10 years of agonizing hard work were a total waste of time. She decides to take back everything she ever gave him, including his ability to practice martial arts. With a single strike to his abdomen, she shatters his dantian, leaving him to vomit blood as she turns her back on him forever. As purple mist begins to swallow him whole, Sungmin screams her name, begging for one more chance to prove he can keep going. Luckily, it was only a dream. Our protagonist snaps awake in the forest, gasping for air and drenched in sweat. He's relieved to be back in reality, but his peace is short-lived because a dark silhouette with piercing red eyes is looming right behind him. The figure turns out to be Scarlet Lyseer, a future grand magician who currently looks and smells like she hasn't seen a bath in weeks. Despite her eccentric and frankly unhygienic appearance, she's there to check on him. Because Sungmin took on the prohibition of dreams, his eyes are now permanently bloodshot and marked with a glowing sigil. Scarlet doesn't sugarcoat things. She tells him bluntly that between the nightmares and the constant chills from the prohibition of warmth, he's on a fast track to an early grave. However, she isn't just there to mock him. It turns out that Baeksogo was so worried about him that she begged the other residents of the mountain to help. Even Dokbi Jun, the sword phantom, has shown up to act as a sparring partner. Because they want to see him survive this hellish training, Scarlet provides Sungmin with 4 magic scrolls. These allow him to use mental clear to fight off the nightmares, haste, and strength to combat the crushing weight of his prohibitions, and fatigue recovery to keep his body from collapsing. The training that follows is brutal. Sungmin pushes himself to the edge of death, using magic to force his body beyond its natural limits, even though it drains his very life force. He still can't last 100 seconds against the blind Dokbi Jun, but the old master is helping in more ways than one. When the magical chills from the prohibition of warmth strike, Dokbi uses his internal energy to press on Sungmin's blood vessels, boosting his metabolism and forcing the warmth back into his limbs. As the sword phantom walks away, our boy is struck by a sudden, confusing realization. He looks at his hands and remembers the friendly faces of everyone he's met since his regression, people like Hans and Jack who treated him with genuine care. He remembers that the world of Area is usually a cold, cruel place where people only look out for themselves. Because of this, he finds it almost unnatural that everyone is being so kind to him in this life. The answer is something even his benefactors can't quite explain. As Scarlet and Dokbi Jun talk privately, they admit there's just something about the kid that makes it impossible to leave him alone. While Sungmin wonders if there is some strange force at play, he eventually decides to stop overthinking it, concluding that for the first time in his 2 lives, he might just be lucky. A full year has now passed since Lee Sungmin first stepped onto the mountain, and the landscape has shifted into a surreal display of purple-topped trees and jagged cliffs. The cost of his training is immediately visible. His hands tremble violently as he grips his spear, and purple energy sparks around his bandaged fingers from the sheer intensity of his effort. Our hero is currently a shell of himself, staggering through the forest and gasping for air until he finally collapses to his knees. This moment of exhaustion is interrupted by Flam, who appears silhouetted against the light. The blue-haired genius is surprised our boy has lasted this long and leans in close when he receives no verbal response. He quickly realizes the silence isn't a choice. A glowing purple sigil on the neck of our protagonist confirms he has taken on the prohibition of voice. Flam mocks this, assuming the young man chose an easy handicap because he couldn't handle a real challenge, but the reality of the situation is far more intense. As Flam attempts to walk past, our boy suddenly lunges with his spear. Flam catches the weapon with one hand, but he is internally impressed by the growth he sees. Our hero's fundamental techniques have become incredibly clean, harmonizing perfectly with the movement skills he learned from Baeksogo. To maintain his dominant position, Flam strikes the spear with his palm, sending a shockwave that knocks the young man back. He asks if this mediocre progress is truly all he has to show for carrying 5 different prohibitions. Flam can read the intent behind the movements of the lips of our protagonist, and when he detects a mocking tone, his expression turns predatory. He strikes the boy across the face, drawing blood and grounding him. To show the true gap between them, Flam manifests Sword Chi, a jagged blade of blue energy around his fingers. This is a peak-level skill that usually takes decades to master, yet Flam uses it to shatter a nearby tree effortlessly. He points out how unfair the world is, noting that while the larvae must crawl and bleed just to move an inch, he is already at the finish line. Despite this display of power, the resolve of our hero remains unwavering. He looks the genius in the eye and conveys that he is actually glad for the visit because his training was becoming stagnant. He has reached a grim peace with his lack of talent and is willing to struggle in a way a genius never could. He promises that one day, this slow, crawling effort will result in a spear through the arrogant body of his rival. A month later, our hero hits his one-year anniversary on the mountain and returns to the goddess Mercy to bridge the gap further. He chooses the prohibition of hearing, which turns his existence into a nightmare of internal white noise and agonizing sounds. Now burdened by 6 total prohibitions, his daily life is a blur of pain where his food is foul and his body feels like lead. Ironically, the deafness provides a strange comfort, as it allows him to ignore the constant pestering of Flam. Under the guidance of Doc Bijun and Baek Sogo, the young man continues to sharpen his spear style and mystic arts. He evolves at a snail's pace compared to a true prodigy, but his progress is consistent. This long, agonizing grind eventually leads to a sudden summons back to the cosmic void of Mercy. Rather than demanding another price, the goddess looks down at him with a calm smile and announces that he has officially overcome her trial. In the cosmic void of Mercy's space, our protagonist stands confused. He has been summoned by the goddess ahead of schedule, and he doesn't understand why. When he asks what she means, she reveals a startling truth. Flam's entire existence is the trial. As Mercy explains that Flam isn't actually a resident of the mountain in the traditional sense, our hero realizes why he never heard of such a legendary talent in his previous life. Flam simply didn't exist in the world of Area. Flam's purpose is to serve as a personification of despair. Most practitioners, including legends like Baek Sogo and Doc Bijun, eventually encountered Flam and were crushed by the gap in their abilities. They turned away and ran from his overwhelming talent, but our guy did the opposite. Despite being the least talented person on the mountain, he threw himself into even harsher training to close the gap. This recklessness amused the goddess, and because our hero refused to give up, he passed the secret test of the mountain. Mercy warns him to keep Flam's true identity a secret or face divine wrath. She then offers him a shortcut, his soul in exchange for the strength of 100 years of training. Our protagonist flatly refuses the trade. He reflects on how much he used to hate the word effort because it felt like a hollow excuse for those without talent. In his past life, he used his lack of potential as a refuge to avoid trying at all. But now, surrounded by people who are both talented and hardworking, he realizes he has no more excuses. He accepts his role as a larvae and tells the goddess that he has actually come to like the word effort because it is the only path he has left. Before sending him back, Mercy begins to speak in riddles, indirectly warning him about the nature of Area. She explains that there are no coincidences in this world, and that the summoning of otherworlders like him serves a specific, hidden purpose. She hints that something catastrophic is approaching, something so dire that it forced the universe to allow him to regress in the first place. Before she can explain further, a terrifying presence of mist and shadows interrupts her, and the goddess is forced to defend her territory from an external force. Looking distressed and pale, she shoves our hero out of the void, urging him to finish his training quickly. Her final whispered question reveals the stakes. She wonders if he will be strong enough to stop the fate of the end. A few days later, back in the forest, the reality of the 6th prohibition sets in. Our hero has chosen to sacrifice his sense of smell. This turns out to be a double-edged sword. While it makes his training even more brutal, it also forces him to endure the horrific stench of the unwashed Scarlet, who is less than pleased when she realizes why he's gagging. Meanwhile, Baek Sogo has also taken on new burdens, choosing the prohibitions of taste and hearing. Seeing the future legend struggling and bloodshot from the sensory overload makes my guy realize how much she respects his path now. She admits she finally understands the hell he's been living through. However, the atmosphere shifts when she looks up in Lee Sungmin's eyes with a heavy expression. She informs our hero that her time on the mountain has come to an end, and she will be departing soon. After 2 years on the mountain, the time finally comes for the seniors to move on. Baek Sogo stands before our hero in the purple-hued forest, confirming that she has achieved her goals and is ready to depart. While she is a true genius who didn't necessarily need to endure such suffering, her time here has been transformative. As they stand in silence, she realizes that the small boy she first met has grown until he is now as tall as she is. She hesitates, worried that our protagonist might work himself to death or fail to master the shadowless soul flight without her guidance. Our guy senses her hesitation and reassures her with a calm, serious expression. He insists that he can pull his own weight now and refuses to let her stay just for his sake. Because of her kindness, he is still alive, and he wants her to pursue her own path. In a rare moment of affection, Baek Sogo pulls him into a sudden hug. She calls him the toughest person she has ever seen because he doesn't despair. When he tries to correct her, admitting he falls into despair constantly but simply chooses to get back up, she finds him even more impressive. She confesses that even she gave up when facing the overwhelming talent of Flam. With a final plea for him not to die, she leaves the mountain. Soon after, Doc Bijun and Scarlet also depart, leaving our hero in a silence he hasn't felt in a long time. Walking alone through the forest, he reflects on his past life when he was a cynical loner who believed in no one. Now he understands that he only survived this year because of the people around him. This realization shatters an unseen wall in his heart. As he moves, he experiences a sudden, fleeting sense of total freedom. For a moment, the weight, the foul smells, and the internal noise vanish. The world looks different because he has changed. The seasons shift into summer, and the sound of cicadas fills the air. This serves as a grim reminder of the timeline. In 7 years, Baeksogo is destined to be killed by Weiji Hoyon. Our hero views himself as a cicada larva, currently buried in the dirt, but he only has 7 years to become strong enough to stop that disaster. Driven by this deadline, he increases his training to a frantic pace, cutting back on sleep to swing his spear. When it comes time for his next prohibition, he chooses vision. Recalling Dokbi Jun's advice about sharpening other senses, he plunges his world into total darkness. For a week, he can barely move, and the only thing he can see is the internal noise of his previous prohibitions, which eventually begins to mimic the rhythmic crying of cicadas. In this black world, time loses its meaning. He becomes a machine of pure muscle and instinct, his body executing martial arts automatically, while his mind spirals into deep questions about his own identity and the reason for his regression. He refuses to just be a larvae that cries for a season and dies. He demands more power, more growth, and more change. As the wind turns cold and the seasons continue to cycle, he finally adapts to the darkness. Having pushed his body and mind to their absolute limits, a more muscular and rugged version of our protagonist returns to Mershi's space. He stands before the goddess and declares that he is ready to end the trial. In the cosmic void of Mershi's space, the air ripples with purple energy as the many prohibitions finally lift from the body of Lee Sung-min. For the first time in 3 years, he is overwhelmed by a genuine sense of freedom. His sight is clear, the putrid smells have vanished, and the internal noise has fallen silent. He is no longer the scrawny boy who arrived on the mountain. Mershi watches him with a contemplative expression, noting that while many practitioners take on multiple prohibitions out of overeagerness, most either give up or die. Because our hero endured this hell for 3 years, she offers him a reward of his choice. When he desperately asks for natural talent in martial arts, the goddess flatly refuses, as such a thing is beyond even her limits. Our protagonist realizes that if he wants to save Baeksogo from her destined death, he needs something more than what he currently has. He asks for whatever is necessary to become stronger, and Mershi realizes that what he truly lacks is time. To solve this, she places a glowing yellow hourglass sigil on his chest, directing him to seek out Denir, the god of time, in a place called Drimur. She warns him that Denir's trials make hers look humane by comparison, but the danger is exactly what our guy is looking for. As a second reward for his 3 years of persistence, Mershi introduces him to Neville, a red-haired broker for an elite guild known as Erebrisa. Though Neville initially dismisses the young man based on his current level of martial arts, a closer look reveals the hidden potential beneath the surface. Our hero is stunned to learn about the sheer scale of Erebrisa. It is an intermediary guild that caters to gods and high-level practitioners, dealing in items that shouldn't even be for sale, like the Shaolin sect's Great Recovery elixirs and the secret manuals of the Wudang and Manhwa sects. Seeing the benefit of having such a connection, he officially joins the guild by providing his thumbprint on a magic scroll. To celebrate the occasion, Neville gives him a house-special makeover, magically cutting his hair and replacing his tattered rags with a clean black shirt and white trousers. Mershi bids him a final, cryptic farewell, reminding him once more that there is a specific reason for his regression and that coincidences do not exist in area. As our hero descends the mountain path toward the city of Baehanger, he ponders her words. He wonders if his meetings with Weiji Hoyon and Baeksogo were truly random, or if a higher power planned them. His thoughts are interrupted by an ambush of wolf-headed monsters, but they are no longer a threat. With a single fluid spinning kick infused with purple energy, he decapitates one effortlessly. At 18 years old, Lee Sung-min has officially reached the peak level of martial arts. While others might mistake him for a genius, he knows this strength was bought with 3 years of agonizing prohibitions and a refusal to break. He isn't satisfied yet. He knows he still has a long way to go to prevent the coming disaster. With his spear in hand and a new sense of purpose, he heads toward Baehanger to register as a mercenary, marking the true beginning of his new life. Our hero's focus is now fixed on a legendary artifact known as the Devnark magic armor. This bronze-colored segmented plate was originally found in the dungeon of a black magician near Baehanger, and its power is the stuff of myths. In his previous life, Lee Sung-min recalls that a mere C-rank mercenary, someone who was barely second or third rate, became a peak-level master overnight just by wearing it. My guy realizes that if he can secure that armor now, as an existing peak-level master, he could potentially ascend to the status of a supreme peak martial artist. With only 6 months until the dungeon is cleared, he knows he must establish himself in Baehanger immediately to secure a spot in the raid. While camping in the forest, our protagonist reflects on his time with Mershi. He could have stayed on the mountain longer, but he refuses to let this opportunity slip through his fingers. His plan is clear: build a reputation in Behenger and join the raid. Upon arriving at the Behenger Mercenary Guild, he mistakenly tries to register with the bartender. The man, a mustachioed fellow in a bow tie, dismissively points him toward the reception upstairs. The veteran mercenaries in the room don't make it any easier. A blonde man mocks the kid, calling him a typical otherworlder and telling him to go wash dishes. Our hero doesn't bother with words. In a flash of a movement, he steals the man's fork and envelops it in a brilliant purple sword chi aura. The room goes silent as the blonde mercenary slumps over in shock. Seeing the glowing energy, the bartender, who reveals himself as Baron, a magician and the actual guild leader, instantly changes his tone. He admits he usually works the bar as a hobby, a detail our hero remembered from his past life. Baron is impressed by the display of power, but he remains cautious. Normally, a peak-level master would be granted an S-rank position immediately, but Baron worries that our protagonist is just an inexperienced young man who only knows how to train in isolation. To verify his skills, Baron assigns him a qualification quest to subdue an ogre, sending along an established S-rank mercenary named Lude to monitor his performance. The next day, under a bright blue sky, the two head into the forest. Lude is a gray-haired, scarred veteran who finds the boy a bit boring, but respects the stunt he pulled with the fork. He notes that while our hero might be popular with girls, his quiet nature makes for dull company. As they trek, Lude explains the nature of their target. Ogres are some of the most powerful monsters in area, boasting skin as tough as steel and natural magic resistance. As they dive deeper into the woods, both men realize something is wrong. Lude notes that the forest is far too small to sustain a creature that stands 3 to 5 meters tall and requires a massive amount of food. They soon find the mangled, bloody remains of a deer, but the discovery only adds to the mystery. There are no signs of the ogre actually eating the carcass, nor are there any droppings or typical tracks. It seems the predator is killing for sport, rather than survival. The silence is suddenly shattered by a violent, crackling energy and a terrifying sound. Both warriors draw their weapons instantly, but the shadow looming in the trees is far more grotesque than a standard beast. Lude, usually confident, breaks out in a cold sweat and immediately orders a retreat, realizing they are in over their heads. Standing before them is a chimera ogre, a monstrosity with green skin, metal staples, and rotting, stitched-together flesh. One of its eyes glows with a predatory red light from a grafted head, marking it as a dark magic creation that is far more dangerous than any natural monster. A chimera is a magical abomination, an artificial fusion of species created with the singular goal of becoming the ultimate life form. By grafting parts from different creatures together, a sorcerer can force a subject to surpass its natural biological limits. The danger of these beings is nearly impossible to measure. Even a chimera built from a low-level goblin starts at a B-rank threat level. Because this specific monster is built upon the base of an ogre, its power is so immense that even S-rank mercenaries like Lude consider it a death sentence to face it head-on. As the massive chimera ogre raises a jagged boulder to crush him, Lee Sung-min remains remarkably calm. When the beast strikes, our hero doesn't just dodge, he vanishes. Using the shadowless soul flight technique he learned from Bayek Sogo, he executes the traceless stride, appearing instantly above the creature's head. Free from the crushing weight prohibitions of Mershi's mountain, Sung-min realizes his true speed is terrifying. He transitions into the shadow dance, landing gracefully on the monster's back to deliver a soul-chasing killing strike. The impact is violent, but the result is chilling. Even with his spear infused with purple sword chi, the attack doesn't leave a single scratch on the creature's indestructible hide. Lude, watching from the tree line, realizes the guild's meager reward for a regular ogre isn't worth this risk, yet he prepares to charge in anyway, knowing it's too late to run. However, Sung-min stops him using a sound transmission technique, calmly telling the veteran to stay back. Lude is baffled, screaming that this thing is stronger than a twin-head ogre, but Sung-min simply feels a strange confidence. He believes he can do this. Our protagonist unleashes the lightning-splitting chasing strike, a flurry of high-speed purple energy thrusts that tear up the ground around the beast. Again, the ogre stands unfazed. Realizing that raw power won't work, Sung-min begins looking for a weak point. He notices the creature's yellow eye and lunges with pinpoint precision, driving his spear tip directly into the socket. Lude is awestruck by the young man's tactical skill, but the victory is short-lived. The eye instantly knits back together before their eyes. Lude realizes the horrific truth. This isn't just an ogre. It's a chimera grafted with troll parts, granting it near-instant regeneration. To a normal warrior, a monster that can't be cut and heals instantly is an impossible wall. As the beast prepares a massive swipe to end him, Sung-min's mind flashes to the faces of Baek Sogo and Weiji Hoyeon. He remembers the 7-year deadline to stop the coming disaster and the mountain of effort he has already climbed. With a roar of defiance, he refuses to let his journey end in the dirt against a mindless experiment. Faced with the overwhelming shadow of the chimera ogre, our hero relies on the absolute foundation of his training. He recalls the words of Weiji Hoyun, who once told him to repeat the 3 basic spear techniques until they were mastered. In this life, he has done exactly that, training until his body moves by instinct. As the monster's massive green fist descends to crush him, he finally puts those years of agonizing repetition to the test. The first move is parry. Just as his mental guide instructed, he swivels his spear outward, using a bright white and purple shockwave to bounce the ogre's attack away. The force of the deflection is so great that the massive beast is thrown off balance. Taking advantage of the opening, Lee Sung-min leaps into the air and rains down a series of energy trails that leave the creature reeling. As the ogre tries to retaliate with a clawed swipe, our protagonist transitions into the second technique, hold. He swivels his spear inward, coiling his energy around the incoming limb and pinning it to the ground with a bone-shattering impact. Lude watches from the sidelines in total disbelief. He has never seen a warrior pin a monster of this scale so effortlessly. The final movement is the pierce. With a vertical thrust, Lee Sung-min drives his spearhead deep into the ogre's leg, realizing that while its skin is tough, its joints are fragile. He severs the creature's leg entirely with a massive slash, sending the limb flying. He knows that even a troll's regeneration has limits. The beast cannot heal a limb if a spear crackling with energy remains lodged in the wound, pinning the shoulder and legs in place. Our hero finishes the fight with the lightning-splitting chasing strike. He becomes a blur of purple light, striking the ogre repeatedly until a final explosion of energy overwhelms the monster. As the dust settles and the smoke rises from the fallen beast, the silence of the forest returns. Lee Sung-min realizes how slow the world feels now that the weight of the mountain is gone. He can still hear the static noise of cicadas in his mind, but he knows he is no longer just a larva waiting to become a short-lived insect. In his first life, he lived a cycle of regret and defeatism, but this time is different. He doesn't yet know what lies at the end of his path, but he refuses to be satisfied with a simple, fleeting transformation. Lude approaches the blood-drenched clearing, trembling as he asks what kind of monster our hero has become. Our protagonist can only offer a hollow laugh. He doesn't have all the answers yet, but as he clenches his bloodied fist, he knows one thing for certain. He is no longer the larva he used to be. The sound of the cicadas finally stops, leaving only a discarded shell on the ground as he looks toward the horizon. The guild leader of Behenger, Baron, is visibly shaken as he stares at the massive, stitched-up head of a chimera ogre resting on his guild floor. Beside the trophy, Lude gestures toward Lee Sung-min, who stands by with a calm and unassuming air. Because the feat of killing such a beast is technically an SS rank achievement, Baron is hesitant. The guild has no precedent for awarding such a high rank right out of the gate. Luckily, our hero isn't one for titles, so he simply nods and agrees that a standard S-rank designation is perfectly fine. This decision leads to a massive payout for our boy. Between the subjugation reward and an additional bonus for handing over the corpse for research, our hero walks away with 47 million ERs. Lude insists on giving him the full amount, admitting he didn't actually contribute to the fight. As Lee Sung-min walks through the streets flipping a coin, the weight of the money starts to sink in. In his past life, he nearly died for measly sums, rarely ever seeing more than 1 million ERs at a time. This sudden wealth feels unrealistic, leaving him wondering what to even do with such a fortune. However, the answer becomes clear when he looks at his weapon. His current spear is visibly wobbling and worn out from the ogre fight. Because he realized during the battle that a better weapon would have pierced the monster's hide much easier, he decides he can no longer settle for mediocre gear. To avoid a future where a broken weapon becomes a fatal regret, he decides he needs an upgrade. Meanwhile, back at the guild, Baron and Lude review a magical recording of the battle. Watching our protagonist's movements, the guild leader realizes the boy is a peak martial master, despite being no class for only 4 years. This revelation makes him think that certain powerful figures like Zeon would be very interested in our hero's rapid growth. Unaware of the guild's growing interest, Sung-min steps into a dark alley to summon Neville, a broker from the mysterious organization Erebrisa. When the broker appears, the spearman explains his need for a custom weapon with his 47 million ER budget. To his shock, Neville informs him that this isn't actually a large budget, as the top-tier blacksmiths they represent are incredibly expensive. Since the budget is tight, Neville uses a space-tearing ability to transport our hero directly to a unique forge. There, they meet Telgarus, an elf with an athletic build and a massive hammer. She is blunt and dismissive at first, but she explains that to make a perfect spear, she needs to see Sung-min's martial arts style in action. Initially, our guy is hesitant, as showing one's techniques is a massive taboo for martial artists. However, Selgiris explains her pride. She has spent 350 years mastering the forge to compensate for not having the natural talent of a dwarf. This confession resonates with our protagonist, who has felt the pain of a different starting line himself. Because he respects her dedication to her craft, he chooses to trust her and agrees to show her his martial arts. This transparency earns the Dark Elf's respect. Laughing, she admits she likes him, and promises to deliver a weapon worth far more than his payment. It seems our hero hasn't just found a blacksmith, but a valuable long-term ally. While the dark elf Seljaris begins the months-long process of forging his new weapon, Lee Sungmin takes the opportunity to focus on his internal growth. Our hero spends his days in deep meditation as he attempts to process everything he learned during his clash with the Chimera Ogre. This was his first real test as a peak martial master, and he realizes he needs to fully digest the experience to truly own his power. He recalls the words of his old friend, Weiji Hoyon, who once praised his situational awareness as a genuine talent. During his brutal training in the mountains, that awareness evolved into a supernatural sixth sense, allowing him to detect threats beyond the 5 physical senses. He felt this power take over during the ogre fight, moving his body instinctively before he even realized what was happening. However, our protagonist is cautious. He notices a dangerous imbalance. Because his training focused so heavily on touch and intuition, his other senses like sight and hearing have lagged behind. He knows that if he doesn't resolve this sensory gap, he might face a disaster he can't undo. Restless and seeking answers, our boy visits the mercenary guild to check on the investigation into the Chimera Ogre. He meets with the guild leader, Baron, who confirms that the Mage Guild is currently analyzing the remains. Because chimeras don't exist in nature, they were clearly created by a powerful mage, someone our hero suspects might be the owner of a dungeon discovered months later in his previous life. To get ahead of the changing future and secure information on a set of legendary armor he desires, he heads to the Behanger Mage Guild. There, he meets the eccentric young man named Kim Jong-yun, a black mage who is busy manipulating magical energies. Jong-yun is thrilled to meet another Korean, though he notes they likely come from different versions of Earth since Sungmin doesn't recognize the gate crisis from Jong-yun's world. The mood shifts instantly when Jong-yun looks deeper into our hero's soul. His expression turns dark as he reveals a terrifying truth. Sungmin's causality is twisted. To prove his sincerity and gain our boy's trust, the mage performs Amana's oath, a binding contract that will kill him if he breaks his word. Seeing the seriousness of the situation, our hero confesses his greatest secret. He is a regressor who returned to the past after death. Zhongyan explains that by violating the fundamental laws of life and death, our protagonist has accumulated a staggering amount of karma. But as the mage tries to whisper an even deeper secret about who or what actually owns Sungmin's life now, his body reacts violently. Dark blood begins to stream from Jong-hyun's eyes and nose. The mage is forced to stop, realizing that simply speaking the truth would trigger a curse and kill him instantly. He sends a shaken Sungmin away, needing time to organize his own thoughts on the mystery. As our hero stumbles through the hallway, his mind reeling from the encounter and old memories of the goddess Mercy, a loud, familiar voice breaks his trance. A red-haired woman named Scarlet waves him down, calling him the crazy kid from the mountain. While she looks clean and refined now, she is the same person who claimed to teach him magic back during his grueling training days. When a confused Sungmin fails to recognize her and accuses her of lying, Scarlet reacts with her typical fiery temper, delivering a punch to his face that sends him reeling. It seems that while the mysteries of his soul are growing more complex, the chaotic figures from his past are starting to catch up with him. After a comically painful reunion that involves Scarlet nearly caving in his face with a punch, our protagonist takes a moment to process the warning she leaves behind. She makes it clear that while all black mages are unsettling, Kim Jong-yun is in a league of his own. Because she cares for our boy in her own rough way, she warns him to stay far away from that crazy bastard before heading off to her own lab. Left alone, Sungmin can't help but reflect on how strangely everyone seems to favor him. Between the cryptic words of the goddess Mercy and the unfinished sentences of a bloodied black mage, it's clear his twisted causality is making him a magnet for powerful figures. Choosing to ignore these abstract worries for now, our hero decides to focus on the task at hand, a high-stakes subjugation of 2 twin-headed trolls. This mission cements his partnership with Lude, and over the next 3 months of traveling together, our hero finds his cold heart beginning to thaw. He realizes that people cannot live alone, and for the first time, he stops pushing away those who try to befriend him. This period of peace is lucrative too. By the time they return to the guild, our guy has amassed a significant amount of gold. However, his homecoming is met with a startling invitation. Zeon, the legendary captain of the Flare Mercenary Corps, wants to see him. In his past life, Sungmin worshipped Zeon. He was a beacon of hope, a no-class commoner who rose to become one of the 3 SS-rank mercenaries in Behanger through sheer grit and the 100 Steps mystic fist. But meeting his idol in person quickly turns into a nightmare. While Zeon offers him a prestigious vice-captaincy and a rare Shaolin revitalization pill to boost his internal energy, the strings attached are predatory. Our protagonist is handed a slave contract that demands absolute obedience and the surrender of his secret martial arts techniques. When Lee Sungmin rightfully refuses such a wicked deal, Lude warns him that his life is now in danger. Because Zeon controls nearly all the commissions in Behanger, anyone who defies him is either starved out of work or simply disappears. This disillusionment hits our boy hard. The man he once admired is nothing more than a tyrant who has the city's elite mercenaries under his thumb. Just as the tension reaches its peak, news breaks in the guild tavern. The Dark Mage's dungeon, the origin of the Chimera Ogre, has finally been discovered. A subjugation force is being formed with the Flare Mercenary Corps at the helm. Recognizing this as the pivotal moment he's been waiting for to find the Devnarch armor, Lee Sungmin realizes his path is about to collide head-on with the corrupt legend he once called a hero. After months of anticipation, Lee Sungmin finally returns to the forge to collect his new weapon. Seljaris looks exhausted but proud. Because our hero kept funneling extra funds her way during production, she was able to use the highest quality mithril and black iron. The resulting spear is a masterpiece with an ornate black blade and a shaft designed for perfect mana conduction. It is, as our protagonist puts it, simply the best. However, a conversation with Neville, the Arabrisa broker, casts a shadow over this victory. Neville points out that Seljaris worked for free, using every bit of the gold for materials just because she liked him. He notes that our boy has a strange charm that naturally draws people to help him. This observation hits Lee Sungmin like a physical blow. Rather than being flattered, he is deeply unsettled. He recalls his time on Mershi's Mountain and realizes that his good luck with figures like Ouija Hoyon and Scarlet might not be luck at all. He begins to fear that his friendships are fake, merely the result of some supernatural influence within him, rather than his own character. Even as Lude approaches him with a friendly arm over his shoulder, our hero can't help but wonder if his friend's loyalty is just another manifestation of this twisted fate. There is no time for an existential crisis, however, because the dungeon raid is about to begin. Because Sungmin killed the Chimera Ogre so quickly, the timeline of his previous life has been completely upended. The dungeon has been discovered 3 months early, which has created a dangerous complication. The Flare Mercenary Corps is now available to participate. Zeon, the man our hero once admired but now knows to be a tyrant, approaches him with a mocking grin. He leans in to deliver a thinly veiled death threat, suggesting that in the chaos of a dangerous dungeon, one never knows who might not make it back. Lude is quick to defend our guy, but the tension is thick. Zeon's presence has turned a standard raid into a political minefield. Despite the danger, our protagonist refuses to back down. He knows his progress has stalled lately, and he desperately needs the legendary Devnarch armor hidden within to break through his current limits. The Expedition Force, a powerful group of 27 mercenaries led by Baron and Zeon, finally enters the dark, purple-misted cavern. Baron attempts to rally the troops with a speech about being the best in Behanger, but the bravado is short-lived. The moment they step inside, the Vanguard, an A-rank master of external arts named Jung Chul, is instantly torn apart like paper. His specialized boulder-hard body offers no protection against the shadowy horrors lurking in the dark. As Jung Chul's screams echo through the cavern and red eyes emerge from the shadows, it becomes clear that this raid won't be a simple conquest. It's going to be a long, bloody night. The Devnarch Library raid begins in total chaos. As the expedition pushes into the subterranean cavern, they are immediately swarmed by a tide of chimeras. The air is filled with mist and the screams of dying men. Because the Vanguard was slaughtered instantly, the remaining mercenaries are forced into a desperate struggle for survival. While the other warriors struggle against the multi-tentacled horrors, Zeon, the leader of the Flare Mercenary Corps, steps forward with terrifying nonchalance. He isn't just surviving, he's dominating. Within a second, he unleashes his 100 Steps Mystic Fist, a technique that literally obliterates a massive armored insectoid in a single glowing strike. Our boy watches this display with a sinking feeling. Having lived a past life, he recognizes the sheer gap in their abilities. He realizes that if a confrontation breaks out between them, he doesn't stand a chance. Strangely, the dungeon itself is behaving incorrectly. Sungmin remembers this place being empty in his previous life, yet now it is crawling with chimeras. This discrepancy forces him to consider a grim possibility. The dungeon's master might actually be present, actively manipulating the environment. By the time the first wave of monsters is cleared, the cost of entry becomes clear. The raiding team has lost 11 A-rank mercenaries in just 1 hour. Despite this massacre, the guild leader, Baron, refuses to turn back. He uses the deaths of their comrades as a justification to keep moving, essentially trapping the survivors, including the trembling Tang Misuk, into descending further into the dark. As they move deeper, the cavern falls into an eerie silence. The group eventually discovers a massive set of stone doors that lead into a vast, dusty library. While the others begin to spread out and search the shelves, our protagonist focuses on a specific goal. He recalls a story from his past life about a mercenary whose life changed after finding magic armor in a secret room. Following the clues from his memory, Sungmin pulls a specific book, revealing a hidden stone staircase. He descends alone, hoping to claim the legendary Devnarch armor, but his luck runs out. Zeon has followed him. The tyrant looks down from the top of the stairs, his face shadowed and predatory. He praises our hero's talent, but that praise is actually a death sentence. Zeon explains that because Sungmin is too talented to be left alive as a potential future rival, he has to be eliminated right now while they are away from witnesses. The situation seems hopeless until Lude suddenly appears at the top of the stairs, having bypassed Zeon's guards. He's furious, recognizing that Zeon has finally shown his true colors. Unfortunately, even with Lude's help, the odds are bleak. Zeon is an SS rank monster, and his subordinates are likely on their way. Realizing they can't win a direct head-on fight, our protagonist makes a split-second gamble. He grabs Lude and leaps further down into the lowest level of the secret chamber. His target is the magic armor Devnark resting on its pedestal. If he can equip the armor and receive its massive power boost, they might just have a chance to survive the monster currently leaping down after them. Our protagonist and Lude finally reach the bottom of the secret chamber, where the legendary Devnark magic armor rests on its pedestal. Unfortunately, their relief is short-lived. The captain of the Flare Mercenary Corps descends upon them with murderous intent. Because the gap between their powers is so vast, Lude's attempt to defend his friend ends in tragedy. With a single brutal strike of his 100 Steps Mystic Fist, Zeon crushes Lude's chest, killing him instantly. Our hero is paralyzed with horror, watching as the only person who treated him with genuine loyalty in this life collapses into a pool of black blood. Zeon, completely unbothered by the murder, simply mocks the boy. He explains that in this world, strength is everything, and trust is a weakness. This betrayal transforms Sungmin's shock into an absolute baring-toothed rage. However, his anger isn't enough to overcome Zeon's overwhelming power. Zeon effortlessly blocks our boy's desperate attacks and begins to systematically break him. He even seizes the high-quality spear forged by Seljaris, marveling at its weight while our protagonist lies bleeding against the wall. In a final desperate move, our hero reaches for the Devnark armor. To Zeon's shock, the artifact reacts to the boy, disassembling itself from the pedestal and flying through the air to encase Sungmin in dark geometric plates. A massive, sinister aura of black and purple energy erupts from our protagonist, briefly making the arrogant captain hesitate. Strangely, however, the power vanishes as quickly as it appeared. Sungmin realizes with a sinking heart that he doesn't feel any stronger. His internal energy and physical abilities remain unchanged. Zeon, regaining his composure, prepares to deliver the finishing blow, mocking the artifact as a fluke. But before the captain can strike, a new horror emerges from the shadows. A hooded figure with glowing eyes, the Lich Presscan, appears behind him. Because the Lich is the true master of this dungeon, he effortlessly stops Zeon's punch with a magic shield. The ancient entity notes that the Devnark armor hasn't established a contract with our hero yet, and observes that the boy's soul karma is strangely off course. Upstairs, the rest of the raiding party, including guild leader Baron, rushes toward the noise only to find themselves face to face with the Lich. The realization is instantaneous and terrifying. They didn't find this dungeon. The Lich allowed them to enter. Within moments, the Lich kills Baron and seals the exits, trapping the survivors like rats. Both our hero and Zeon are bound by glowing green soul chains. The Lich looms over them, his eyes burning with predatory intent. He reveals that they are much better offerings than the Chimera Ogre he had been working with. The battle in the Devnark library ends in a swift, one-sided massacre. Because he is facing a legendary Lich, the SS rank mercenary Zeon is suppressed as easily as a child, while the guild leader Baron is literally cut in half. Our protagonist can only watch from the floor in a state of existential despair. He realizes that despite his training on the mountain and his knowledge of the future, he is still just a larva, a worthless third-rate warrior compared to the true monsters of this world. Sungmin eventually wakes up suspended in glowing spirit chains within Presscan's personal workshop. The Lich, a skeletal horror crackling with dark energy, reveals a bizarre and twisted motivation. He wants to create life. Because he failed to become a woman through alchemy or magic, he turned himself into a Lich to gain the infinite time necessary to birth a new existence. He views our hero as the perfect ingredient for this dream because Sungmin's soul karma is uniquely messed up due to his regression. However, the ritual goes horribly wrong. As Prescan attempts to offer Sungmin's soul to the Demon King of Fear, a violent surge of energy erupts. To the Lich's utter disbelief, the offering is rejected. The ritual fails so catastrophically that Prescan's physical form begins to dissolve into smoke. Driven to a frantic rage by this impossibility, the Lich demands to know who Sungmin really is, and attempts to tear through the boy's memories to find the truth. When the mental assault ends, Sungmin finds himself alone in the dark. The chirping sound of cicadas, a symbol of his past life's weakness and trauma, returns to haunt him. Luckily, our boy doesn't break. While his current strength failed him, his willpower as a third-rate mercenary who refused to die in his first life kicks in. Remembering the promises he made to friends like Weiji Hoyon and Beck Sogo, he forces himself to stand. Suddenly, a telepathic voice reaches out to him. It belongs to Lloyd, the Golden Mage Tower Master, who who had gone missing in Sungmin's previous timeline. Lloyd is severely injured further underground and claims that Preskin has fled. He begs for help, swearing on his mana that it is safe to descend. Our protagonist eventually finds the Grand Mage in a chamber filled with the wreckage of a magical battle and the corpse of the traitorous Zeon. Lloyd urges Sungmin to destroy a pulsating dark heart suspended in the air, claiming it is a dangerous creation of the Lich. However, when our hero thrusts his spear into the organ, it doesn't shatter. Instead, purple electricity arcs through the weapon, and a final notification confirms a world-changing development. Lee Sungmin has obtained the Black Heart. The chaos of the Devnark library raid reaches a terrifying conclusion, revealing the full extent of the Lich Preskin's depravity and the birth of a new nightmare. Before Lee Sungmin ever encountered the Black Heart, Preskin was already in a state of physical and mental collapse. Because the ritual to offer Sungmin's soul was rejected, and his mental assault magic was inexplicably reflected, the Lich was left drained and desperate. To recharge his depleted mana, Preskin turns on the survivors of the raiding party, draining their life force like a parasite. He targets the mercenary leader, Zeon, intending to use his high-level soul for a more valuable experiment. However, the arrival of Lloyd, the Golden Mage Tower Master, interrupts him. Lloyd has been hunting the Lich for 10 years, and seeing Preskin in a weakened state, he prepares to end the monster's existence once and for all. Caught between a Grand Mage and his own failing body, Preskin gambles everything on his unfinished masterpiece. He summons a vortex of mana and brings forth a woman with long black hair and pale skin, the ultimate existence he spent centuries trying to create. Although she is incomplete, her power is incomprehensible. With a simple glance, she dispels Lloyd's massive golden phoenix spell as if it were nothing more than smoke. The creation, calling Preskin father, immediately expresses a primal, insatiable hunger. Before anyone can react, she turns her sights on Zeon. The captain of the Flare Mercenary Corps, a man on the verge of becoming a supreme peak master, is slaughtered instantly. His heart is torn from his chest and consumed by the girl, who stands covered in blood, licking her fingers with predatory satisfaction. The resulting battle between Lloyd and this new monster allowed Preskin to escape with his creation. Lloyd, barely surviving the encounter, later recounts these events to a recovering Lee Sungmin. The Grand Mage expresses his gratitude to our hero for saving his life, and most importantly, for destroying the second dark heart left behind in the workshop. Unfortunately, Lloyd is unaware of the true outcome. As our protagonist turns to leave, a sinister purple pulse thrums within his chest. Because the heart didn't break but instead merged with him, Lee Sungmin has now become the host for the very thing the Grand Mage feared most. Our hero is left in a state of quiet dread, wondering what kind of monster he is destined to become now that the Black Heart is beating where his own used to be. The Golden Mage Tower Master, Lloyd, is alive to offer him a blank check reward, a promise to grant any one wish within the Grand Mage's power. However, the weight of the trade-off is immense. While a powerful ally like Lloyd has survived, our hero's friend Lude, someone who should have lived, is now dead. This realization forces our protagonist to face a harsh truth about the world's power hierarchy. He had previously viewed the mercenary leader Zeon as a sky-level figure, but seeing Zeon slaughtered like a common insect by the Lich's ultimate existence shatters that illusion. Sungmin realizes he has been a frog in a well, and that the true masters of this world, like Ouiji Hoyon or the Grand Mages, inhabit a sky far vaster than he ever imagined. Despite this, he refuses to sink into despair. He resolves to keep crawling forward in his own way, even if he is just a larva. Seeking clarity on the strange artifacts he obtained, Sungmin meets with the enigmatic Kim Jong-un. The mage explains that the Devnark magic armor is actually a demonic forced contract tool. Usually it grants a user peak power in exchange for their soul after death, but curiously, the armor didn't grant Sungmin any power. This leads Jong-un to propose a chilling theory. Either our boy has zero potential left to awaken, or he has already made a contract with a master far more powerful than the Demon King of Fear. Jong-un's insights into the Black Heart are equally unsettling. He suggests that because the heart was the byproduct of a Lich's wish for ultimate life, its influence on Sungmin's body could be far more profound than the armor itself. To help our hero manage the artifact, Jong-un uses his magic to compress the bulky armor into a simple bracelet. When our hero finds himself at a dead end with Jong-un's answers, he remembers a directive from his past, to seek out Denir, the god of time, in the city of Dramur. As he prepares to leave, Sungmin is literally knocked to the ground by a flying kick from Scarlet, the fiery mage who has been looking out for him. She scolds him for associating with a dangerous thing like Kim Jong-un, warning him that nothing good comes from such people. When she learns he survived the raid and is headed toward Dramur for answers, her mood shifts instantly. Because she is also traveling that way, she excitedly insists on joining him. Despite the horrors he has just endured and the black heart pulsing in his chest, our hero won't have to face the next stage of his journey alone, even if his new companion has a habit of using him as a punching bag. Lee Sungmin finds himself facing an unexpected social dilemma. Because he has spent his life as a no-class failure, he can't understand why geniuses are suddenly drawn to him. He worries that people aren't attracted to his character, but to the something hidden behind him, the ripple of his regression, or the dark pulse of the black heart. Furthermore, the memory of Lude's death haunts him. He fears that if he allows Scarlet to stay close, she might meet a similarly grisly fate. Despite his internal conflict, Sungmin realizes he must prioritize his own strength before he can protect anyone. Before leaving the area, he scavenges the remains of the traitorous Zeon. Because Zeon was a man who trusted no one, he carried his most precious treasures on his person: several high-grade revitalization pills and secret manuals for the Shaolin Temple's 100 Steps Mystic Fist and Arhat footwork. Back in the safety of his room, our hero attempts to consume the stolen elixirs. Normally, a martial artist must painstakingly circulate their energy to absorb such potent pills, but the Black Heart changes the rules entirely. As soon as he swallows the medicine, a massive surge of energy erupts in his chest and is instantly assimilated. This artifact solves the lack of talent that plagued his first life, boosting his internal energy to a level nearly on par with a supreme peak master in a single night. The next morning, Sungmin attempts to shake Scarlet off by telling a white lie. He claims he must detour to the city of Berdan to return the stolen manuals to the Shaolin Temple for a reward. He hopes this change of plans will force her to continue to dry more alone. Unfortunately, Scarlet is not so easily deterred. With a mockingly bright grin, she declares that she, suddenly, has business in Berdan as well, admitting she just wants to see the world. Realizing he cannot escape her persistence, a dazed Sungmin finally agrees to depart with her in 1 week. However, the consequences of the library raid catch up to them after they leave. In the dead of night, a young girl in a tattered purple dress emerges from the forest. She is the ultimate existence created by the Lich, the monster that slaughtered Zeon. As she approaches, massive, pulsing biological tentacles erupt from the ground around her. She points a trembling finger at Sungmin, her hollow eyes fixed on him as the purple energy in her chest pulses in perfect sync with the black heart in his own. She demands to know who he is, for ever since their brief encounter in the cave, she has felt a strange, undeniable connection to the boy who carries her other half. While our hero and Scarlet are making their way toward Dremor, the narrative shifts back to the aftermath of the dungeon raid. The Lich, Prescan, is hiding out in a dense forest, battered and barely clinging to existence. He is genuinely shaken by the strength of the Grand Mage Lloyd, admitting that he only survived because he managed to awaken his ultimate existence, the black-haired girl, in the nick of time. However, the Lich's creation is proving difficult to control. As the girl sits nearby, covered in the blood of the mercenaries she just consumed, Prescan realizes that his rushed awakening has left her mind fragmented. She isn't following his orders properly, though he takes comfort in the fact that his obedient seal is still active. Desperate to stabilize his own power, Prescan commands her to return to the dungeon workshop to retrieve his second heart. The girl nods and takes off at a blistering speed, but to Prescan's shock, she ignores his directions and sprints toward a completely different sensation. Because she is a creature of alchemy, she feels a powerful rhythmic resonance drawing her toward Sungmin. As she intercepts him and Scarlet on the forest path, the air grows heavy with a thumping tension. Sungmin immediately senses her presence, but the moment they lock eyes, the black heart inside his own chest begins to pulse violently. Luckily, Scarlet doesn't hesitate. Realizing the danger, she unleashes a massive blast of magical fire to drive the intruder back. This buys Sungmin enough time to realize exactly who they are facing: the chimera that slaughtered the elite mercenary leader Zeon and nearly killed a Grand Mage. Knowing he can't afford to be a larva today, Sungmin forces himself to stand. He clenches his fist, activating his magical bracelet to summon his armor, and launches into a fierce spear strike using the Supreme Nine Heavens style. The clash is brutal. Our hero quickly realizes that this girl is unlike any opponent he has ever faced. Her physical strength dwarfs even the chimera ogre he fought in the past. He is only able to stay in the fight because he previously boosted his internal energy with an elixir and had his armor lightened for speed. Seeing him struggle, Scarlet steps in with her special secret magic, a unique flame incantation designed to bypass standard magic resistance. She successfully pushes the girl back, singeing her tentacles and forcing her to take the fight seriously. However, the battle takes a terrifying turn. After Sungmin pulls Scarlet out of the way of a sudden energy blast, he recognizes the girl's next stance. It's the 100 Steps Mystic Fist, the signature technique of the late mercenary leader, Zeon. It finally clicks for our hero. This monster doesn't just eat people, she absorbs the memories and martial abilities of her victims. Facing a creature that has stolen the power of a peak martial master, Sungmin realizes they aren't just fighting a chimera, they are fighting a predator that evolves with every kill. The standoff in the forest has reached a boiling point. Our hero, Lee Sungmin, finds himself completely overwhelmed by the ultimate existence. Because the power gap is so massive, her biological tentacles strike with enough force to create violent shockwaves, leaving Sungmin battered and struggling just to breathe. As he grits his teeth, trying to find a way to deflect her unconventional attacks, The girl lands softly before him. She doesn't just want to kill him, she wants an answer. With hollow, predatory eyes, she demands to know exactly who he is, her presence distorting the very air around them with a thick, celestial purple aura. Luckily, Scarlet hasn't been idle. Just as the tension becomes unbearable, she intervenes with a massive blast of flames. She mocks the girl, playing the role of the confident mentor, but the victory is short-lived. When the fire clears, the girl is still standing. Although half her face has been charred away to reveal a skeletal grin, the horrific wound begins to knit back together instantly. Scarlet doesn't panic. Instead, she lures the monster into a trap. Earthen hands erupt from the soil, shackling the girl's ankles and pinning her to the spot. However, the girl's response is as gruesome as it is effective. Rather than trying to break the magical shackles, she simply uses her own power to sever her legs at the thigh. As blood sprays across the grass, she tumbles through the air, but by the time she hits the ground, her limbs have completely regenerated. Scarlet is visibly sweating now, realizing that while she initially thought they could win a war of attrition by draining the girl's mana, her theory was dead wrong. In a terrifying display of power, the girl releases a gargantuan pillar of energy that shatters the ground, proving her mana capacity is virtually bottomless. This shift in power is immediate and devastating. The girl moves in a blur, striking Sungmin with enough force to crack his armor and send him coughing blood into the dirt. As his consciousness begins to fade, our hero is forced into a moment of brutal self-reflection. He realizes he has been making excuses for himself. He had left his training on the mountain not just for the armor, but because he was afraid of the walls he couldn't climb. He sees himself as a larva that chose the easy route while his friends, like Ouiji Hoyon, reached for the stars. The weight of his spear feels heavy with the memory of his fallen friend Lude, but then something inside him snaps. The black heart in his chest begins to resonate with his desperation. He realizes that if he wants to change his fate and stand beside the geniuses he admires, a single step isn't enough. He needs to take hundreds. His mana begins to merge with a dark lightning, a power far beyond what he should naturally possess. With a roar of "more!" he becomes a blur of motion. His spear, now glowing with a blinding light, pierces through the girl's massive biological defenses in an explosion of energy. For the first time, the monster is the one who is stunned. As the smoke clears, Sungmin stands over her, his silhouette bathed in the glow of his weapon. When she asks one final time who he is, he doesn't answer as a larva or a third-rate mercenary. He looks her in the eye and firmly declares his own name. He is Lee Sungmin. After a brutal exchange of power, the forest falls into a tense, heavy silence. Our hero, Lee Sungmin, stands battered and leaning on his spear for dear life, his energy finally flickering out. Across from him, the monstrous girl, who introduces herself as Ain, is in even worse shape. Because of Sungmin's final, desperate strike, she has a massive wound in her chest and can barely stay upright. Strangely, she doesn't push the attack. Instead, she turns and limps into the fog, leaving a trail of blood behind her. The moment the threat is gone, Sungmin's vision fails him, and he collapses into the dirt. 3 days later, Sungmin wakes up in a quiet village house, his chest wrapped in bandages. Scarlet is right there by his side, though she greets him with her usual brand of tough love, a swift kick to the ribs to test if he's actually awake. Surprisingly, Sungmin feels better than he should. Despite the severity of the fight, his broken bones have already begun to knit back together. This miraculous recovery isn't natural. As Sungmin touches his chest, he feels the rhythmic, heavy pulse of the black heart. He realizes that this organ isn't just a source of mana, it is physically rebuilding his body at an accelerated rate. Because he can no longer keep secrets from someone who just saved his life, he finally tells Scarlet the truth. He absorbed a dark artifact, and that is why he was so involved with the suspicious Kim Jong-un. Scarlet takes the news in stride, though she can't resist teasing him for being lucky enough to have her around. However, the conversation turns serious when Sungmin asks the one question on his mind. Why didn't she run? He knew Ain was only after him, and Scarlet could have easily escaped the danger. Scarlet explains that she simply didn't want to lose a friend. She opens up about her past, revealing that as a child, she lost her home and everyone she loved to the brutal flames of war. Because she knows the hollow feeling of loss better than anyone, she refuses to let it happen again. She gives Sungmin a piece of blunt, honest advice. If he's so worried about his friends dying, he needs to stop moping and get stronger. The only way to protect the people he cares about is to ensure he has the power to end the fight before they get hurt. It's a simple, obvious truth, but hearing it from her gives Sungmin the clarity he needs. As Scarlet leaves him to rest for their journey to Brayden, Sungmin sits alone with his thoughts. He reflects on the final moments of the battle, remembering how his spear emitted material blade energy, a high-level technique usually reserved for supreme martial masters. To test himself, he pulls out a dagger and focuses. Because of the Black Heart's influence, the blade immediately begins to glow with a sharp, purple light. He realizes that while his path is dangerous, and his body is changing into something unknown, he can no longer afford to hesitate. He has to keep moving forward. Our travelers finally arrive at the gates of Brayden, a massive city built in the classic warrior's realm style. Scarlet is practically glowing with excitement, thrilled to have reached civilization without any more monster attacks. While she is ready to dive into the local food scene, Lee Sungmin is a bit more preoccupied. He's still trying to process his growing power and the road ahead, but he eventually gives in to Scarlet's persistence. After all, even a future master needs to eat. They settle into a bustling, multi-storied wooden inn, but the peaceful meal doesn't last long. Scarlet immediately notices a few flies buzzing around, a pair of rugged thugs who haven't stopped staring since they walked in. Sungmin realizes the attention is actually his fault. Because he recently tapped into the material blade energy of a supreme master, his inner power is overflowing. Unlike a true veteran who can shroud their presence, Sungmin's aura is currently like a lighthouse, drawing every ambitious fighter in the room toward him. One particularly arrogant thug with long brown hair decides to make a move, attempting a crude pickup line on Scarlet. When she shoots him down with a blunt threat to his life, the man loses his temper. He draws his sword and lunges, but before Sungmin or Scarlet can even move, a sharp sound echoes through the room. The thug is knocked unconscious instantly, not by a blade, but by a single coin thrown with pinpoint accuracy. The man behind the throw is Namgung Heewon, known as the Dragon Sword, and a prominent scion of the legendary Namgung clan. He steps in with an easy smile, apologizing for the mess and offering to pay for their meal as a gesture of goodwill. As they sit down together, Heewon becomes fixated on Sungmin. When he learns that Sungmin is only 18 years old, he is genuinely stunned. He explains that at such a young age, the only person with that level of martial prowess should be the little Chunma, Weiji Hoyon. The mention of that name sends Sungmin into a coughing fit, spraying his drink everywhere. Heewon clarifies that in their world, there are 3 people who carry the title of Chunma, Heavenly Demon, and Weiji Hoyon is the rising star among them. He even mentions a juicy rumor that the little Chunma might actually be a woman. Sungmin is hit with a wave of intensity. Weiji Hoyon was his friend and rival, and hearing that she is now a famous battle-crazed legend makes his blood boil with a mix of nostalgia and a drive to catch up. Heewon, sensing Sungmin's potential, realizes he's found a rare peer. He doesn't recognize the name Lee Sungmin, but he knows talent when he sees it. Driven by a desire to improve his own skills, he challenges Sungmin to a friendly spar. However, he wants to raise the stakes with a frivolous bet. With a mischievous grin, the Dragon Sword suggests that the loser must accept the winner as their older brother. It's a classic martial arts challenge that turns a simple meal into a fateful test of strength. The training hall falls silent as Lee Sungmin and Namgung Heewon step onto the massive yin-yang symbol at the center of the floor. Though the atmosphere starts casually, with Sungmin offering a humble warning about his skills, the tension shifts instantly when Heewon releases his aura. Because he is a true scion of the Namgung clan, his presence transforms into a heavy, suffocating pressure that makes Sungmin realize he isn't just fighting a skilled warrior, he's facing a potential supreme master. Heewon takes the initiative, moving with such speed that he leaves a trail of hazy afterimages. To counter this, Sungmin utilizes his traceless step to close the distance immediately. It's a bold move. Fighting at close range with a long spear is usually a disadvantage, but Sungmin hopes to catch the Dragon Sword off guard. Unfortunately, Heewon is far more experienced in manipulating the flow of battle. Using a technique called binding force, he uses his inner energy to create a magnetic pull with his wooden sword, dragging Sungmin's spear out of its intended path. Because Sungmin loses control of his momentum, he is forced onto the defensive as Heewon relentlessly twirls and presses his blade against the staff, eventually knocking Sungmin backward. Refusing to back down, Sungmin counters with the Ninth Heaven Extreme Spear, lunging forward with a strike designed to kill in a single hit. In a stunning display of reflexes, Heewon parries the thrust mid-air. Even though the impact leaves Heewon's hand twitching from the sheer power of the blow, he remains in control. He realizes that if they were using real weapons, Sungmin's raw strength might have ended the fight right then and there. As the duel reaches its peak, Scarlet's bored complaints from the sidelines act as a backdrop to the final exchange. Sungmin, realizing he cannot match Heewon's refined energy control, decides to use a raw burst of inner energy to force his opponent back. He follows up with a lightning-fast barrage of strikes, causing a massive crash and a cloud of dust as wood meets wood with explosive force. When the dust settles, the winner is clear. Heewon's practiced sword is held firmly at Sungmin's throat. Because Sungmin relies on a single weapon, Heewon explains that once that weapon is neutralized, the fight is over. Sungmin sighs and accepts the terms of the wager, officially calling Heewon Big Brother. Despite the win, Heewon is incredibly impressed. He notes that while Sungmin's fundamental spear skills are world-class, his advanced techniques are still crude due to a lack of experience against other masters. He promises that with more hands-on combat, Sungmin will be unstoppable. To celebrate their new bond, Heewon reveals his next destination, the Sorum Temple. Luckily for them, their goals align perfectly, as Sungmin was already heading there. While the two martial artists bond over the coincidence, Scarlet watches them with a sense of impending dread, suspecting that their combined energy will only lead to more trouble. Meanwhile, far away in a dark cavern, a skeletal figure senses a shift in the world, the coming of a new chaos. The journey to the legendary Sorim Temple isn't just a simple visit for Namgung Hiwon, it's a political necessity. He explains to Sungmin that the four great clans, Namgung, Jaegal, Moyong, and Dang, once tried to form an alliance. However, because the clan heads were all equal in power, they couldn't decide who should lead. To solve this, they made a pact to let the next generation decide. Every year, the successors meet before Sorim's roomkeeper, head monk Bulyung, to determine who is truly the best among them. As they arrive, Sungmin is introduced to the other scions, the poisonous Dang Ahi, the graceful Moyong Seojin, and the sharp Jaegal Taeryang. When Dang Ahi mocks Sungmin as a little boy, Hiwon gleefully pulls our hero into a headlock. He brags that his little brother is on the verge of becoming a supreme master at only 18. This is a calculated move. By having a genius like Sungmin as his subordinate, Hiwon instantly elevates his own status among his rivals. Sungmin, realizing he's been used as a political trophy, can only sweat and accept his role for the sake of the alliance. While the scions head off for their official meeting, Sungmin and a very disappointed Scarlet, who just realized temple food contains zero meat, settle in for a quiet meal. Sungmin plans to simply return a manual of secret techniques he recovered from the mercenary Zeon and then leave for Dremor. However, his plans are interrupted when a monk arrives with a shocking summons. The roomkeeper wants to see him specifically. Sungmin is led to a secluded chamber to meet the man known as the Freak Monk. Bulyung is a massive, muscular man who speaks in riddles, claiming that chaos has shown Sungmin favor. When Sungmin asks for clarity, the monk suddenly enters a trance-like state, his eyes glowing as if possessed. He delivers a haunting prophecy. Sungmin must head north, for in 5 years, he will have a destined encounter in the land where snow never melts. Once the spirit leaves him, Bulyung returns to his eccentric self, laughing off the possession and claiming he doesn't even remember what he said. He turns his attention to the manual Sungmin brought. Although he mocks the book as common, he unexpectedly tosses Sungmin a great pill, Sorim's most precious elixir. When a stunned Sungmin asks why he's being so generous, the Freak Monk drops a final bombshell. He's doing it because Sungmin is exactly how Weiji Hoyon described him. The mention of his old friend stops Sungmin's heart. He demands to know if Weiji Hoyon was actually at the temple, but Bulyung isn't giving away secrets for free. With a mischievous smile, the monk points to a young, talented disciple named Jihak, the future of Sorim. If Sungmin wants more information about Weiji Hoyon, he's going to have to fight for it. Lee Sungmin lies flat on his back on the stone training ground, soaked in sweat and covered in bruises. Standing over him is the muscular monk Jihak, whose steady grip on his staff signals a total victory. Our protagonist can only stare at the sky, realizing he has lost once again. This defeat is so crushing that when the mental images of his old friends, Weiji Hoyon and Scarlet, appear in his mind to mock his progress, he doesn't even have the energy to argue with them. Unfortunately, this loss feels different than his recent clash with Namgung Hiwon. While he managed to hold his own in that fight, Jihak handled him as if he were a mere child. This realization is particularly jarring because Sungmin has no memory of this monk from his past life. This mystery leads the freak monk Bulyung to step in and evaluate the situation. When Bulyung asks for an assessment, Jihak explains that our hero has mastered an incredible spear technique, but lacks the experience to actually use it. More importantly, the young hero is struggling to control his massive amount of inner energy. Because his mind, body, and energy are completely out of balance, the head monk decides to demonstrate the problem with a physical metaphor. By magically extending one of Sungmin's legs to an unnatural length, Bulyung forces our boy to wobble and stumble. This is exactly how the hero's internal state looks right now. Because he used elixirs to rapidly grow his energy and studied high-level arts with his mind, his physical body hasn't had the chance to keep up. This twisted state is dangerous. If he doesn't clear his energy pathways soon, the head monk warns that he'll suffer a total energy overload within 10 years. Luckily, Sorim is willing to help, partly because the legendary Weiji Hoyon personally asked Bulyung to look after him. As Jihak and our protagonist walk through the temple courtyard, Sungmin admits his frustration. He thought he had become a master through his hard training, yet he keeps falling short. Jihak tries to offer some perspective, explaining that our hero is simply facing monsters. Namgung Hiwon is a once-in-a-generation genius, and Jihak himself has been groomed by every warrior monk in the temple since he was a toddler. However, even with that elite pedigree, Jihak reveals that he was also utterly humiliated in a fight against Weiji Hoyon. Hearing that his friend has reached a level beyond a supreme master only fuels our hero's impatience. Since Weiji Hoyon is both his friend and his ultimate goal, Sungmin realizes he cannot afford to stay down. Jihak warns him that the road ahead is filled with nothing but more defeat and frustration, but my guy is already well acquainted with that feeling. He chooses to embrace the struggle, stepping back into a grueling training montage. Because he understands that Weiji Hoyon is flying, while he is merely crawling, our protagonist commits to staying behind at Sorim to fix his broken foundation. When he eventually returns to his traveling companions, Scarlet and Hiwon, his face is so swollen and battered from training that they don't even recognize him. After his defeat, Lee Sungmin finds himself in the middle of a heated interrogation. Namgung Heewon is practically vibrating with jealousy, unable to believe our protagonist actually got to spar with Jihak. Apparently, the head monk never allowed Heewon that same privilege. Heewon explains that Jihak is one of the 3 distinguished scions, secret weapons of the great sects who are kept hidden from the world for intense private training. This explains why my guy had never heard of him in his past life. Since Sungmin has decided to stay behind at Sorim to train with this hidden master, Heewon sadly accepts that they must part ways, though he promises a future reunion at the Namgung clan. Next, our hero has to face Scarlet. She's wandering off into the world again, claiming there's nothing for a genius mage like her to gain from a temple full of martial artists. Before she leaves, she spends a few moments comically picking on Sungmin, jabbing at him to emphasize how much of a loser he is for getting beaten so easily. However, her tone shifts to something much more genuine. To ensure he stays alive while she's gone, she fastens a red braided bracelet to his wrist. This enchanted item is linked to her mind, allowing her to signal him from anywhere in the world. She challenges our boy to train hard so that next time, he'll be the one saving her. As they finally depart the next morning, Sungmin finds himself running after Scarlet one last time to ask a question that's been bothering him. Why has she been so nice to him? After a bit of grumbling, she admits that he simply caught her eye. Even though he's not the most exciting person to be around, his loyalty and the way he refuses to stay down make her want to root for him. With a final, playful comment about his good looks and a warning to have some confidence, she vanishes into the distance. Now alone, our hero makes a radical decision to change his path. He heads to a dark cave and thrusts his high-end black mithril spear into a rock, stripping off his enchanted armor as well. To him, these powerful items represent the shortcuts he tried to take in his past life. Because he wants to fix his weak mindset, he leaves them behind, along with a powerful great pill he received from Bol Young. Using that elixir now would only worsen the imbalance between his energy and his physical body. He chooses instead to pick up a simple wooden staff, committing himself to 5 years of pure, unadulterated effort before his destined encounter in the land of eternal snow. Jihak meets him on the training grounds, noting that the young man has discarded his crutches and strengthened his resolve. The monk begins his instruction with the core philosophy of Sorim. Martial arts is the study of movement, but the mind must control the body while the body encases the mind. As Jihak performs a powerful technique that cuts through the air, our protagonist focuses entirely on the flow. Even with the constant buzzing of cicadas echoing in his ears, a sound that has defined his struggle so far, he begins to move. He is no longer looking for the easy way out. He is ready to feel every step of the long road ahead. After a fierce exchange of blows that leaves the air with dust, Jihak pauses to acknowledge how much our protagonist has improved. His basic skills are rock solid now, but his advanced spear technique still feels clumsy. When Jihak asks why, Sungmin is honest with himself. It's because he ran away. In the past, whenever his training hit a wall, he would retreat to simple basics like thrusting and parrying because they were easier to master. Jihak warns him that while basics are essential, true mastery requires facing the difficult path he abandoned. This realization forces our guy to stop running. He grips his wooden staff, channeling his purple inner energy into a devastating move, the Coiled Snake Soul Seeker. The resulting spiral of energy is so powerful it actually catches Jihak off guard, splintering the monk's wooden staff. Although Sungmin is left panting and exhausted, he has finally proven that he's willing to face his shortcomings head-on. Luckily, Jihak is the perfect mentor for someone who isn't a natural-born genius. He explains that real prodigies, like Weiji Hoyon, are already flying while everyone else is still learning to crawl. Because Jihak himself felt this same despair when he met the little Chunma, he can guide our hero with empathy. He tells our boy that if he can't fly, he must walk. If he can't walk, he must crawl. And if he can't even crawl, he must at least strive to. For the next 6 months, the temple becomes a place of grueling repetition. Our hero realizes that while geniuses like Weiji Hoyon and Baeksogo were great friends, they were terrible teachers because they couldn't understand why he struggled with things that came naturally to them. Jihak, however, has studied all 72 styles of Sorim, allowing him to systematically break down Sungmin's every flaw. He points out that while our hero's 6th sense is sharp, his other 5 senses and his energy control are lagging behind. Every day is a reminder of how pathetic he feels compared to a master, but he refuses to flee this time. As the seasons change and autumn leaves turn to winter snow, Sungmin begins to find his balance. Sitting atop a giant rock formation under the night sky, he reflects on his place in the world. He compares himself to a maggot in the dirt. For a long time, he thought the soil around him was the whole world. Now he wants more. He doesn't just want to survive. He wants to fly over the world and see how vast it truly is. This shift in perspective catches the attention of head monk Bol Young, who finds our hero meditating in the cold. Bol Young notes that the child has changed, gaining enough skill to live a comfortable life in a small pond. When he asks what our hero seeks now, Sungmin admits his ambition. He wants to dream of flying. He doesn't want his life to be a series of shortcuts and retreats anymore. When the head monk asks what these 6 months of suffering have actually taught him, our boy simply smiles and says he has finally learned how to crawl. Cackling with approval, Bulyung tells him it's time for the next step. As a brilliant light flashes across the snowy mountains, the lesson is clear. Now that he knows how to crawl, it's finally time to learn how to walk. As time passed within the quiet walls of the temple, Lee Sungmin reached the age of 20. After a year and a half of constant training, his features have sharpened, and his eyes have taken on a calm, mature depth. Despite his physical progress, he still carries the weight of a bad habit, a lingering inferiority complex. This leads him to ask Jihak a difficult question. Why would someone so skilled waste so much time sparring with a weak person like him? Luckily, Jihak doesn't see it that way at all. With a warm smile, he explains that their matches have been vital for his own growth. By sparring with our hero, Jihak is able to review and refine the complex techniques of Sorim. It's a mutual journey on the martial path, and Jihak simply wants to go further than he is now, the same dream he believes Sungmin is striving for. This conversation forces our boy to confront a painful truth. His suspicions weren't about Jihak, but about himself. Because of his miserable past life, he was constantly afraid that the kindness and help people gave him were based on a lie or a hidden motive. Our protagonist finally realizes his true dream isn't just about reaching the pinnacle of martial arts, or being accepted by geniuses like Weiji Hoyan. It's simpler and deeper. He just doesn't want to run away from the truth anymore. This resolve leads him to head monk Bulyung's cave to ask about the mysterious blessing he received. Bulyung reveals that the blessing makes others feel an immediate sense of kinship toward him, a fact that initially shocks Sungmin, as it confirms his fear that his friendships were artificially manufactured. However, the head monk quickly clarifies the reality of the situation. The blessing only affects first impressions. It doesn't sustain a relationship. If our boy had been a truly horrible or unpleasant person, everyone would have eventually left him. This means the deep bonds he formed with Scarlet, Weiji Hoyan, and the others are entirely genuine and earned through his own actions. Overwhelmed with relief and tears, Sungmin asks Bulyung to remove that part of the blessing. He wants to move forward knowing that every connection he makes from now on is based on nothing but the truth. Fast forward another year and a half, and a 21-year-old Sungmin reunites with Namgung Heewon. Our hero has changed so much that Heewon jokingly asks if he's become a monk, though Sungmin points out he's kept his hair. As they share wine, it's clear that both have advanced significantly. Heewon has reached the level of a supreme master, spurred on by the heartbreak of his crush, Moyong Seojin, marrying someone else. When Heewon throws a cup as a test, our boy catches it effortlessly with a burst of energy, proving he's kept pace with his friend's growth. Heewon notices a profound change in our hero's spirit. The old anxiety that used to plague Sungmin has vanished, replaced by a steady confidence. Interestingly, Heewon mentions that the strange, unexplainable excitement he used to feel when meeting Sungmin is gone, which confirms that Bulyung's removal of the blessing worked. Our protagonist can't help but smile at this. He finally feels like a decent guy in his own right. By the time he turns 22, Lee Sungmin decides that his foundation is finally solid. It is time to leave the sanctuary of Sorim and face the world on his own terms. As Lee Sungmin prepares to leave the sanctuary of Sorim, the elderly Bulyung entrusts him with a final task, delivering a golden scroll case to the leader of the Hwasun sect in the city of Dreamwar. This mission is a stroke of luck for our hero, as the city sits right next to the temple of Denir, the god of time. Recognizing that someone might be pulling the strings of fate to guide him there, our protagonist decides it is time to catch up on the world he's been isolated from for years. To get the truth, he calls out to Neville, the red-haired shadow broker. With a swift moment, the broker materializes from the darkness, ready to provide updates on the people who matter most to our guy. Neville reveals that Baek Sogo has become a legendary heroine, traveling the land to protect the weak, while the sword phantom Dokbi Jun has been aggressively challenging great clans to prove his strength. Interestingly, Dokbi Jun is also heading toward the Hwasun sect, meaning a reunion between our hero and the man who once spared his life is likely on the horizon. However, the most shocking news concerns Weiji Hoyan. In the 8 years since they last met, the little Chunma has grown into a powerhouse with a following of 20 master-level warriors. She is currently marching north to challenge the bloody Chunma, a feared tyrant of the frozen regions. While the rest of the world expects the established warlord to win, our protagonist just smiles. He knows his friend's strength better than anyone. To him, her victory is a certainty. Looking at her image in a magical orb, our hero finds himself blushing. Not only has she become incredibly powerful, but she's also grown quite beautiful. He notices a major shift from his past life. Back then, Hoyan always disguised herself as a man, but now she lives openly as a woman. While this change in the timeline concerns him, he resists the urge to rush to her side. They promise to meet in 2 years, and he trusts her to stay alive and remain the goal he is striving to reach. Meanwhile, in the freezing northern camp, the reality of Weiji Hoyan's life is much more glum than the legends suggest. She is frustrated that she hasn't developed the curvy figure she hoped for. and she finds her high-level followers to be nothing more than cumbersome pests. She misses the genuine connection she had with Sungmin and finds the expectant stares of her subordinates creepy. To her, this entire war is almost a distraction from the person she actually cares about. The tension finally breaks when the bloody Chunma, Bak Woosun, arrives on the battlefield to confront her. He is arrogant, mockingly asking if she really thinks she can challenge a veteran like him. Hoyeon remains completely unfazed, even mocking how easy he was to track down compared to her other rivals. Before the slaughter begins, she asks him one bizarrely calm question: which hand does he use to eat? When the confused tyrant asks why she cares, Hoyeon's goal erupts in a terrifying aura of dark energy. She isn't there to spar, she's there to end him, and she only plans on leaving him one arm so he can feed himself in his retirement. Lee Sungmin arrives at the majestic mountain gates of the Hwasun sect, finally reaching the end of his journey to the city of Dreamore. Because he is carrying a message from the high-ranking head monk Bul Young, the guards bypass all formalities and lead him straight inside. Our protagonist is eager to wrap this up quickly. His real goal is to find the temple of Denir, the god of time. However, as he walks through the complex, a familiar voice stops him in his tracks. Sitting on a rock with a broadsword across his lap is Dokbi Jun. Even though the sword phantom was blinded during their last encounter on the mountain, he recognizes our boy immediately. He explains that while he couldn't see back then, he can never forget the unique signature of Sungmin's inner energy. More importantly, he recognizes that the small kid from the mountain has grown into a formidable warrior. Unfortunately, the reunion is bittersweet. Dokbi Jun is trembling, his hands wreathed in a disturbing dark energy. When Sungmin meets the leader of the Hwasun sect, Master Sung Ha, the purpose of his errand is quickly revealed as a joke. The Golden Scroll simply says no, as Bul Young has rejected an offer to become the High Lord of the martial world. But the conversation turns serious when Sung Ha explains why Dokbi Jun is lurking at the gates. The old man wants a duel, but the sect leader refuses to accept. As a result of his desperation to overcome the limits of old age, Dokbi Jun has resorted to using dark charms to maintain his power. To a traditional martial artist like Sung Ha, this makes the Dokbi too dangerous and dishonorable to fight. Our hero confronts Dokbi Jun about these dark rumors, but the old man's response is heart-wrenching. He speaks of the despair that comes with aging, the feeling of power literally escaping through his fingers. Because he is so desperate for one last chance to be in his prime, he has swallowed his pride and turned to forbidden magic. Ashamed to be seen in this broken state, he tells Sungmin to leave. This encounter leaves our hero with a heavy heart, and he tries to bury those emotions by focusing on his next task, finding the god of time. The temple turns out to be nothing more than a crooked wooden hut in a swamp. Inside, he finds Denir, who appears as a small child in orange overalls. Because Denir is the god of time, he is immediately annoyed by Sungmin's presence. He explains that our protagonist is a walking disaster for the universe's timeline. By simply existing in a second life, Sungmin has disrupted the flow of history. Denir points out that because our hero didn't repeat every single action from his past life, down to the exact time he ate or slept, small changes have piled up into massive shifts in the world. This explains why Weiji Hoyeon is living as a woman now and why she is fighting a war that never happened before. According to Denir, Sungmin's presence is messing the universe up, and these changes are only going to get more violent. As if to prove the point, the scene flashes to a bloody vision of the Hwasun sect leader, Sung Ha, being struck down by a crazed, empowered Dokbi Jun. Inside the swampy hut, Lee Sungmin is forced to confront a heavy reality. His very existence is a glitch in the universe. Denir, the childlike god of time, confirms that Sungmin's return has fractured the timeline, but when our hero asks about the mysterious something inside his soul, the god remains tight-lipped. Because even gods face mortality, Denir explains that certain secrets carry a death sentence. To prove it, dark red, lightning-like cracks begin to fracture the air at the mere mention of the topic. This disciple of silence forces Denir to kick our boy out, though not before giving him one cryptic lead: seek out a being named Enbiris, who has also escaped mortality and carries a twisted causality. Desperate for power to match his broken fate, Sungmin begs for a trial. However, Denir's eyes glow with a cold light as he refuses. Unlike Misha's trials, Denir's tests aren't about training or goals. They are so psychologically taxing that every skilled warrior who attempted them ended up losing their mind and dying. The god tells our hero to go cool his head in town, promising that if he still feels like killing himself after that, the trial will be waiting. When Sungmin returns to town, he finds the people in a state of pure panic. News has broken that Dokbi Jun ignored his rejection and jumped the Hwasun sect walls in the middle of the night, murdering Master Sung Ha with dark sorcery. This sends a shock through our protagonist's system because, in his past life, this never happened. Dokbi Jun was supposed to give up, leave peacefully, and die a year later in a dungeon fight against Weiji Hoyeon. Because Sungmin is a returnee, the butterfly effect has turned a desperate old man into a cold-blooded murderer. Feeling a sense of responsibility for this shift in fate, our hero aimlessly wanders back toward the Hwasun sect, only to be blocked by an angry barricade of disciples. They are hunting for the old man, and because they saw Sungmin talking to him the day before, they immediately brand him an accomplice. When they draw their swords, an aura glows in Sungmin's eyes. He isn't sure if he's responsible for the tragedy, but he knows one thing: he has to meet the Dokbi Jun right now. He delivers a brutal punch to the lead guard and prepares to force his way through. Luckily, a familiar face appears to break the tension. Kim Jong-yun, the mysterious figure Sungmin met years ago, steps out of the shadows. Because Jong-yun is apparently helping the Hwasun sect with the search, his word carries weight. He playfully winks at our hero and gives the guards an ultimatum. If Sungmin doesn't go, he doesn't go. This forced alliance allows them to slip past the barricade and head deep into the woods. As they move through the forest, the air begins to change. Jong-yun leads our hero to a clearing thick with a foul mist that reeks of dark sorcery. Slumped in the shadows is a mangled corpse, a gruesome testament to the forbidden power Dokbi Jun has embraced. This isn't just a martial arts rivalry anymore. It's a descent into madness that Sungmin may have accidentally triggered. Lee Sungmin stands in quiet contemplation, trying to wrap his head around the terrifying nature of energy drain. This isn't just a simple martial art. It's a technique that allows a warrior to physically absorb the power of their enemies. Beside him, the mage Kim Jong-yun examines a mummified, gray-skinned corpse that has been completely hollowed out of its life force. Seeing this gruesome evidence confirms their fears. The man they are hunting has moved far beyond simple dark charms. Because he is now consuming the lives of others to fuel his own strength, Jong-yun notes that Evil Swordmaster is a much more fitting title for him. This revelation hits our hero hard. Our protagonist is shaken, realizing that the man he once knew, Dokbi Jun, has truly crossed a point of no return. This isn't just a local dispute anymore. Because Dokbi Jun has embraced such a forbidden path, the entire continent of area will eventually hunt him down. However, Jong-yun's familiar, a crow scouting the nearby woods, returns with urgent news. The mage has already located the Swordmaster. Even more surprisingly, Jong-yun admits to sabotaging the communication channels of the Hwasun sect. He did this intentionally to ensure the sect members arrive late, giving our guy a chance to face the Swordmaster alone. The mage is curious to see how the timeline will change, as our hero's past interference is the very reason Dokbi Jun's life took such a dark turn. As Sungmin prepares for the confrontation, he flashes back to a younger, simpler time. He remembers being a struggling student, panting and sweating while Dokbi Jun watched over his training. Back then, the Swordmaster was a mentor who would playfully knock the boy over when he tried moves that were too advanced for him. He was a man who preached patience, reminding our boy that he had plenty of time to grow. Unfortunately, that warmth is gone. In the present day, Sungmin finds the Swordmaster waiting in the dark woods. Our hero is haunted by a single question. What would have happened if they had never met? In the past, Sungmin was the one who told Dokbi Jun that the Hwasun sect leader refused to spar with him simply because of his use of dark charms. Because he learned he would never be accepted as a proper martial artist, the Swordmaster decided to stop playing by the rules. He chose to jump over the gates that night to force a duel, a choice that resulted in a bloody victory and his descent into darkness. Now standing in the shadows, Dokbi Jun admits he enjoyed that fatal fight. He has no regrets, even though his transition into a monster has left him with blood smeared across his face. Sungmin feels the crushing weight of responsibility for this transformation. He realizes that because of his words, a great master is dead and Dokbi Jun is now on the run. While the Swordmaster tries to dismiss this, claiming that everyone is responsible for their own choices, our protagonist can't let it go. He believes that if he doesn't stop this man, he will be responsible for every life the Swordmaster takes in the future. Despite knowing he isn't strong enough to win a direct fight, the young spearman decides he must act. He instructs Jong-yun with telepathy to bring the Hwasun sect as quickly as possible while he stays behind to stall for time. It is a dangerous gamble, especially as the moon rises, the true horror of the situation is revealed. Dokbi Jun has fully transformed into a vampire, and his power peaks as the night begins. Our hero now stands alone against a monster that has only grown stronger by feeding on dozens of victims. As the battle begins, Kim Jong-hyun's voice echoes telepathically in Sungmin's mind with a cold observation. He notes that while Dokbi Jun has clearly become a vampire, he hasn't actually regained his youth. This suggests that the creature who turned him likely wasn't a powerful vampire lord, or perhaps just didn't care enough to grant him a full restoration. Regardless of his aged appearance, the mage warns our protagonist not to underestimate the man. Combining his existing skills as a supreme master with the supernatural resilience of the undead makes him an incredibly dangerous opponent. Because the threat is so high, our hero doesn't hesitate. He lunges forward with a high-speed spear technique, his weapon trailing vibrant energy as he attempts to overwhelm the Swordmaster. The two exchange a frantic series of blows, the clearing filling with the screech of metal on metal. Despite the pressure, Sungmin manages to catch his former mentor off guard, by using a specialized movement technique he learned from Sogo. He leaves a ghostly afterimage to distract the monster, allowing him to strike from a blind spot. Jun is genuinely impressed, recognizing the skill behind the maneuver, but his superior strength eventually forces our boy back. Fortunately, Sungmin still has a few tricks left. He executes a hidden spear move that causes a massive eruption of energy to shoot directly out of the ground. It nearly pierces the Swordmaster's head, missing only because the vampire leaned back at the very last microsecond. However, any minor victory is short-lived. To Sungmin's horror, the gash on the monster's face heals instantly. Because his body is now fueled by the blood of his victims, conventional wounds simply don't stick. Jun laughs maniacally at the effort, admitting that he is actually jealous of the young man's talent. This jealousy is what drove the Swordmaster to abandon his humanity. He explains that after 50 years of living by the sword, he hit a wall he couldn't climb. Desperate to overcome the limitations of his aging body and reach the legendary state of rejuvenation, he chose to become a monster rather than die a weak old man. Now, he isn't just fighting for sport, he is waiting for the Hwasun sect reinforcements to arrive so he can drink their blood and finally regain his lost youth. Deeply pained by this fall from grace, Sungmin feels a mix of rage and sorrow. He once admired this man, but seeing what he has become, our hero channels his grief into his weapon. His spear ignites with material blade energy, a sign of immense power that shocks even the Swordmaster. With tears streaming down his face and blood staining his clothes, the young spearman prepares to give everything he has to stop the monster he accidentally helped create. In the world of high-level martial arts, reaching the rank of master allows a warrior to channel their inner energy directly into a weapon. This is known as blade energy, a force so sharp it can slice through solid steel as if it were soft tofu. However, those who transcend even that level reach a stage called material blade energy, where the power becomes a physical, crushing force designed to end a fight in a single strike. Because Jun is a seasoned Supreme Master, he possesses a countermeasure called Material Shield Energy, a defensive coating that protects his body from such lethal blows. Unfortunately, our boy Sungmin hasn't truly mastered these heights yet. He is forcing out this power through sheer willpower and theoretical knowledge rather than natural ability. Because of this gap in skill, the battle is incredibly one-sided. Under the glow of a blood-red moon, the two warriors clash in a violent explosion of purple and red sparks. Every time their weapons meet, the impact sends vibrations through our hero's arms, forcing him to grit his teeth against the overwhelming pressure. Sungmin realizes that while he can barely maintain his offense, one clean hit from the Swordmaster would be the end of him. Strangely, despite the obvious difference in power, our guy manages to trade over 100 blows with the monster. It feels like a miracle, right up until the moment Sungmin makes a fatal mistake. His spear slices through thin air, leaving him wide open for a fraction of a second, a window long enough for any master to deliver a killing blow. Instead of seizing the opening, Jun leaps backward with a manic, bloody grin. This chilling hesitation reveals a humiliating truth. The Swordmaster has been going easy on him. He isn't fighting a duel, he is playing with a toy. This realization triggers a flood of memories for our protagonist. He thinks back to his 4 years of grueling training at Sorim Temple, where he sparred daily to stabilize his skills. Objectively, our hero is incredibly strong for his age, but he has the misfortune of constantly running into monsters. Geniuses like Weiji Hoyon and Scarlet, whose talent he could never hope to match through effort alone. Because he accepts that he is currently the weaker fighter, Sungmin is no longer paralyzed by his own shadows. He admits that he is too weak to take responsibility for all the lives changed by his return, but he refuses to stay that way. The sight of Jun mocking his efforts and enjoying the slaughter is exactly why our hero pushed his body to the limit for so many years. He didn't train just to survive. He trained because he wanted to be someone people could be proud of, and he wanted to finally change the weakling fate of his previous life. Driven by this desperate resolve, our hero lunges forward with a sudden, blinding burst of speed. He pours every ounce of his spirit into a single point, manifesting a material blade energy so intense it defies his current limitations. Before the Swordmaster can react or bolster his shields, the spearhead finds its mark. With a sickening sound of impact, the weapon pierces directly through Jun's chest. The monster's manic smile vanishes, replaced by a look of genuine shock as he stares down at the light protruding from his heart. As the dust settles, Jun staggers, his clawed feet scraping the earth as he struggles to maintain his balance. He clutches the spear shaft protruding from his chest with a ragged gasp, his eyes wide with a mixture of agony and pure shock. Even our hero, Lee Sungmin, stands frozen in disbelief. Because that strike was so far beyond his current level of mastery, the young spearman can't even begin to explain how he pulled it off. He had entered a trance-like state driven by a desperate desire to change, and in that fleeting moment, his spear moved faster than the Swordmaster's blade, shattering the monster's material shield energy. Unfortunately, the wound is fatal. Jun begins to laugh hysterically. blood spurting from his mouth as the reality sets in. He notes that the strike was stronger and quieter than anything he had ever faced, including the killing blow from the Hwasun sect leader. Because the material blade energy has completely shredded his internal energy veins, and because he hasn't consumed enough blood to trigger his vampire regeneration, the Swordmaster knows his time is up. However, instead of surrendering to death, he discards his sword and ignites his life potential. This is a final suicidal flare of life force that grants him immense power at the cost of his remaining minutes. Seeing this, our protagonist faces a choice. He could easily stall for time or run away until the Swordmaster's life force burns out naturally. But as he looks into the old man's eyes, he sees a burning passion that transcends the monster he had become. Seungmin realizes that despite the dark charms and the fangs, this man was ultimately a truth seeker who was simply desperate to overcome his own human limits. Because he recognizes this noble pursuit, our hero refuses to let the man die like a coward or a common trickster. He decides he must honor this final moment by attempting to reproduce that miraculous, refined spear move one last time. The final clash is a somber one. Seungmin pours his grief and his sense of inferiority into his weapon, swinging his spear more desperately than ever to pay tribute to a man whose fate he accidentally twisted. As the Swordmaster finally falls to his knees, his energy burning out, he laments that he couldn't see a more refined version of that final move. His hand reaches toward the dark sky in a final, shivering plea for more time and more mastery, before his body goes limp and hits the ground. Watching the fallen warrior, our boy is overcome with guilt. In the original timeline, Dokbi-jun was supposed to die an honorable death in a duel against a legendary genius. Because of Seungmin's return, that fate was replaced by a desperate descent into vampirism and a lonely death in a misty forest. Deeply saddened by the weight of his interference, Seungmin bows his head and weeps for the man he once admired. Luckily, he isn't left alone in his grief. A familiar warmth returns as Baek Sogo appears from the shadows, embracing our hero and offering a gentle word of comfort for how much he has grown. In the aftermath of the brutal encounter, Lee Seungmin finds himself held in a firm, protective embrace. He looks up in disbelief to find Baek Sogo, his former sex sister, standing over him. It has been 5 years since they last met on the mountain, and her sudden appearance in this desolate forest is a shock to his system. As she begins to gather pink morning glories from the clearing, she explains that she had heard the rumors surrounding the Swordmaster. With a quiet, somber grace, she arranges the blossoms over the gray, vampiric corpse of Dokbi-jun, a final floral tribute to the man he used to be. Although she has been watching the entire fight from the shadows, Baek Sogo admits she chose not to interfere. Because they are both martial artists, she felt it was important to let Seungmin face his trial alone, even if it meant he might have died. Our hero wearyingly accepts this logic, but internally, a dark cloud of self-loathing begins to form. He feels like a fraud. In his mind, he only won by a fluke, while Dokbi-jun died as a man who never stopped struggling against his limits. This sense of inferiority makes him feel as though his own life is less valuable than the monster he just killed. Baek Sogo, however, is quick to shut down this line of thinking. She firmly states that the Swordmaster was wrong. Regardless of his tragic reasons or his desperate struggle, nothing justifies the fact that he harmed innocent people to achieve his goals. While Seungmin stopped the man out of a personal sense of responsibility for his glitch in the timeline, Baek Sogo acted out of a broader sense of justice. She reveals that she is now working with the Martial Alliance, using their information to hunt down those who have abandoned their humanity. When she praises Seungmin for how much he has grown, the compliment only makes his jaw tighten. He doesn't feel like a hero, even as she prepares to leave for her next mission. But then, a sudden wave of terror hits him. Baek Sogo reveals her next target is Weiji Hoyeon, the little Chunma. This news causes Seungmin's heart to hammer against his ribs because he knows the terrifying strength of Weiji Hoyeon. He begins to wonder if this is how Baek Sogo died in his past life, sent by the Alliance to face a genius she couldn't possibly defeat. Because Baek Sogo is driven by her own unshakable vision of justice, Seungmin realizes that words will never be enough to stop her from walking into that trap. As she vanishes into the fog with a final, hopeful smile, our boy is left with a chilling epiphany. If he cannot convince her to stay safe through logic, he must become powerful enough to intervene physically. News of the battle spreads quickly, and the world begins to praise the Ghost Spear, who vanquished a supreme master vampire under a full moon. But the title means nothing to our protagonist. Driven by a dark, desperate energy, he returns to the swampy hut of Danir, the god of time. He ignores the god's warnings about insanity and death, demanding to begin the trials he previously feared. He knows he is currently too weak to protect the people he cares about, and he is willing to risk his mind and his life to change that reality. Danir, the god of time, sees him coming and scoffs. Because the previous warriors who attempted his trial all ended up dead or deranged, Danir assumes our boy has already lost his mind just by coming back. He warns our protagonist that the pain he is about to experience is unlike anything in the physical world, but Seungmin is past the point of caution. He demands the trial immediately, his desperation to protect Baek Sogo outweighing any fear of the unknown. With a sudden, violent surge of energy, Denier transports them both into the realm of the mind. This cosmic void is a starry nothingness where the rules of the physical world no longer apply. Denier explains that because this is a mental space, Sungmin's physical skills and status window have been stripped away. He is left with nothing but his memories and his raw talent. To complete the trial, our hero must remain in this void until a massive golden hourglass runs out of sand. When Sungmin asks how long that will take, the answer is a crushing blow. A century. 100 years of total isolation. The rules are even more sadistic than they appear. Once the first century ends, Sungmin will have the choice to return or flip the glass. If he flips it, he doesn't just get another 100 years. The time doubles, then triples. It is an irreversible trap that has claimed the lives of almost everyone who tried it. Out of 10 challengers, 7 went mad and died, often because they grew overconfident after the first century and flipped the glass, only to be broken by the following 200 years of silence. As the trial begins, the benefits of the mental realm initially feel like a blessing. Because his body is made of thought, Sungmin never tires, never hungers, and never needs sleep. He can swing his spear for years without stopping. Unfortunately, this perfection quickly turns into a new form of torture. Our hero begins to miss the suffering of the physical world. He craves the feeling of fatigue and the relief of a meal, but his mental form remains eternally, mockingly peaceful. This sensory deprivation is a special kind of hell. Feeling nothing at all is far more agonizing than feeling pain. The isolation breeds a deeper, more dangerous doubt. Because he is alone, Sungmin has no masters like Weiji Hoyeon or Baksogo to correct his form. He begins to panic, realizing that if he practices a move incorrectly now, he might spend decades cementing a fatal flaw in his martial arts. He is desperate for a single word of affirmation, but the void offers no answer. When he finally looks at the hourglass, hoping for some sign of progress, he is met with the ultimate horror. Not a single grain of sand has fallen yet. Back in the physical world, Denier sits in his hut watching Sungmin's motionless body, already preparing to clean up another corpse. However, the god's mocking expression suddenly twists into pure shock. Something is happening within the boy's mind that defies even the expectations of a god of time. Deep within the cosmic void, Lee Sungmin begins a journey that would shatter the sanity of any ordinary man. Denier had mentioned that most who took this trial survived the first century without much trouble, but for our hero, every second feels like a struggle for his very soul. Because he knows he lacks the natural genius of people like Weiji Hoyeon or Baksogo, he is forced to confront a painful reality. He is a maggot who must crawl twice as far to reach the same destination. The weight of time is a physical burden. Having only lived 40 years across 2 lifetimes, the prospect of a 100-year sentence is unfathomable. As the years bleed into one another, Sungmin's resolve begins to weather. He realizes that simply repeating the basics, the parry, the press, and the thrust, is not enough. Because his body in this realm never tires and never scars, he loses the physical markers of progress. He begins to feel as though he is standing still in an infinite sea of purple starlight. By the time the first century is nearly up, he is spiraling into a deep depression, apologizing to the ghost of Dokbi Jun for being a pathetic victor who hasn't improved at all despite decades of practice. Yet, when the sand finally runs out, the fear of remaining weak proves stronger than the fear of the void. With a trembling hand, our protagonist flips the hourglass, committing himself to 200 more years of isolation. This second century proves to be the turning point. After a period of actual madness where he loses track of time entirely, Sungmin snaps back to his senses with a new, terrifyingly calm perspective. He accepts his own slowness. Because he has all the time in the world, he stops rushing. He finds joy in the smallest steps forward, like balancing his inner energy or refining a single footwork maneuver. By the time he flips the glass for the 300-year mark, our hero has transformed. He is no longer a desperate victim of time, he is its master. He laughs at his own lack of talent, finding it impressive that it takes him centuries to achieve what others do in months. At the 1,000-year mark, he finally stands before the metaphorical wall of supreme mastery. While a genius might have climbed it in a decade, it took our guy 10 centuries of ceaseless spear swings just to reach the base. At the 1,500-year mark, the miracle finally happens. Sungmin successfully replicates the impossible spear move that killed the Swordmaster, executing it with perfect, refined, lethal force. Even though he can only perform that one specific move at such a high level, the achievement is monumental. He has spent over a millennium in a white, static-filled hell, transforming his maggot-like crawling into a strike that could pierce the heavens. Back in the swamp hut, Denier is absolutely floored. He looks at the boy's motionless body and realizes that Sungmin hasn't just survived. He has voluntarily extended his stay far beyond the breaking point of any mortal mind. There was a crucial detail Denier never mentioned to the challengers of his trial. Progress in the realm of the mind is agonizingly slower than in the physical world. Because of this, the geniuses who were used to rapid success in the outside world often crumbled under the weight of such stagnant training. Even the most persistent warriors before Sungmin had only managed to endure 1,000 years. That is why Denier is physically shaken. unable to believe that our hero stayed for 2,100 years. When our protagonist finally opens his eyes in the swamp, he is disoriented. A single drop of blood falls from his nose, a sign that his brain is struggling to process over 2 millennia of memories all at once. Denier, looking unusually sweaty and concerned, explains that our guy went insane countless times during those centuries. Normally, a mind doesn't recover from that kind of damage, but Sungmin did. Denier realizes the secret to this survival was actually our hero's lack of talent. While geniuses were broken by the slow pace, our boy has always been a maggot, used to falling down and picking himself back up. His long history of misery and slow progress became his greatest armor. He was already comfortable in the dark. Coming back to reality is a jarring experience. Sungmin complains that his body feels incredibly heavy and weak, like a fragile insect. Denier explains that this is a natural side effect of mental displacement. After 2,100 years, it's a miracle our hero can even speak like a human. To help him integrate, the god provides a golden backup of Sungmin's memories, which our hero absorbs in a flash of light. This restores his focus, reminding him of the friends and foes he must never forget. Because he has nowhere else to go and needs to retrain his weak muscles to match his advanced mind, he bluntly informs the god that he's moving in for a while. Denier is furious at the rudeness, but after seeing the hollow intensity in the eyes of a man who lived 2,000 years in a void, he simply gives up and lets him stay. A year passes, and our hero eventually makes his way back to Sorum Temple. When he approaches his old rival Jihak, the change is undeniable. Sungmin is taller, more muscular, and carries an air of ancient experience that leaves Jihak stunned. When Jihak asks when he became a Supreme Master, Sungmin casually mentions it was about 6 months ago. However, Jihak can see the truth in his friend's eyes. Those aren't the eyes of a teenager who just hit a milestone. They are the eyes of someone who has weathered an eternity. The two are about to spar when the elderly head monk Bul Yung intervenes. He jokingly warns them to stop, claiming that if they actually fought, the temple might lose its entire future to the collateral damage. Sungmin, now more confident and assertive, admits he returned because he wanted to see if he had finally closed the gap between himself and the genius Weiji Hoyon. The old monk is honest. Compared to the girl who visited years ago, our hero still has work to do. Luckily, this doesn't discourage our protagonist. He knows he isn't a genius, and he never expected a single trial to make him an equal to the world's greatest prodigy. But he also knows what he achieved in that 2,100-year void. If he can just bring his physical body up to the level of his mental mastery, he will finally be ready for what comes next. With the legendary dungeon set to open in just 2 months, the Ghost Spear is finally ready to stop running. Now 22 years old, Lee Sungmin carries himself with a terrifyingly calm gravity. His features have sharpened, and while his presence is no longer loud, it is incredibly heavy. After a brief stop at Sorim to retrieve his enchanted armor and spear, he declines Jihak's offer to stay the night. Because he is haunted by a long list of urgent tasks, uncovering the secret of the black heart in his chest, preventing Baek Sogo's impending death, and locating the mysterious Enbirus, our boy knows he cannot afford to waste a single hour. Guided by the cryptic words of the god of time and information purchased from the Arabrisa broker, Sungmin enters the sleeping forest. This is a place of nightmares, thick with a pale mist and a haunting, high-pitched cry that is known to drive ordinary men insane. However, because our hero spent over 2 millennia in a mental void of absolute silence and chaos, the madness of the forest is nothing more than a pesky buzzing to him. As he walks, he dispatches the forest's demonic residents with a casual, almost bored efficiency. He crushes the heads of grotesque, multi-eyed monsters with backhanded strikes and simple taps of his spear, looking more like a man swatting flies than a warrior engaged in combat. This display of power does not go unnoticed. 2 hooded figures in red and black robes watch from the shadows, paralyzed with fear. They recognize him as a supreme master, someone whose movements are so fluid and natural that he almost appears untrained. Because they cannot make sense of his presence, they attempt to retreat and call for reinforcements. They are horrified when Sungmin suddenly appears directly behind them, asking about Enbirus. When one tries to lash out with a dagger, Sungmin simply tilts his head to let the blade pass. Even a massive eruption of magical fire doesn't faze him. He snuffs out the flames with a single swing of his arm, as if he were extinguishing a candle. A strange realization dawns on our protagonist. The reason these figures aren't answering him is that they are physically deaf. They belong to a secluded tribe that lives within the demonic woods. Just as Sungmin begins to communicate by scribbling in the dirt, the elder of the tribe crashes down from the canopy. The elder is a massive muscular man who bellows with a voice that shakes the very trees. He is furious that an outsider is interrogating his people and immediately lunges at Sungmin with flaming fists. Unfortunately for the elder, the gap in power is insurmountable. Sungmin doesn't even bother to draw his weapon's edge. He simply uses the blunt force of his skill. Moments later, the elder is face down in the dirt, defeated and serving as a literal chair for our hero. Because the elder flinched at the mention of Enbirus, Sungmin is now certain that this mysterious tribe is the key to his search. With blood speckled across his face and a dark, cold intensity in his eyes, he makes his demand clear. They are going to guide him to their village, whether they want to or not. Deep within the sleeping forest lives a secluded tribe that has survived by making themselves deaf to block out the forest's lethal, haunting cries. Lee Sungmin arrives at their village only to find the environment completely uninhabitable. Because the location is so hostile, he questions why anyone would stay here, but Tribal Chief Kazuya explains that they remain only to fulfill a sacred mission. As the two face off, the atmosphere turns heavy. Our guy quickly realizes that Kazuya isn't just a local leader, he's a supreme master who can perfectly hide his true power. Tension peaks when the chief demands to know why Sungmin killed an elder and forced his men to lead him there. Our hero calmly clarifies that he acted only in self-defense and has no desire for further conflict. Because Kazuya realizes that fighting such a powerful guy would lead to a massacre of his people, he wisely decides to welcome the Swordmaster as a guest instead of an enemy. Once they settle the dispute, our hero asks about a man named Enberus. It turns out Enberus left 2 months ago, but he predicted someone would come looking for him. This led him to leave a specific request with the chief, to guide the expected guest to a hidden location. Kazuya leads our hero to a massive barrier made of gnarled, impenetrable tree roots. To test the visitor's strength, the chief suggests he try to tear it open. Sungmin unleashes a massive strike with his spear, but despite the explosive force, the wall remains completely untouched. Because this barrier is immune to physical power, the chief reveals that only he can open it, making his earlier suggestion feel like a bit of a prank at our hero's expense. After Kazuya mutters a secret incantation, the roots creak open to reveal a pitch-black tunnel. Kazuya warns that the tunnel is filled with psychic cries that would shatter the mind of even the strongest master. However, our hero doesn't hesitate. He steps right into the darkness. Normally, these shrieks would cause instant insanity, but because the Swordmaster spent 2,100 years trapped in a mental realm, his mind has been tempered through centuries of agony. These deadly cries are nothing compared to the isolation he's already endured. Deep within the fog, a mysterious purple flame flares to life. A booming voice from the void admits it mistook Sungmin for someone else, noting that it's rare to find a twisted causality. The voice demands to know if our hero is a returnee. Before the situation can turn violent, a small cat-like spirit and a young girl with cat ears appear from the mist. The girl scolds the voice for being too aggressive, leaving our protagonist standing in the dark, completely baffled by the strange pair he's just discovered. Deep within the mist, our protagonist faces a strange duo, a cat-eared girl and a floating spirit. The girl introduces herself as Rubia, a familiar serving a master named Enberus. Because her master apparently has unique tastes, she takes the form of a beast girl, though her actual purpose is to act as a beacon for her master. Beside her floats Heoju, a loud-mouthed remnant of a once great demon who ruled over ghosts centuries ago. Because he lost his physical body long ago, he's now little more than a grumpy, glowing cloud. Rubia explains that Sungmin needs to join them because Enberus is the only person who can explain the twisted causality surrounding our hero's life. While Rubia can't track her master directly, she reveals that the connection works in reverse. Enberus will eventually sense her location and find them. Heoju adds that a prophecy foretold he would leave the forest with a returnee, which is why he's tagging along as well. He also sheds light on the forest tribe, explaining that their sacred mission is actually a blood duty to maintain a seal at the end of the forest path. Unfortunately, neither the familiar nor the demon can give our hero any immediate or clear answers. Fed up with the vagueness, Sungmin questions why he even needs the demon around. This insult triggers Heoju, who decides to take matters into his own hands. In a sudden burst of aggression, the spirit lunges forward and bites our hero's wrist, attempting to possess his body and reclaim a physical form. Because our hero spent 2 millennia tempering his mind in a void, his mental fortitude is practically unbreakable. Instead of being possessed, the great demon is unceremoniously deflected and sucked into Sungmin's dark bracelet. Our guy stares at the piece of jewelry with a bored expression while the mighty Heoju screams in panic, realizing he's now trapped in a piece of fashion. Rubia can only watch in secondhand embarrassment, wondering if the legendary demon is actually a bit of a dimwit. Initially, the young mage plans to simply toss the bracelet away, but Heoju begins to plead for his life. Because he was a conqueror for 400 years, he promises to lead our hero to hidden treasure rooms filled with rare artifacts. Rubia confirms that the demon was indeed a hotshot in his prime, which finally convinces Sungmin that the spirit might be worth keeping around. With his 2 new and eccentric companions in tow, the journey continues. Rubia suggests finding a nice place with a view to relax while they wait for her master, but our protagonist has more pressing matters. Because he is focused on his growth, he informs his worried new friend that their next stop isn't a vacation spot, it's a dangerous dungeon. In the world of Area, dungeons aren't just caves or ruins. They are strange anomalies governed by their own unique sets of rules. While a hunter in the outside world can loot a monster's body for parts, dungeon mechanics work differently. Because of the spells cast upon these places, a defeated monster simply vanishes, leaving behind a randomized reward like a gemstone or a weapon. Generally, the stronger the beast, the more valuable the loot. This all builds toward the ultimate goal, defeating the Dungeon Master, which grants an incredible reward and closes the portal forever. Lee Sungmin stands before a massive, glowing crystal, the gateway to such a place. It's been 2 months since he teamed up with his companions Rubia and Heoju, and thanks to information from Erebrisa, he's finally tracked this location down. He remembers this place from his previous life. It's where he once found the Stone of Past Life. Despite his preparation, our protagonist is haunted by self-doubt. However, he quickly brushes those feelings aside because he's spent years training specifically to change the dark future he remembers. With a clear mission in mind, the young spearman touches the stone and is instantly teleported into a dark, cavernous interior. He barely has time to get his bearings before a massive man leaps from the shadows, swinging a giant axe. Sungmin manages to block the heavy strike, which surprises the attacker. The man, a boisterous giant named Grismo, realizes he isn't fighting a demon and quickly apologizes. He recognizes our hero as the Ghost Spear, a title Sungmin earned after defeating a famous swordmaster. Grismo explains that he's here to stop a dangerous young leader named Weiji Hoyon, also known as the Little Chunma. In Sungmin's past life, Grismo was actually killed by her, but here he stands, rallying forces for the sake of justice. He warns our hero that Weiji Hoyon has brought a powerful group of supreme masters with her. Fortunately, the Martial Alliance has sent their own elite warriors to counter them, including Bayek Sogo, a woman from Sungmin's past whom he is surprised to find here. Seeing a common goal, Grismo asks for the Ghost Spear's help. Sungmin agrees to fight alongside him, prompting a friendly, heavy-handed slap on the shoulder from the giant. As the two men begin trekking deeper into the foggy, crimson-lit dungeon, Grismo warns our protagonist that the monsters in this specific area are exceptionally strong. The warning is cut short when a blinding light suddenly illuminates the cavern. A familiar mocking voice echoes through the mist, stopping them in their tracks. From the shadows, the red-eyed Weiji Hoyon appears, smiling directly at our hero as if she had been expecting him all along. In the depths of the dungeon, the darkness is briefly broken by a spotlight revealing our hero alongside the giant, Grismo. Their relief is immediate when they spot a figure ahead, Bayek Sogo. Because they were separated upon entering the cave, Grismo is quick to lower his guard, assuming they've found their ally. However, the young mage senses something is off. He warns the giant to look closer, and as the figure turns, the horror is revealed. Her left eye is a writhing, pulsating mass of red tumors. Before they can react, the creature lunges with a bone-shattering kick that sends Grismo sprawling. Rubia quickly identifies the threat. It's a doppelganger. In the outside world, these monsters only mimic a person's appearance, but because this dungeon operates under twisted laws, this creature has also copied Bayek Sogo's elite techniques. This forced our protagonist to watch as a monster performed the sacred, traceless step, a move he associates with the real woman who encouraged him years ago. Seeing this imitation ignites a cold, lethal fury in Lee Sungmin, because he spent 2,100 years training specifically to be worthy of Sogo's praise. Seeing a monster wear her face and use her skills is an insult he won't tolerate. With his aura flaring, he cuts down the imposter with clinical efficiency. As the dust settles, a shaken Grismo wonders how such a thing could even exist. Rubia tries to lighten the mood by offering her services as a guide, claiming she's already analyzing the dungeon's layout, though this immediately leads to a petty bickering match between her and the trapped demon, Heoju. The levity is short-lived, however, because Grismo realizes a terrifying truth. If there was a copy of Bayek Sogo, there are likely copies of everyone else in the dungeon, including them. Elsewhere, a master from the Martial Alliance, the unmatched eccentric, stands battered and broken against a wall. Before him lies the corpse of his comrade, ruthlessly killed by a figure who looks exactly like Weiji Hoyon, clad in a black bodysuit and surrounded by slithering red ribbons. This Little Chunma appears unstoppable. Driven by a desperate need for justice, the eccentric charges at her, only to be swatted down like an insect. As the man dies, the woman looks down at the blood on her hands with a chillingly calm gaze. She isn't just a mindless monster, though. She is the real Weiji Hoyon, and she has been busy. Scattered at her feet is the slain body of another doppelganger, one that wore the face of Lee Sungmin. She reflects on the 9 years that have passed, noting with a soft, almost affectionate smile that the real Sungmin must have worked incredibly hard to get stronger. Because she values their connection, she walks off with a single, haunting wish, that the real Lee Sungmin doesn't die before they can truly meet. In another part of the dungeon, the real Bayek Sogo sits amidst the jagged rocks, gasping for air. She has just survived a harrowing duel with a doppelganger of a fellow Martial Alliance member. Because the dungeon's rules are so warped, the defeated clone dissolves into green particles, leaving behind a rare orange elixir. This is a lucky find, as the potion is potent enough to reattach severed limbs. Despite her exhaustion, the silver-haired warrior knows she can't rest. She is no match for the Little Chunma or her followers alone. so she sets out to find her squad. Unfortunately, she is intercepted almost immediately. Two of Weiji Hoyon's most dangerous subordinates, the Lone Ghost Sword and Meringue the Iron Fist, emerge from the shadows to corner her. Meanwhile, Lee Sungmin is inspecting a magic crystal dropped by the doppelganger he just killed. Heoju urges him to consume it to replenish his mana, but our hero hesitates. Because his mind, body, and energy are currently out of balance, he fears the influx of power might cause more harm than good. The demon mocks his caution, noting that while Sungmin possesses a black heart, more extraordinary than any he's seen, his own was still superior. The conversation is cut short when they find Grismo standing over a wounded man. It's Chigol, a high-ranking scion of the Gaebang sect, who is bleeding out after losing his left arm to a doppelganger. Because our hero is quick to act, he tosses a potion to the dying man, saving his life. Chigol recognizes Sungmin as the famous Ghost Spear and playfully teases him about his relationship with Baek Sogo. This sparked a sudden protective tension in our guy, who finds himself getting unexpectedly worked up over Chigol's familiarity with his sect sister. The bickering is interrupted by a chilling voice from the dark. The Bloody Granny, another supreme master following Weiji Hoyon, steps into the light with a predatory smile. She senses their weakened state and prepares to finish them off. However, just as the fight is about to start, Rubia announces that her analysis of the dungeon is complete. She projects a holographic map showing 3 yellow dots, allies, moving rapidly just beyond a thick stone wall. Driven by the fear that Sogo might be in danger on the other side, Sungmin decides to ignore the granny and take a shortcut. He begins to channel a massive amount of inner energy, far exceeding his normal limits. Because he spent centuries training his spirit in the mental realm, he's able to manifest a level of power that leaves even Grismo and the Bloody Granny in shock. With a thunderous strike, he blasts a hole clean through the massive cavern wall. As the thing settles, the path is revealed. On the other side stands the real Baek Sogo, battered and bloody, looking up in pure disbelief. Our hero stands in the breach, spear on his shoulder, looking every bit the master he has become. Seeing her long-lost junior appearing like a savior causes the stoic warrior to blush a deep red. Sungmin simply looks down at her and offers a calm, long-overdue greeting. It's been too long. In the heat of battle, teamwork is everything. Grismo and Sungmin quickly coordinate their tactics, with the giant offering to draw the enemy's attention so our hero can find an opening. But before the plan even starts, Sungmin seemingly vanishes from thin air, leaving his allies and the enemy, Bloody Granny, in a state of total confusion. Our guy hasn't run away though. He has used the chaos to position himself protectively in front of a badly wounded Baek Sogo. His sudden appearance catches Weiji Hoyon's top enforcers, the Lone Ghost Sword and Meringue the Iron Fist, completely off guard. Sogo can hardly believe her eyes, trembling as she asks why he's here. Sungmin's answer is simple: he's here to help. To prepare for the fight of his life, he produces a great pill given to him by a high-ranking monk. He had previously been too afraid to use it because of its overwhelming power, but seeing Sogo's condition, he realizes he can't afford to hold back. He swallows half the pill, and immediately, a massive surge of purple and white energy erupts from his body, perfectly replenishing his reserves without the expected side effects. Sensing this new threat, the Lone Ghost Sword decides to split their focus. He sends Meringue to finish off Sogo while he engages the feisty brat. The clash is violent, a blur of sparks and steel. Sogo watches from the sidelines in shock, unable to comprehend how her junior became this powerful in just a year. Even the Lone Ghost Sword is impressed. He notes that while the boy's raw power seems lower than his own, his eyes carry the weight and wisdom of a master who has lived for centuries. Because the battle is becoming a stalemate, Sungmin taps into the Ninth Heaven Extreme Spear style, executing a move called the Coiled Snake Soul Seeker. The spear's path becomes completely unpredictable, snaking around the swordsman's defense and slashing across his chest. The Lone Ghost Sword laughs through the pain, relishing the excitement of the duel, but he realizes he has to end things quickly, especially since his partner, Meringue, is actually losing his fight. However, the Lone Ghost Sword's life ends not at the hands of our hero, but in a tragic twist of fate. A figure he believes to be his master, Weiji Hoyon, appears and strikes him down without mercy. As he dies in a pool of blood, he is left wondering why his beloved leader would betray him. His comrade Meringue erupts in a fit of grief-stricken rage, screaming at Weiji for her coldness. Because they had no idea doppelgangers existed in this dungeon, both men die fueled by a meaningless resentment, never realizing the woman who killed them was just a hollow imitation of their true master. With the followers out of the way, only the Weiji doppelganger remains, looming like a nightmare. Sungmin knows they can't win this alone. He urges Sogo to run through the hole he blasted in the wall to find Chijol and Grismo. Sogo hesitates to leave him, but our hero offers a gentle smile, reminding her that she is the fastest among them and the only one who can bring reinforcements in time. Because she trusts him, she tosses him a rare elixir and flees, pleading for him to stay alive. Left alone with the terrifying aura of the fake little Chunma, Sungmin prepares himself for a desperate stand, quietly whispering to himself that he doesn't plan on dying today. In the history of our hero's past life, Weiji Hoyon was the sole survivor of this dungeon. When she emerged alone, the world assumed she had ruthlessly slaughtered her own allies, branding her a monster. But standing here now, facing a terrifyingly distorted version of her, Sungmin finally understands the truth. Because this dungeon creates perfect, lethal mimics, the Weiji Hoyon who massacred everyone years ago wasn't the girl he knew. It was this doppelganger. This imitation is far more monstrous than any they've faced, with dark veins pulsing across its face and an aura that feels like a physical weight. As the fight begins, the doppelganger doesn't even use traditional martial arts. Instead, she manipulates the red cloth around her neck, turning it into a sentient, scaly whip that strikes with the force of a falling mountain. Because the artifact can stretch and move with incredible speed, Sungmin is forced into a desperate defensive stance. He catches a downward strike with his spear, but the impact is so violent it shatters the ground beneath him and leaves his arms feeling like they're about to be torn off. Our protagonist is in a race against time. He needs to hold out for 5 minutes until Sogo returns with reinforcements, but every second feels like an eternity. After being blasted into a pile of rubble and coughing up blood, the young hero realizes that simple defense won't save him. This forced him to tap into the mental fortitude he built during his 2,100-year trial. Because his mind is far stronger than his battered body, he recalls the specific lessons the real Weiji Hoyon once taught him about redirecting overwhelming force. Heoju, watching from the safety of the bracelet, points out a chilling detail. The doppelganger hasn't even begun to use her actual techniques yet. She has been toying with him, using only the cloth because she didn't consider him a threat. But as Sungmin flares his purple energy and deflects her next strike, the monster's expression shifts into a sinister snicker. Because our hero has shown true skill, she finally considers him a worthy opponent, and that means she's about to get serious. On the other side of the wall, the situation takes a tragic turn. While the bloody granny has been defeated, the survivors are in no condition to help. Baek Sogo is desperate to rush back and save her sect brother, but the Scion Chigil realizes the cold reality. They are far too weak to face the little Chunma's doppelganger. Because he knows a rescue attempt would be a suicide mission for everyone, Chigil makes the painful choice to strike Sogo's pressure point, knocking her unconscious. Luckily, Chigil found an escape scroll on the granny's corpse. Since the exit won't appear until the dungeon boss is dead, this scroll is their only way out. With a heavy heart and a whispered apology to the friend he is leaving behind, Chigil activates the magic. A massive flash of light fills the tunnel as the group teleports away, leaving Lee Sungmin completely alone in the dark with a monster that is no longer holding back. The battle in the cavern has reached a fever pitch. A massive collision of power sends crimson energy rippling through the air, forcing Lee Sungmin to dig his heels in just to keep from being swept away by the shockwaves. He is in bad shape, blood-soaked, gasping for air, and barely clinging to his spear. Inside his bracelet, the demon Heoju is losing his patience. Because the doppelganger isn't showing any signs of fatigue, the spirit begins shouting tactical directions, trying to guide our hero through a flurry of lethal strikes that are coming from every conceivable angle. Despite the coaching, the weight of the doppelganger's red ribbons is simply too much. Every impact further shatters Sungmin's dark armor, and the physical toll is starting to break him. Heoju is less worried about our hero's health and more concerned about his home, complaining that the bracelet is getting wrecked. He points out a cold reality. Baek Sogo and the others have been gone for a while now. They aren't coming back. Heoju tries to goad the young hero, asking if he resents his sister for betraying him and leaving him to die, but our hero doesn't bite. Because he has absolute faith in Sogo, he knows something must have happened to prevent her return. He doesn't regret his choice to stay behind either. He remembers that he wouldn't even be alive today if she hadn't saved him years ago on the mountain. This display of loyalty actually impresses the old demon. Since Heoju can't exactly let his host die, lest he be trapped in a cavern for eternity, he decides to finally stop complaining and start helping. Suddenly, a ghostly fanged silhouette towers over Sungmin. The spirit begins pouring pure demon power directly into our hero's body. Because the boy possesses the extraordinary black heart, his physical form is able to act as a vessel for this chaotic energy. Blinding light erupts from his armor, instantly snapping broken bones back into place and sealing his wounds. The air in the dungeon shifts instantly. The doppelganger, inheriting the curiosity and arrogance of the real Weiji Hoyon, pauses its attack just to watch this evolution. It finally recognizes our guy as an equal. The power surge is almost too much to handle. Sungmin feels like his veins might burst from the pressure. Heoju offers to take over his body to end the fight in a single punch, but our hero refuses to lose control. He demands the energy and nothing more, because he previously spent 2,100 years mastering his mind in a higher realm. He has the mental insight to harness this raw power, even if his body is struggling to keep up. This is the moment he's been training for. Sungmin leaps into the air, manifesting the 9th Heaven Extreme Spear 4th move, 9 Dragon Murder. 9 spectral purple dragons roar into existence, charging toward the doppelganger in a cataclysmic explosion of light. The monster counters with a gargantuan red fist, but our hero is already moving to his final technique. Drawing on everything he and Hyeoju have, he unleashes the sixth move, Futility. The strike is so fast the spear seems to vanish, creating a localized vacuum that pulls everything inward before detonating. A massive pillar of energy blasts straight through the dungeon ceiling, lighting up the entire cavern. As the smoke clears and green particles of the defeated mimic float away, Lee Sungmin is left standing alone in the wreckage, gasping for breath but still alive. Lee Sungmin finally pulls himself together, drenched in sweat and gasping for air. Even though it has only been 9 years in the real world, for our hero, the mental weight of his training feels like it has spanned several millennia. Because he spent every waking second of that time thinking about one person, his first instinct is to wonder if he has actually grown strong enough to stand by her side. Unfortunately, the mood is immediately ruined by Hyeoju. The demon's spectral voice mocks our protagonist, laughing at the idea of him getting emotional after using borrowed power. But while Hyeoju talks a big game, he is secretly impressed. He notices that the boy handled that borrowed energy with the precision of a much more powerful warrior, proving that our guy isn't just lucky, he is genuinely skilled. The celebration is short-lived because Hyeoju needs to take his leftover energy back. He warns the brat to stay sharp, as the physical rebound from this could be fatal. Sungmin, having lived through constant struggle, simply shrugs it off, but once the energy is ripped away, the reality hits him hard. A massive surge of dark energy erupts, and a blinding pillar of light shoots through the dungeon as our hero's body finally gives out. Luckily, his familiar Rubia has been watching over him. She is terrified because he has been writhing in agony for an hour straight. She even tried to use an elixir provided by Bayek Sogo, but it barely made a dent in his injuries. Because his internal energy veins and joints are completely trashed, Sungmin realizes he probably would have died without that gift, leaving him with the bitter realization that he once again owes Sogo his life. Despite his body failing him, our hero refuses to stay down. He forces himself to wobble past the corpse of the bloody granny, driven by a singular goal. Rubia picks up a mana trail nearby, confirming that a teleport scroll was used recently for 3 people. This is a relief, as it means Sogo and the others successfully escaped the dungeon. With his friends safe, our hero focuses entirely on the boss, Weiji Hoyeon. As he limps through the dark, his vision begins to blur and he starts coughing up blood. The physical toll is immense, but he continues dragging himself across the cracked earth. He spent 2,100 years in a trial just to reach her, betting his entire life on the promise of a 13-year-old girl, and he won't stop now. Finally, he sees her. Weiji Hoyeon is sitting atop a pile of rubble, looking like a masterpiece of lethal elegance. Seeing her in action immediately shatters Sungmin's hope of being her equal. Her movements are so perfect that even the magical doppelganger he just defeated couldn't come close to emulating her. She is a true monster of talent. When she notices him, her reaction is surprisingly casual. She mentions she just defeated the dungeon boss and even encountered a monster that could use the 9th Heaven Extreme Spear. Because she recognizes his growth, she offers him a genuine compliment, but Sungmin can't even look her in the eye yet. He is still hiding behind a wall of insecurity because he doesn't feel ready to face her as a peer. The two share a bittersweet moment sitting back to back. Weiji Hoyeon admits she hates it when people expect things from her, but she confesses that she wouldn't mind if it were Sungmin watching her. She wants him to travel with her, but our hero does something incredibly difficult. He says no. He refuses to join her now because he doesn't want to live in her shadow. He wants them to be equals. This greed actually makes Hoyeon proud. They agree to meet again in 1 year, the official 10-year mark of their promise, at their original meeting spot. As they walk in opposite directions, Hoyeon privately admits she wanted to force him to stay, but she respects him too much to do it. Her final silent thought as she steps through a magical portal is the one thing she couldn't say out loud. She truly missed him. While Sungmin finds peace, the scene outside the dungeon is pure chaos. Baek Sogo is hysterical, blaming the Martial Alliance members for dragging her out and leaving Sungmin behind. Because she views their righteousness as total hypocrisy, she does something radical and quits the alliance on the spot. Consumed by guilt and a desperate need for more power, she disappears into the forest alone, leaving the others in shock. Far away, others continue their own journeys. Selgerus at the forge, Scarlet at her books, and Jihak in training, all while unaware of the destiny that continues to pull them all together. In our world, most people are defined by the norms and ethics that keep society in order. We call them humans. But there is a darker category of beings that exists far beyond those boundaries. Creatures like blood-drinking vampires, death-defying liches, and barbaric werewolves who have traded their honor for primal hunger. Then, there are those who stand right on the edge of that transition. People call them the Inhumans, and our boy Lee Sungmin is finding himself closer to that border than ever before. While his physical body is unconscious and recovering from the brutal fight in the dungeon, Sungmin finds himself drifting through a vast, starry mindspace. He is startled when a swirling mass of flames manifests beside him, recognizing the voice immediately as the Void Monarch. Because their spiritual worlds connected when the demon lent him power, the monarch is now able to stroll right into Sungmin's dreams. He assures our hero that while his physical body is currently screaming in agony from the recoil of their pact, he isn't going to die. Curious about who he's dealing with, Sungmin asks to see the demon's true form. The Void Monarch obliges, transforming into a massive, purple-skinned warrior with black hair. Surprisingly, the demon looks more human than Sungmin expected, but the pleasantries end quickly. The monarch is intensely curious about how a weak human could handle his demonic energy with such professional ease. He has felt Sungmin's inner turmoil, the yearning and the deep-seated inferiority complex, yet he encountered a mental barrier so powerful it deflected his own attempts at domination. Since the demon can sense his memories, the secret is out. He knows Sungmin is a regressor. He is shocked to learn that our protagonist spent 2,100 years training in a mental realm under the tutelage of two gods. It explains the ironclad mind, but the monarch can't help but laugh at the results. To him, the fact that Sungmin is still this limited after 2 millennia is just proof of the natural ceiling of being human. Because of this, he offers a tempting shortcut: become a demon. He points out that Sungmin already has a monster's heart and demonic energy in his veins. If he fully commits, he could finally surpass Weiji Hoyun, the woman he's so desperate to reach. However, our hero doesn't hesitate. He flatly refuses. He isn't interested in losing his humanity for a power boost, though the monarch warns him that he's already considered an inhuman by the world's standards. This conversation lingers in Sungmin's mind long after he wakes up. 3 months pass as he slowly recovers from the rebound of the demon's power, and once he's back on his feet, he begins the long trek north. He is following an old prophecy from the monk Bulyung, which told him to head toward the land of eternal snow to meet someone important. Currently, Sungmin and Rubia are roughing it in the frozen wilderness just outside their destination, the great northern city of Travia. Rubia is miserable, complaining about the cold and the lack of proper shelter, but Sungmin remains focused. He knows Travia is a place of absolute pandemonium. It was once ruled by the Blood Heavenly Demon, but since that leader was defeated by the Little Heavenly Demon, the city has devolved into a lawless, inhuman demon realm. It's now a sanctuary for monsters that wear human faces, which is exactly why Rubia is so terrified to enter. But Sungmin isn't scared, he's prepared. As they walk through the dark woods, his heightened senses pick up a familiar scent. He can smell dogs nearby, and sure enough, dozens of glowing eyes begin to peer out from the shadows. Because a pack of werewolves has decided to make them their next meal, Sungmin finally has a chance to test his recovered body. He welcomes the challenge with a smile, ready to get some much-needed exercise before they finally reach the city gates. As the pack of lycanthropes lunges from the shadows, Rubia screams a frantic warning. These aren't normal wolves. They are stronger at night, and standard steel can't even scratch their hides. However, our hero isn't using a standard weapon. He recalls his visit to the dark elf blacksmith, Seljurus, who nearly had a heart attack when Sungmin presented her with a massive chunk of pure Ori Halcon, a legendary metal he claimed as a prize for defeating the Weiji Hoyun doppelganger. Because the material was so rare, Kiljaris considered it an honor to work with, eventually crafting him a devastating black and gold spear infused with the magical ore. Back in the present, Sungmin puts that craftsmanship to the test. With a single, glowing horizontal slash, he decapitates multiple monsters at once, their supposedly invulnerable hides offering no resistance to the Ori Halcon blade. He moves with terrifying speed, spinning the spear in a blur of energy until the forest floor is littered with carcasses. When he corners a survivor to ask why they attacked, the creature snarls about his crimes in a nearby village. Apparently, the lycanthropes belong to an organization called the Phantom Wolf Sect, and they are furious that Sungmin's recent actions prevented them from collecting their local taxes. Rubia looks guilty, remembering exactly what happened in that village. A corrupt innkeeper had drugged the cat girl and tried to sell her into slavery, which prompted Sungmin to beat the man senseless. Because our hero saved his friend, the Phantom Wolf Sect lost their profit, leading to this ambush. Sungmin finds the idea of dogs forming a sect laughable and offers the survivor a chance to walk away. But the monster, blinded by pride, refuses to let the humiliation go. It lunges one last time, only for Sungmin to end the threat with cold, clinical precision. Inside the bracelet, Heoju watches the carnage with a critical eye. While he agrees that these monsters were trash, he warns Sungmin not to get too arrogant. He points out that the way Sungmin was showing off his strength suggests a dangerous level of overconfidence. Because these lycanthropes are just low-ranking spawn of a much more powerful master, Heoju suspects their leader is someone the boy cannot currently defeat. Heoju warns that acting out like this is a one-way ticket to an early grave if the sect leader happens to be who he thinks it is. Sungmin tries to brush off the lecture, arguing that he couldn't just stand by while Rubia was being kidnapped, but the atmosphere in the woods suddenly shifts. As a heavy snow begins to fall, the demon's warnings turn into a grim reality much sooner than expected. A tall, white-haired man dressed in a fur-lined coat calmly approaches through the blizzard. He carries an air of absolute authority that the previous wolves lacked. He introduces himself as Ju Wan, the leader of the Phantom Wolf sect, and he looks exactly like the kind of person who makes good on a grudge. Lee Sungmin stands frozen, drenched in sweat as a suffocating pressure washes over him. Before him stands Ju Wan, the leader of the Phantom Wolf sect, who looks down at the bloodied snow with cold disappointment. He isn't mourning his fallen kin. He's simply annoyed that his bloodkin were weak enough to be slaughtered. When he turns his eyes toward our hero, the aura is so heavy that Sungmin can barely choke out his own name. Ju Wan recognizes it immediately, identifying him as the Demon Spear. Curiously, the werewolf notes that while the rumors say the Demon Spear belongs to the orthodox factions, the dark energy radiating from the boy feels much more like one of their own. Unfortunately, Ju Wan isn't interested in a long conversation. He flares his power, a massive, fanged silhouette looming behind him as he asks Sungmin a terrifyingly simple question. How does he want to die? Just as the situation turns lethal, a familiar flame erupts from Sungmin's bracelet. Heoju, the Void Monarch, roars into existence to intervene. He mocks the crazy wolf for bullying someone so much weaker, revealing that the two have a history stretching back 4 centuries. Jo Won is stunned. He had heard the Great Void Monarch died 400 years ago, and seeing him reduced to a bodiless spirit possessing a human insect is almost too much for him to believe. The two trade barbs, Heoju mocking Ju Wan's dead fish eyes, and Ju Wan laughing at the demon's pathetic state, but the tension remains razor sharp. When Heoju offers to fight, Ju Wan surprisingly backs down. He claims he only stopped by because he was in the neighborhood and doesn't care enough about a few dead subordinates to risk a clash with a legendary spirit. As he walks back into the blizzard, he leaves Sungmin with a chilling piece of advice. Be careful in Travia, because the others won't be as merciful. Once the pressure lifts, Sungmin is left trembling, wondering if he could have won. Heoju's answer is a blunt no. He explains that Ju Wan is an inhuman who has sharpened his skills for centuries. Sungmin had zero chance of survival. The demon spirit then begins shouting, annoyed that he had to beg for the boy's life. However, instead of falling into despair, our hero smiles. Reaching the supreme peak of martial arts only to find another wall to climb makes him excited. It means his journey is far from over. But as he continues toward the city with Rubia, Ju Wan's warning about the others weighs heavily on his mind. He is right to be worried. Deep within a shadowed chamber, Ju Wan meets with a group of high-level monsters known as the Predators. He shares a magical projection of his encounter, confirming to the group that the Void Monarch has indeed returned. Among these monsters are a massive horned demon, a sinister succubus named Jeniella, and a skeletal lich named Preskin. Jeniella is particularly interested in the projection because the Demon Spear happens to be the one who destroyed one of her favorite toys recently. While the Predators gossip about the Monarch's return and the human walking in his shadow, the Lich Preskin stares at the image of Sungmin with a terrifying, singular focus. As the others bicker, the Lich's flaming eyes lock onto the spearman. To the rest of the world, he is the Demon Spear, but Preskin recognizes him as something else entirely, the heart thief he has been searching for. Before entering the city, Lee Sungmin takes a moment in the forest to study a scroll detailing the power players of Travia. It is here he first reads about Predator, an ancient and vicious organization of vampires, werewolves, and leeches. Because they stay in the shadows, most people don't realize how powerful they truly are, but the scroll identifies 5 leaders known as the Black Stars. Sungmin realizes that the wolf he just encountered, Ju Wan, is only one of them. This means there are 4 other monsters with that same suffocating level of power currently residing in the city. Heoju uses this moment of dread to start his usual recruitment pitch. He reminds our hero that humans are naturally limited when facing beings that have lived for centuries. Because he wants Sungmin to survive, he pushes him once again to abandon his humanity and become a demon. However, Sungmin shuts him down with a surge of rage. He thinks of the sword phantom Dokbi Jun, a man who traded his soul for strength and lost everything. To honor him, Sungmin vows to become strong enough to face the Black Stars while remaining himself. Heoju simply scoffs, warning him not to realize the truth when it's already too late. The truth is closer than he thinks. Deep within the blood-stained streets of Travia, the vampire queen Jeniella is currently playing with a broken toy. She is taunting the former ruler of the city, the blood-heavenly demon Baek Museon. Once a proud warrior, he is now a one-armed wreck propped against a wall. Jeniella finds his suffering beautiful, biting into his arm and tasting his desperation. She offers to regrow his limb and give him the power to defeat the girl who humbled him, but only if he becomes her servant. While Museon still refuses, his resolve is weakening, and Jeniella is already getting bored. She is a predator who loses interest the moment she finally owns her prey. Luckily for her, and unfortunately for our hero, she finds a new distraction. One of her subordinates reports that a strange human has just entered the city, one who smells like an inhuman. Jeniella immediately recognizes the description. This is the demon spear that Ju Wan mentioned. Because he's the one who broke her toys in the past, she decides to ignore Ju Wan's warning about being careful. To her, this is just a fresh form of entertainment, and she isn't about to let it pass by. As Sungmin and Rubia finally step into Travia, they are greeted by a literal city of the dead. Skeletal corpses wander the foggy streets alongside cloaked monsters, and the air smells of rot. Rubia is terrified, questioning if they can even find the important person from the monk's prophecy in this hellhole. Heyoju notes that this level of public display is abnormal, even for inhumans, proving that the city has completely fallen into madness. Just as Sungmin begins to scan the crowd, in a sudden moment from behind him, Geniella drops from the sky in a shower of energy, landing right at his heels. Before he can even draw his spear, she introduces herself with a playful, predatory smile. Our hero is now standing face to face with a black star, and the mercy Ju-won offered him in the forest has officially run out. As Sungmin stands paralyzed in the middle of the street, Heyoju's earlier warning rings hollow. The demon had assumed that because he'd intimidated the crazy wolf Ju-won, the other leaders of Predator would stay away. He was wrong. Geniella doesn't follow logic or social cues. She follows her whims. Because she's standing right in his shadow, Sungmin realizes with a cold sweat that the Void Monarch's protection has already failed him. Geniella immediately zeroes in on the spirit in the bracelet, mocking Heyoju for falling so low. The Monarch, never one to take an insult quietly, flares his spectral power and threatens to teach the little brat a lesson in manners. But Geniella isn't intimidated. She points out the cold reality. Heyoju is a bodiless soul, far past his prime. While his spirit energy is still immense, she openly doubts he could actually defeat her in her own territory. To prove her dominance, she turns her discerning demonic eyes on Rubia. This is a terrifying power that allows the vampire queen to see through the very core of a being. She cruelly dissects the cat girl's existence, pointing out that Rubia isn't a human or even a demi-human, but a magical doll whose organs are just for show. Because Geniella challenges Rubia's right to call herself a living being, the poor familiar is left sobbing in terror. When Geniella tries to use that same gaze on Sungmin, however, she hits a wall. She grips his jaw and stares into his eyes, but for the first time her demonic sight reveals absolutely nothing. Heyoju smirks at her confusion, reminding her that our hero is an anomaly who has survived trials most people can't even imagine. Instead of being frustrated, Geniella is delighted. The fact that she can't see through him makes him the perfect new toy. The encounter is briefly interrupted by a local thug who tries to grab Geniella by the hair, but she decapitates him in a sudden blur of violence without even breaking eye contact with Sungmin. Because the city is dirty and her mood is shifting, she decides to get straight to the point. She reveals that she was the one who took in the sword demon years ago. While she isn't mad that Sungmin killed him, toys break eventually after all, she admits she admires people who work hard. This is why she makes an unprecedented offer. She wants Sungmin to become her direct vampire servant. Our hero gives her a flat, no thanks, but Geniella isn't offended. In fact, she's satisfied. She notes that his eyes contain a depth of time that no normal human should be able to endure, yet they look like they could break at any moment. This vulnerability is exactly what she wants to exploit. She glides away into the fog, playfully telling him not to submit too easily. She'll be waiting for the moment he falls into despair to make the offer again. Once she's gone, Sungmin is left shaken, wondering just how strong she really was. Heyoju delivers the sobering news. Geniella is the second strongest person Sungmin has ever met. When our hero naturally asks who could possibly be stronger than a black star, Heyoju doesn't answer. Instead, the focus shifts to a dark chamber where a glowing orb reflects Sungmin's every move. The Lich Preskin has finally tracked down the Heart Thief, and he isn't planning a polite introduction. He turns to the hollow-eyed girl, Ain, and gives her the order to move out. While our hero continues his journey through the north, a new and chaotic force awakens in the frozen outskirts of Travia. A man with wild, scarred skin and glowing eyes pulls himself from the snow, grinding his teeth as he tries to remember how long he has been unconscious. This is Byakwanpei, a man whose past is a blur of violent slaughter. As he stares at the massive city walls in the distance, he wonders why he traveled this far north. While Wanpei observes the area from a distance, his narrowed eyes settle on a fight already in progress. He sees Lee Sungmin facing off against Annie, a monster girl with biological tentacles. Rather than helping or moving on, the scarred observer lets out a sinister chuckle and prepares to move toward the conflict, clearly amused by the pairing of a spearman and a tentacle monster. To understand how our hero ended up in this snowy confrontation, we have to look back a few days to his time inside the city. While walking the cold streets with Rubia, they were intercepted by a hooded figure who turned out to be the Black Mage, Kim Jong-un. Because they previously worked together to kill the sword demon, the encounter begins on friendly terms, though Jong-un jokingly claims he is in town for sightseeing, despite the mangled corpses littering the alleys. However, the tone shifts when the mage asks if Sungmin has heard of Predator. Jong-un explains that the Inhumans, monsters that eat humans, have officially begun to make their move. Because they defeated the former ruler, the Blood Heavenly Demon, high-level monsters known as the Black Stars are now flooding into Travia to disrupt the world order. He warns that these beings possess enough strength to erase entire alliances from the earth. Jong-un believes a new history is about to start in this city, and he admits he is eager to see it happen. Back in the present, Rubia wonders if our boy should have accepted Jonghyun's invitation to stay at his house, suggesting the mage might be the important person they are searching for. But our protagonist refuses because the mage makes him uneasy. He's convinced that staying with Jonghyun would only lead to him being dissected. Because no one said the important person had to be inside the city walls, the duo has headed back out into the wild to continue their search. Unfortunately, their exploration is cut short when a sudden slash of energy splashes blood across the snow. Aini appears, staring with empty purple eyes and claiming she is finally strong enough to finish what she started. Because she now possesses infinite mana and enhanced energy, our hero realizes he is in a dire situation. He activates his black heart, lunging forward for a mid-air clash that results in a blinding explosion of light. But the duel is abruptly cut short. A massive shockwave shatters the ground as Byuk Wonpai, the wild-haired man from the rock, intervenes by landing heavily between the two fighters. He mocks them for having fun without him and demands to join the fight, releasing a surge of physical force so powerful that both Lee Sungmin and Aini are blown backward. Our hero is left propped up in the snow, coughing up blood and wondering who could possibly be strong enough to take them both down at once. As the situation clears, the stranger reveals his identity with a bloody grin. He is the crazy heavenly demon, and the power balance of the encounter has just been completely shattered. To understand the gravity of this situation, we have to realize who Byuk Wonpai really is. Long before this encounter, the dragon sword Namgung Hiwon gave our hero a chilling piece of advice. If you ever meet the crazy heavenly demon, just run. In the world of Area, there are 3 legendary heavenly demons, including the famous Wiji Hoyeon, but Hiwon believes Wonpai is the only one who truly earns the title because his power is so primal and overwhelming. Back in the present, that power is on full display. Ain is struggling to even stand after Wonpai's initial entrance. Because he lives for the thrill of the hunt, the crazy heavenly demon mocks her fading spirit and demands she keep playing with him. This forces a desperate, enraged retaliation from the monster girl. She lunges at him with everything she has, but Wonpai doesn't even flinch. Instead, he throws his arms wide and unleashes a fire-infused palm strike so massive it shatters the earth and creates a literal inferno. Watching through a magical globe, the Lich Presscan begins to panic. He realizes that even with Ain's incredible regeneration, she won't survive if her entire body is turned to ash. Because Wonpai is such a direct threat, Presscan screams at Ain to stop being stubborn and flee. Luckily for her, the monster girl listens. Despite her scorched body and torn tentacles, she manages to regenerate just enough to fly away at blinding speed. With his first toy gone, Wonpai turns his terrifying attention toward Lee Sungmin. Our hero is paralyzed by a strange sensation. Even though he's never met this man, something deep in his heart reacts to the master's presence. This feeling is confirmed by the spirit Haeoju, who is watching from the shadows of the armor. The demon spirit realizes something is very wrong and demands that Sungmin capture the old man instead of killing him. Our hero finds this request completely absurd because he isn't even sure he can survive, let alone take the legend prisoner. The conversation is interrupted when Wonpai suddenly seems to regain a bit of clarity. He touches the blood on his chest and realizes he is in Travia, concluding that he must have been in a killing spree blackout for months to have wandered this far north. However, the moment of reflection is short-lived. Because he doesn't know when he'll lose his mind again, he decides to enjoy his lucidity by fighting. Wonpai vanishes in a blur, reappearing instantly in front of our guy with fists glowing in red energy. When Sungmin desperately asks for a reason for the fight, the crazy heavenly demon simply roars that 2 martial artists meeting is reason enough. He leaps into the air and brings down a strike so heavy that the impact creates a massive crater in the snow. Sungmin is barely holding on. He realizes that this man's raw power actually surpasses the Wiji Hoyeon doppelganger he fought previously. He can't even find an opening to parry because the pressure is too intense. As they clash, a massive explosion of energy forces them apart, leaving both standing at the edge of a smoking pit. While Wonpai is delighted to find a youngster with such impressive energy, Lee Sungmin is internally looking for any chance to escape, but Haeoju won't let him. The spirit erupts from Sungmin's chest, screaming that he must stay and fight. The reason becomes terrifyingly clear as Wonpai begins to glow with a familiar blood-red light. Haeoju realizes with a shock that the power the crazy heavenly demon is using isn't just martial arts, it's actually Haeoju's own demonic power. Shockwaves and debris fill the air as Lee Sungmin stares in disbelief. He's just realized the terrifying truth. The energy swirling around Byuk Wonpai isn't just standard martial power, it's the Void Monarch's demonic energy. Because this is the exact same power he draws from his own bracelet, our boy is momentarily stunned. However, he quickly forces himself to snap out of it. He knows that getting distracted in a fight against a legend like this is a death sentence. Unfortunately, knowing he needs to win and actually doing it are 2 very different things. When Sungmin tries to go on the offensive with a high-speed fatal flash, Wonpai doesn't even dodge. He simply reaches out and catches the shaft of the spear with his bare hand. This moment of pure dominance shatters our hero's confidence. While he felt he could eventually beat the monster girl Ain, he looks at the crazy heavenly demon and sees no path to victory. To him, he is facing a martial artist who has reached a truly transcendent level. But our guy has never been one to roll over and die. He reminds himself that every time he's been backed into a corner, he's used that pressure to improve. He unleashes a flurry of strikes, but Wanpei deflects the energy with his palms as if he's swatting away flies, calling the moves petty tricks. The situation turns critical when Seungmin tries to leap out of sight for a specialized strike. Because Wanpei is reckless and impatient, he simply detonates his internal energy, leveling everything in the vicinity just to flush our hero out. Luckily, Seungmin's Ori Halcon magic armor and a last-second defensive surge keep him alive, though he emerges from the smoke battered and bleeding. Wanpei is actually starting to get suspicious. He notices that this 20-year-old has energy reserves equal to his own. He wonders if Seungmin has undergone age regression or if he's secretly the little heavenly demon in disguise. Our boy flatly denies it, but Wanpei doesn't care about the details. He just wants to enjoy the fight. As Wanpei prepares a massive palm strike, our boy reflects on the 2,100 years he spent in that hellish void. He asks himself why he didn't just quit. Was it greed? Was it hate? No, it was simply because he loves martial arts. That realization sparks a change. As they continue to trade blows, Wanpei notices something terrifying. The little rascal is getting faster and stronger with every single exchange. At first he thinks it's a mid-fight enlightenment, but Heyoju knows better. Our hero isn't learning anything new. He's simply walking back down a path he's already traveled. Because the balance of his energies is collapsing under the pressure of the fight, the 2,100 years of power he lost when he returned to his physical body finally starting to surge out. Sensing that he's actually starting to lose ground, Wanpei decides he can't hold back anymore. He prepares to go all out, but in that split second, our boy spots the opening he's been waiting for. With a desperate surge of light, he executes the sixth form, Path of Nothingness. The strike is so dangerous that Wanpei can only scream in pain as blood sprays from his head. The legendary demon has been hit, but in this world, wounding a madman often just makes them more dangerous. The battle shifts in a heartbeat when Lee Seungmin lands a devastating blow to the side of Byuk Wanpei's head. The Path of Nothingness connects with such precision that the legendary demon actually recoils in shock, realizing too late that this brat found a legitimate opening. However, Wanpei isn't a legend for nothing. Because he feels his life is truly on the line, he stops holding back and unleashes his ultimate counter, the Vortex Blood Tempest. A gargantuan blast of energy consumes the area, leaving a smoldering crater where our hero once stood. As the smoke settles, a bloodied Wanpei gasps for air, feeling a pang of rare regret. He assumes Seungmin has been erased from existence, lamenting that if the boy had only 10 more years, he would have been unstoppable. But just as Wanpei begins to mourn, the mist parts. Seungmin bursts through the haze and delivers a crushing kick directly to the demon's jaw. Wanpei is staggered, not just by the kick, but by the fact that anyone could survive his tempest. The reason becomes clear as a massive blue flaming spirit looms behind our boy. Heyoju, the Void Monarch, has fully manifested, seizing control to save his host's life. He pins the larger man down, his eyes glowing with a terrifying light. He identifies Wanpei as a demonic power thief, demanding to know how a human is using the monarch's own signature energy. Heyoju senses that the demonic power is buried deep within Wanpei's energy core. It's a level of power that should be impossible for a human to control, which explains the man's recurring madness. In a desperate struggle, Wanpei's indomitable will actually manages to fight back, forcing the spirit to relinquish control of Seungmin's body. Our hero collapses, coughing blood, realizing that while he survived, his physical body still hasn't caught up to the 2,100 years of mental training he endured. Once the dust truly settles and Wanpei lies unconscious, Heyoju makes a startling claim. This crazy old man is the important person the prophecy mentioned. Because Wanpei has successfully integrated demonic power into his martial arts, even with the side effect of insanity, he holds the key to Seungmin's future. If our boy can learn his methods, he can finally use his full power while maintaining his humanity. When Wanpei eventually stirs, he shares his tragic history. He explains that years ago, he visited a tribe in the south who possessed incredible strength, but no technique. In exchange for teaching them martial arts, they gave him an elixir and a secret breathing method. This allowed him to shatter his limits, but the cost was an energy deviation that turned him into a feral monster. He spent years as a passenger in his own body, drifting through blackouts and killing sprees. Seeing the man's pathetic state, Seungmin makes a bold, life-changing offer. "I'll cure your insanity for you." He explains that Wanpei isn't just suffering from a standard energy imbalance, he's suffering from the raw nature of demonic power. Because Seungmin knows specific sorcery techniques to guard the mind, he promises to end the nightmare. A desperate, hopeful Wanpei grabs our hero's shoulders, swearing to do whatever it takes. Seungmin's first instruction is simple but brutal. "First, you must receive a slap from me." Before the legend can even process the words, Sungmin delivers a bone-shattering strike to his face, leaving Rubia horrified and the crazy heavenly demon completely stunned. After the situation settles, the spectral spirit Heoju drops a bombshell. He recognizes the source of Byuk Wanpai's power. Apparently, a tribe in the south used to worship Heoju centuries ago, and Wanpai must have encountered their descendants. Because Heoju is the original owner of that demonic energy, he realizes this is a golden opportunity. If Lee Sungmin can learn the breathing technique Wanpai uses, he can finally harness his own demonic power without any risk. Our boy is naturally skeptical, fearing that learning a madman's technique will turn him into a monster too. Luckily, Heoju clears things up. Wanpai only went insane because the demonic power in his body has no master and is running wild. However, because Heoju is literally bound to Sungmin, that power will stay perfectly obedient. This is why Heoju tells our boy to strike a deal. I'll cure your insanity if you teach me how you breathe. The treatment starts with a bone-shattering slap to Wanpai's face, but the negotiation hits a wall immediately. Wanpai explains that he physically cannot teach the technique because he made a word incantation oath to the southern tribe. In this world, breaking such a magical promise means instant death. This forces a change of plans. Since they can't learn it from the man, they have to go to the source. Heoju is actually thrilled by this because his ancient treasure storage is also hidden in the south. Just like that, the crazy heavenly demon has officially joined the team. As they begin the long trek, Wanpai is surprisingly obedient. He's confused by his own lack of desire to rebel, but Heoju explains the hidden logic. Since Wanpai carries Heoju's energy, he instinctively views the spirit, and by extension, Sungmin, as a parent figure he cannot disobey. Despite the stinging slaps to his cheeks, Wanpai admits his mind has never been clearer. He agrees to follow our boy, starting with a return trip to Travia for some much-needed rest. During the walk, Sungmin asks a heavy question. Just how strong is the crazy heavenly demon compared to the rest of the world? Wanpai responds by showing a massive, jagged scar on his back. He reveals that 10 years ago, he was nearly killed by the Sword Supreme, a member of a shadow organization called Beyond the Heavens. This revelation shakes our hero's perspective. Even though Wanpai is immensely powerful, he admits he couldn't last 100 exchanges with that man. It's a sobering reminder that there are monsters in this world who have trained for thousands of years, far surpassing the surface world masters. While our hero processes the scale of the world's true power, the scene shifts far away to a tense meeting. Weiji Hoyan is currently being cornered by that very same Sword Supreme. He offers her a spot in Beyond the Heavens, claiming it's a cure for the loneliness of being at the top. But Hoyan isn't interested. She mocks his absurd reason for forming a group and flatly refuses. She tells the legend that she isn't lonely at all, because she has someone chasing her closely from behind. Infuriated by her lack of manners, the Sword Supreme releases a dark, suffocating aura, intending to force the lowest rank on her. But Hoyan just laughs, flaring her own overwhelming energy. She isn't intimidated by the heavens. She's ready to tear them down. Upon arriving in the city of Travia, the crazy heavenly demon, Wanpai, decides he needs to settle some personal business. He informs the group that he has an old acquaintance nearby he wishes to visit. When our hero, Lee Sungmin, suspiciously asks if the old man is trying to make a run for it, Wanpai snaps back shouting that he'd go crazy without his treatment slaps. Because Wanpai is insistent, the group follows him into a dim alleyway. He stops before a weathered building, explaining that a huge fool resides there. Seeing that this is a private matter, Sungmin tells the old man to meet them at the local tavern once he's finished. Wanpai agrees, leaving our hero and his companion Rubia alone in the dark streets of the city. The quiet doesn't last long, however, as Sungmin senses they are being watched. A purple crow, controlled by the Lich Prescon, lands on a nearby ledge. When Sungmin calls out the observer, a massive ghostly skull silhouette erupts behind the bird. The Lich is furious because our boy is currently carrying the Black Heart, a powerful artifact Prescan spent his entire life creating. Sungmin remains completely unfazed by the spectral display. He points out that he didn't steal the heart on purpose, and reminds the Lich that a dark mage caught performing human experiments isn't exactly in a position to take the moral high ground. To gain leverage, our protagonist decides to play a dangerous card. He mentions his connection to Lloyd, the master of the Golden Magic Tower. Because Sungmin once saved Lloyd's life, he threatens to mobilize the entire Magic Tower to hunt the Lich down. This threat works perfectly. The crow flinches in visible panic. The Lich realizes that if the powerful mages of the tower get involved, they might discover the secret nature of the Black Heart and destroy whoever holds it, himself included. Under this pressure, the Lich finally explains what the heart actually does. It is an organ designed for predation and evolution, meaning it devours the hearts of others to absorb their knowledge and abilities. While the Lich intended this for his daughter, Ain, the heart is now adapting to Sungmin's human body. Although our hero can't grow tentacles like the monster Ain, the heart allows him to perfectly absorb high-level medicines, such as the revitalization pills he consumed earlier. Satisfied with this explanation, Sungmin casually slaps the crow away, having learned enough about the power pulsing in his chest. As Sungmin and Rubia begin to walk away, they are interrupted by a familiar voice. Wonpai has returned much sooner than expected, but he isn't alone. He is dragging along a disheveled, bloodshot man named Baek Museon, known to the world as the Blood Heavenly Demon. Through a brief look at what happened moments earlier, we see that Wonpai found his old friend rotting away in a dark room, drowned in booze and drugs. Museon has completely given up on life because he lost his arm and his pride in a fight against a young prodigy. He believes that since he cannot match the absurd talent of those like the little heavenly demon, there is no point in trying. Wonpai, however, refuses to let his friend wallow in self-pity. He roars at Museon, explaining that true warriors don't quit just because a mountain looks too high. To prove that age and reputation don't matter, Wonpai confesses that he himself was nearly killed that very day by a 23-year-old brat. Back in the present, Wonpai looks a bit embarrassed to admit he lost to a youngster, but his plan works. Museon stares at our hero with intense, wide eyes, suddenly confronted with the living proof of Wonpai's claims. When Wonpai presents Lee Sungmin to his old friend, the reception is cold. Baek Museon, the once great Blood Heavenly Demon, is completely unimpressed. Because our protagonist doesn't radiate the overwhelming presence of a legendary master, Museon accuses Wonpai of lying about the boy's talent. He scoffs at the idea that this decently strong kid could ever be on the level of the genius who defeated him. Wonpai, however, has an ulterior motive for this meeting. He pulls our hero aside and explains the situation. Ever since Museon lost his arm to the little heavenly demon, he has been drowning in a sea of inferiority. Wonpai believes the only way to snap his friend out of this spiral is through brute force therapy. He wants Sungmin to crush Museon's ego once more, hoping a fresh defeat will force the old warrior to face reality. To sweeten the deal, Wonpai offers to teach our boy a secret blood art. While Sungmin initially rejects the offer, knowing he already has his hands full with his current techniques, Museon's sheer arrogance eventually pushes him over the edge. The fallen master gets right in Sungmin's face, mocking his youth and warning him that he'll eventually meet a real monster and feel true despair. This irony causes our protagonist to let out a dry, bitter laugh. He finds the situation ridiculous because he has lived through that exact despair himself. In his eyes, Museon is making a pathetic scene over a single loss, whereas the girl who beat them both, Weiji Hoyeon, is practically a saint for how she handles her power. Fed up with the nonsense, Sungmin finally accepts the challenge, coldly telling the loser to stop talking and start fighting. As the duel begins in the streets of Travia, Museon lunges forward with his crimson phantom mist art, fueled by a desperate need to prove he won't lose to another brat. However, he quickly realizes he has underestimated our hero. Sungmin stays aggressive, utilizing a high-level spear form called Fatal Flash. While Museon thinks the boy is relying purely on speed, he is stunned to see Sungmin using complex footwork to manipulate and fire off enhanced energy. This is a technique Sungmin learned from his former mentor, Baek Sogo, and it allows him to deliver a two-step death blow that catches the one-armed warrior completely off guard. Because Museon spent the last 3 years drinking instead of adapting his style to his disability, he is easily overwhelmed. Sungmin follows up with a series of relentless strikes, eventually pinning the legendary master to the dirt with a spear at his throat. When the bloodied Museon bitterly claims that a worm like Sungmin can't be compared to a dragon like Weiji Hoyeon, our boy simply retorts that Museon must be even lower than a worm then. He lectures the broken man on his wasted years, pointing out that the fight would have been competitive if Museon had actually bothered to train after his defeat. Sungmin walks away, feeling grim about the lesson he just delivered. While Wonpai remains optimistic that his friend will use this loss as motivation to stand up again, our protagonist is more skeptical. He knows from personal experience that constant despair doesn't always lead to growth. Sometimes, it just breaks a person. Unfortunately, Sungmin's instincts prove correct. Later that night, as Museon lies defeated in the dark, he is approached by a predatory woman named Yahello. Instead of seeking to regain his honor through training, the desperate warrior makes a dark plea. He asks her to turn him into a vampire. In a grand, dimly lit mansion, a meeting is taking place that signals a dangerous shift for our protagonist. Yahello, the vampire queen, is hosting a black mage named Kim Jong-un. She is fascinated by him because, unlike most black mages who perish alongside their masters, Jong-hyun managed to survive the death of his previous lord, the Demon King. Our hero's rival is quite humble about his survival, chalking it up to a series of lucky coincidences. As they talk, Jong-hyun offers her a drink made from the blood of 10 humans. While this might seem like a move to prove he's abandoned his humanity, the mage laughs it off. He doesn't feel the need for such gestures because his cold, dark aura already makes his nature clear. This confidence impresses the queen. She admits they click remarkably well, even calling him the second most insane human she's ever encountered. Because of this mutual respect, Yahello officially welcomes him into Predator, an organization of monsters, by gifting him a red star emblem. However, the ceremony is interrupted by news that Lee Sungmin, the human Yahello is quite fond of, is planning to leave the region of Travia. This news prompts the queen to turn toward a massive, monstrous figure lurking in the shadows. This is Museon, a creature who was previously humiliated by our boy, Sungmin. Yahello decides to give Museon his long-awaited revenge, but with one catch. He has her permission to intercept the boy, but he is strictly forbidden from killing him. While this plot unfolds, Jongyun watches from the sidelines with a smirk. He knows exactly who the first insane human is, and he realizes Sungmin has just stumbled into something very troublesome. Using his magic, the Black Mage creates a projection to watch our hero from afar, wishing him luck in the coming conflict. At the same time, Sungmin is finishing a grueling 2-month training session with Wanpai, also known as the Crazy Heavenly Demon. The training is chaotic, often ending with Wanpai striking our hero for failing to grasp energy techniques. Despite the rough treatment, Sungmin stays focused. He originally rejected Wanpei's offer to teach him the Vortex Blood Demon God's secret art, because he didn't want to overcomplicate his martial arts style. Eventually, he gave in to Wanpei's persistent sales pitch, though he made it clear he was only there for the technique and not to become a formal disciple. As the year comes to a close, our protagonist reflects on his progress. He has spent 10 years preparing for a specific prophecy, and he's finally ready to leave Travia to reunite with an old friend. Unfortunately, his departure is immediately cut short. While standing in the snow, Wanpai catches the scent of blood on the wind. When the group looks up at the cliffs above, they see a figure shrouded in energy. To Wanpei's horror, he recognizes the bloodshot eye of the monster waiting for them. It's his old friend Museon, who has been completely transformed into a beast. The tension in the snowy clearing reaches a breaking point as Baek Museon fully reveals his horrific transformation. Both Sungmin and the veteran Wanpai are frozen in shock at the sight of the man standing before them. Museon is no longer the martial artist they once knew. His hair has grown wild, his teeth have sharpened into fangs, and he radiates a predatory red light. As Heoju, the purple spirit haunting Sungmin, bluntly puts it, the man has become a monster. Specifically, he has turned into a vampire. Wanpai is devastated by this, roaring in disappointment that his old friend would throw away his pride as a martial artist for power. But Museon just laughs. To him, pride couldn't restore his lost arm or grant him this new, invincible body. He clarifies that he isn't even here for personal revenge anymore. Those human feelings have faded. Instead, he is acting as a tool for the vampire queen, Yahello, tasked with bringing Sungmin to utter despair. Sensing the immense danger, our protagonist takes a combat stance and asks Wanpai to protect the cat girl, Rubia. Heoju warns him to be careful, noting that Museon is far stronger than any low-rank vampire because the queen shared a massive portion of her own strength with him. The battle begins with an explosion of violence. Museon lunges with a blur of red energy, forcing Sungmin to combine everything he's learned. He weaves his Violet Dawn mystic art with the Vortex Blood technique he just studied, unleashing a massive energy dragon known as the Nine Dragon Destruction. It's a spectacular display of power, but as the smoke clears, Museon is still standing, completely unfazed. Before our hero can react, the vampire counterattacks with blinding speed. A single strike sends Sungmin flying through solid rock, leaving him defeated and face down in the snow. As the boy lies unconscious, Museon looms over him with a sadistic grin. He plans to follow the queen's orders to keep the boy alive, but decides he'll start by removing the boy's tongue and limbs. Luckily, Wanpai refuses to stand by. He catches Museon's wrist midair, his face twisted in a look of absolute authority. Even though Museon warns him to stay out of it, Wanpai declares that he is no longer watching a duel. He is protecting his successor from a blood-starved beast. With a sickening crack, he snaps the vampire's wrist. The injury doesn't stop Museon for long. His arm heals instantly, and he finds it amusing that Wanpai has finally found a successor in the boy. He welcomes the chance to kill the crazy heavenly demon with his own hands, and the two veterans clash, creating shockwaves that rattle the entire area. While the masters fight, Rubia desperately tries to save Sungmin by pouring an elixir down his throat. Heoju watches with deep concern, knowing that even if the boy wakes up, the gap in power is simply too wide to overcome. He begins to think the only way out is to force Sungmin to accept his own demonic energy, a risky move he's been hesitant to make. However, as the spirit watches the boy's body, his expression shifts from worry to absolute shock. Something impossible is happening. Despite his internal organs being shredded, a strange, fierce energy begins to radiate from our protagonist. Suddenly, Sungmin's eyes are about to open. Heoju, the powerful Void Monarch, can hardly believe his eyes as he stares down at Lee Sungmin. Our protagonist should be dead or dying after the brutal beating he just took, yet something impossible is happening. While his body heals in the real world, our guy is drifting through a mental void, surrounded by a thick mist. He catches a fleeting glimpse of his old friend, the little heavenly demon, which seems to anchor his consciousness. When his eyes finally snap open, they aren't normal anymore. They are glowing with a vibrant, star-like energy. For a moment, our hero is disoriented, even questioning if he actually died. However, the sudden sound of a massive explosion nearby snaps him back to reality. Through a mental vision, Sungmin sees the violent clash between Wanpai and the vampire, Museon. This sight hits him like a bolt of lightning, forcing him to realize that he cannot afford to die yet. He has too much left to do, and too many people counting on him, which is why he forces his hand to twitch and his eyes to flare with light. Unfortunately, the recovery is violent. Our protagonist suddenly vomits a spray of blood, terrifying poor Rubia, who thinks he has reached his limit. But strangely, Sungmin feels better than ever. Because his internal injuries healed in such a unique way, his inner energy is now flowing with a harmony he's never felt before. Heoju realizes that the black heart he'd heard about has finally evolved, effectively rebuilding our hero's body from the verge of death. As Sungmin stands up, draped in a celestial aura, Wanpai can only grin in disbelief at the change. He asks what happened, and our boy simply responds with cold confidence that his body just doesn't die easily. Deep down, the young warrior is questioning the source of this power. He remembers a prophecy about being loved by a chaos god, and suspects this unknown entity is the one pulling the strings. But since there's no point in overthinking it now, he decides to use this newfound strength to its full extent. This sudden shift in power completely rattles Museon. The vampire can sense that the aura around our hero has completely changed, and he's terrified that his opponent reached enlightenment while on death's door. Driven by a mix of rage and the power gifted to him by his queen, Museon lunges for a killing blow, but the result is immediate and devastating. Sungmin moves so fast he is a blur, slamming the vampire into the snow with enough force to create a massive crater. Museon is left coughing up blood, completely humiliated. He is confused because our hero isn't even using his spear to fight. Our hero calmly explains that if he used his weapon, the fight would already be over, and he isn't done testing his new limits yet. Driven by a final, desperate madness, Museon tries one last time to reclaim his dignity as the blood heavenly demon. He screams about his loyalty to Queen Yahello, but it's clear he's lost his way. Our protagonist looks down at him with pity, noting that even in his final moments, the man is only thinking about his queen rather than his own path as a martial artist. Seeing his old friend reduced to a mindless puppet, Wanpai turns away in heavy disappointment. He gives the word to end the misery, and with a final decisive flash of energy, our hero sends the fallen vampire off for good. The battle in the north has finally come to a close, leaving Lee Sung-min standing over the defeated vampire Baek Museon. Because the encounter was so brutal, the spearman is left with more questions than answers. He still doesn't understand why the vampire queen, Yahello, used Museon to attack him. Shaking off the lingering pained expression, he decides they have seen enough of the frozen waste. Our boy declares it's time to go, vowing never to return to the dark memories of Travia again. Meanwhile, back in her opulent mansion, Yahello watches our hero's departure through a magical purple projection. She is genuinely intrigued because, despite the life-or-death struggle, Sungmin never tapped into the demonic energy of the Void Monarch. This unusual self-reliance makes her desire him as a servant even more. When the Black Mage, Kim Jong-hyun, asks what she looks for in a human, the queen explains her specific taste. She wants someone who fears despair, but refuses to fall into it. She mockingly tells Jong-hyun he doesn't qualify because he is a hollow human who has already given up. Before he leaves, she delivers a chilling prophecy, predicting that the mage will fail in his goals and die a horrible death. Jong-hyun brushes off the curse and prepares to leave the north himself. Because he has officially joined the monster organization Predator and his guild leave is ending, he must return to the Black Magic Tower. He reflects on the Apostle of the Apocalypse, realizing that fate seems determined to keep pulling him and Sungmin together. As he vanishes into a mass of purple energy, he looks forward to seeing what kind of man our hero becomes by the time they next cross paths. The scene shifts to the bustling streets of Rubes, the central city of Area. Known as the City of Dreams, it is a massive, technologically advanced metropolis, where the Mage Guilds and the Mercenary Guild HQ are all located. Because it sits right beside the Muram Alliance, the city is swarmed with elite martial artists and powerful mages. Our protagonist feels the pressure of the city immediately, noting that even an A-rank warrior is considered a nobody here. When the group goes to register at the local guild, the receptionist isn't easily impressed. She acknowledges Sungmin's S-rank status but loses her patience when the crazy heavenly demon, Baek Wanpai, starts shouting and slamming his medallion on the counter. The receptionist warns the old man that any trouble will be met with immediate force. This causes Wanpai to sweat and backtrack, as even he knows better than to recklessly pick a fight in such a heavily guarded sanctuary. Once they are clear of the desk, the cat girl, Rubia, pops out of Sungmin's cloak. She is excited to be back in Rubes, revealing that the city is home to the master of the Golden Magic Tower, Lloyd. To Sungmin's surprise, he learns that Lloyd was actually an apprentice to Rubia's master, Enverus. Because Lloyd previously promised to grant our hero a favor, and because Rubia hopes her master left a message for her there, they decide to make the tower their first stop. To get across the sprawling city, the group heads to a cavernous station to board the local specialty, a massive steam-powered train. Rubia explains that this marvel was created through a rare collaboration between mages, technicians, and skilled dwarven craftsmen. While the demon spirit Heoju grumbles about the cost of the tickets, Wanpei is like a child with a new toy, insisting on the window seat so he can watch the scenery. The train moves with incredible speed, crossing the rocky terrain and arriving at the Golden Magic Tower station in record time. The group finally enters the towering golden structure, where Rubia leads them through a grand chandelier-lit corridor. They are greeted by a blonde-bearded man in a monocle sitting amongst a vast library of scrolls. This is Master Lloyd, the Golden Magic Tower Master. He looks up from his work, acknowledging his unexpected visitors with a knowing look. Our hero has finally come to collect on that old promise, and the secrets of the Magic Tower are about to be revealed. Inside the Golden Magic Tower, a long overdue reunion takes place between Rubia and Master Lloyd. It has been 7 years since they last met, and while the cat-eared familiar hasn't aged a day, Lloyd is struck by how much Lee Sungmin has transformed. Our protagonist is no longer the weak boy from their previous encounter, but a composed warrior. Because Lloyd owes the young man a favor, he invites the spearman to name his price, though he jokingly warns that even a tower master has his limits. Strangely, our boy doesn't ask for a reward immediately. Instead, the group focuses on a more pressing matter, the whereabouts of Rubia's master, Enverus. Because Enverus is a mage with a twisted causality, who survived the trials of the god of time, his movements are difficult to track. Lloyd reveals that the mysterious mage visited him recently, but left a cryptic instruction for Rubia and Sungmin to head south. This news fits perfectly with our hero's plans, as he already intended to travel south to master his demonic energy. However, Enverus left a final, chilling warning. Sungmin must not stray from the path of humanity. The weight of this advice is felt immediately when the spirit Heoju flares up behind our hero. Heoju realizes that Enverus likely foresaw their meeting and planned for the demon to join the journey. Before leaving, Sungmin questions Lloyd about the Lich Preskin's presence in the north. Lloyd explains that he cannot intervene because Preskin is protected by the vampire queen Yahello and a superior lich named Arbez. This revelation shocks our hero, as it implies Enverus possesses enough power to rival these legendary monsters. After a failed attempt to find Scarlet at the Red Tower, the group prepares for their next move. While Rubia judges Wanpei for acting like a country bumpkin with his new souvenirs, our protagonist is fixated on the calendar. Tomorrow is March 14th, the day of the 10-year promise he made to Weiji Hoyon. Even Heoju acknowledges that while Hoyon was a young monster a year ago, Sungmin has finally become a full-fledged monster himself. Restless and unable to shake his nerves, our guy heads into the moonlit streets to train. His precise spear strikes catch the attention of a stranger watching from the shadows, Yu Hojung, also known as the Ironclad Spear. Because Hojung is one of the top-ranked spearmen in the world, he recognizes our hero's skill as something beyond even a martial arts founder. However, the conversation turns tense when Hojung questions why a righteous warrior like the Demon Spear is traveling with a notorious criminal like the crazy Heavenly Demon. He even offers to help Sungmin kill Wanpei, but our hero coldly declines. This prompts Hojung to leave with a veiled threat, warning that the Sword of Justice will find Sungmin if he turns toward evil. Finally, the promised day arrives. While Wanpei runs off to enjoy the city's sights, our hero is a nervous wreck. Heoju relentlessly teases him, claiming his pounding heart is a sign of romantic affection rather than just a friendly reunion. Flustered and fed up with the demon's constant commentary, Sungmin decides he's had enough. Because he wants a moment of peace before meeting Hoyan, he reaches for his bracelet and begins to forcibly remove it. This triggers a violent explosion of light as the connection between our hero and the Void Monarch is abruptly severed. In the center of the city square, Lee Sungmin stands by a stone fountain, the constant flow of water marking the passage of time. Because this is the exact spot and time he promised to meet his friend 10 years ago, his anxiety is through the roof. He realizes he arrived an hour too early, and the wait is forcing him to overthink everything. He briefly wonders if he should have brought flowers, but he immediately flushes red at the thought, reminding himself that this is just a meeting between old companions. As he waits, our hero clenches his fist, wondering if he has truly become worthy of standing beside a genius like Weiji Hoyon. He reflects on his past, remembering how he desperately struggled for her recognition even when she called him talentless or stupid. To him, her praise was the ultimate goal, leaving him to wonder what his life would even look like if she finally acknowledged his hard work. When the noon bell finally rings, our boy scans the crowd with an intense gaze, but the square remains empty. Because he is certain of the date, his confusion turns to worry. He calls out to the empty air, summoning the shadow broker Neville from a black mist. Sungmin demands to know Weiji Hoyon's current location, and the report he receives is a shock to his system. Neville reveals that the little heavenly demon is currently at the city's southern gate, engaged in a violent clash with Yu Hojung, the Ironclad Spear. This news makes no sense to our protagonist. He knows that under normal circumstances, Hoyon should easily overpower someone of Hojung's level. Because he suspects something has gone horribly wrong, he he ignores the city's laws against mobility arts and leaps onto the rooftops. He soars across the city in a blur of energy, his mind racing with dread as he wonders what could have possibly weakened his friend enough to put her in danger. At the southern gate, the situation is grim. Yu Hojung, draped in spiked armor, stands triumphantly over a battered and bloodied Weiji Hoyeon. He mocks her for not living up to her reputation, pointing out that her black blood proves she is in an abnormal, weakened state. Hoyeon, barely able to look up, questions why he is attacking her, but Hojung dismisses her words as the desperate talk of a villain. He admits his methods are dishonorable, but he believes killing her now, while she is vulnerable, is a necessary act of justice before she becomes truly unstoppable. Faced with her end, Hoyeon doesn't ask for mercy. Instead, she quietly asks for the time. When she learns it is just past noon, she closes her eyes in heartbreak, realizing she has broken her 10-year promise to Sungmin. As Hojung approaches to deliver the final blow, Hoyeon finds herself apologizing in her mind to the boy she wanted to see one last time. But the end doesn't come. In a sudden, explosive blur, a man lands forcefully between the predator and his prey. Yu Hojung is thrown back by the impact, while Hoyeon looks up in total disbelief. Hojung is furious, demanding to know why the demon spear would protect a villain. Sungmin ignores the ironclad spear's manic screaming about justice and turns back toward the injured girl. Hoyeon's voice trembles as she asks if it's really him. With a gentle, confident smile, our hero confirms his identity, standing protectively over her as a living shield. Enraged that he is being ignored, Yu Hojung lunges with a massive drill-tipped spear strike. Our boy remains perfectly still until the last microsecond, parrying the heavy weapon with effortless precision. Before Hojung can even process the shock, Sungmin delivers a crushing retaliatory blow. The battle in the city streets reaches a boiling point as Lee Sungmin stands ready with a heavy aura radiating from his body. Facing him is Yu Hojung, the ironclad spear, who is visibly shaken by the sudden intervention. Because Sungmin is wearing magical armor that heals itself in real time, Hojung realizes he isn't fighting a normal warrior. This forced the ironclad spear to stop holding back. He activates his personal enhancements for strength and speed, lunging forward with a massive energy vortex. Luckily, our protagonist has spent centuries refining his instincts. As the two masters collide in a massive explosion, Sungmin realizes that despite his own growth, this will be a difficult fight. However, the battle ends much faster than expected. Because of his superior speed and refined spear techniques, our hero manages to bypass Hojung's defenses and strike him down. Within moments, the once arrogant ironclad spear is left bloodied and defeated on the cobblestones. As a crowd of spectators begins to gather, Sungmin realizes it is dangerous to stay in the open. He quickly secures the weakened Weiji Hoyeon on his back, ready to retreat. Even in her pained state, Hoyeon is struck by the irony of their situation, admitting she never imagined their 10-year reunion would involve her being a damsel in distress. But the tender moment is cut short by a wave of embarrassment. Because Hoyeon is physically close to him, the normally stoic Sungmin becomes incredibly flustered, sweating and blushing so profusely that Hoyeon jokingly asks if she's too heavy for him. Behind them, Yu Hojung struggles to his knees, screaming that Sungmin is turning his back on justice by protecting the little heavenly demon. He warns that the Muram Alliance will brand him a villain and send an extermination unit to hunt them down. Our hero stops just long enough to deliver a cold, piercing look over his shoulder. He explains that he has zero interest in the game of factions between black and white martial arts. To him, saving a friend is the only thing that matters. He gives the fallen man a final dismissive warning to value his life and stop chasing a fight he can't win. As they leap across the city rooftops to escape, the spirit Heoju manifests to question their next move. Heoju suggests leaving the city immediately, but Sungmin refuses. He realizes that escaping an elite pursuit unit while carrying an injured friend is a losing game. Instead, he decides to roll the dice on a dangerous gamble, seeking sanctuary with the unorthodox demonic alliance. While Heoju mocks this as a naive move, Sungmin knows that in such a dire situation, the enemies of his enemies are his only hope. The situation becomes even more urgent when Heoju inspects the girl on Sungmin's back. The demon spirit realizes that Hoyeon's weakness isn't just from exhaustion, she is suffering from a curse of submission. This dark magic is twisting her energy and breaking her body down from the core. This revelation fills our hero with a mix of fury and deep regret. He realizes that even with her body in total agony, Hoyeon pushed herself across the continent just to keep their promise. When he asks how to break the spell, Heoju's answer is simple and brutal. They must find and kill whoever cast it. Finally, the group arrives at a lavish hidden estate. They are met by a mysterious woman in a red kimono named Boye, the chief steward of the unorthodox demonic alliance. She greets the demon spear with an eerie, welcoming smile, acknowledging the legendary reputation of the two young heroes in her presence. Our protagonist has officially stepped into the heart of the underworld, trading the threat of the Muram Alliance for a new, uncertain alliance with the shadows. Upon arriving at the massive estate of the unorthodox demonic alliance, our hero is met by a high-ranking official named Guan Hu. Because Lee Sungmin recently made waves by defeating the Sword Demon and the Blood Heavenly Demon, Guan-hu is naturally curious about the young man's true allegiances. He points out the contradiction in our hero's actions. While he has the track record of a righteous warrior, he is currently traveling with the crazy heavenly demon and has even rescued the little heavenly demon, Weiji Hoyan. This choice has effectively invited the wrath of the powerful Murim alliance, forcing Guan-hu to ask where the boy's loyalties really lie. Lee Sung-min remains perfectly calm, explaining that he doesn't belong to any faction. He clarifies that his actions aren't political, he is simply acting as a friend to the girl on his back. This honest answer sends Guan-hu into a fit of laughter, as the idea of the legendary little heavenly demon having a friend is almost too absurd to believe. However, the official realizes the boy is serious, noting that it takes a bold man to stand against the ironclad spear for the sake of a companion. Because the alliance is currently acting as their sanctuary, Guan-hu tries to pressure Sung-min into officially joining their ranks as a comrade. Our hero isn't interested in being used, so he tries to leave, stating that his friend's future is her own to decide. This blunt refusal actually causes Guan-hu to panic. He drops the act and admits that the alliance leader gave a direct order to protect Sung-min regardless of his choice. This revelation leaves the demon spear deeply intrigued about the mysterious boss who seems to be favoring him from the shadows. Once settled into a quiet traditional room, the spirit Heoju manifests to offer a grim warning. He notes that Sung-min is walking a dangerous tightrope, not just between the orthodox and unorthodox factions, but between his own humanity and the inhuman power of the Black Heart. The conversation is cut short when Weiji Hoyan finally stirs on the floor, looking physically broken and drenched in sweat. As she regains consciousness, our protagonist immediately demands to know who cursed her. Hoyan offers a weary smile and questions if he's even strong enough to handle the truth. She reveals that she fought her attacker for 3 days and nights but couldn't kill him. Instead, he left her with a curse of submission. The attacker was the Fist Sovereign, a member of the elite organization known as Beyond the Heavens. Because Wanpai had previously mentioned being wounded by a Sword Sovereign from that same group, Sung-min realizes they are facing a league of monsters far beyond anything he previously imagined. Despite the gap in power, our hero's resolve is absolute. He bellows that he will defeat the Sovereign regardless of the cost, a declaration that brings a genuine blush to Hoyan's face. She finds his anger on her behalf touching, though she still tries to claim she can handle her own problems. This leads to a moment of light-hearted bickering about their past, with Hoyan teasing him about how much he's changed in 10 years. The heavy mood shifts into something much more personal when Hoyan locks eyes with him to ask for a friend's favor. Sung-min expects a request for medicine or revenge, but Hoyan simply points to a bowl of rice and admits she's hungry. Because the curse has left her unable to move her arms, she playfully sticks her tongue out and demands that he feed her. This leaves our stoic hero in a state of comedic, flustered rage, realizing that even as a legendary master, his friend is still as unpredictable as ever. While staying at the branch of the unorthodox demonic alliance, Lee Sung-min finds his options for saving his friend rapidly dwindling. He attempts to use his high-level connections through Erebrisa to investigate the mysterious organization Beyond the Heavens, but even the world's best information brokers have nothing on them. Because there is no clear cure for the curse of submission draining the life from Weiji Hoyan, the spirit Heoju suggests they head south to seek out powerful shamans. Our boy realizes he is running out of time. With the Murim Alliance's hunting dogs likely closing in, he seeks a final meeting with the branch leader, Guan-hu. Sung-min asks a pointed question about the extent of the Alliance's protection, which leads Guan-hu to explain their cold reality. Most members are practitioners of demonic arts that eventually warp their natures. Because some members inevitably cross the line into becoming mindless monsters, the Alliance stops protecting them and leaves the cleanup to the righteous Murim Alliance. This explanation forces our hero's hand. He declares that they will leave the safety of the Alliance immediately, even if it means being hunted by every major power in the world. Suddenly, the room's atmosphere shifts as Guan-hu's face distorts under massive energy. Through a magical communication link, the supreme leader of the unorthodox demonic alliance speaks directly to our protagonist. He probes Sung-min's motives and, seeing the boy's unwavering loyalty to the little heavenly demon, grants them leave. However, he leaves our boy with a cryptic invitation. If he ever chooses to fully embrace the black path of darkness, he should seek the leader in the Legro forest. The group sets off in a carriage, where the crazy heavenly demon, Wanpai, marvels at Sung-min's growth. He points out that reaching the transcendent realm at only 23 years old is a feat without precedent. The conversation turns to the legendary reputations in the carriage, leading to a brief, spirited exchange between the cursed Weiji Hoyan and Wanpai. Despite her weakened state, Hoyan's pride is intact, prompting Wanpai to hope for a future duel once she recovers. Unfortunately, their departure is intercepted at a stone bridge. Yu Hojung, the ironclad spear, blocks their path, determined to enact his version of justice. He labels the entire group as heretical criminals simply because of their backgrounds. Our hero attempts to use humor to diffuse the tension, jokingly offering to trade Wanpai for their freedom. But Hojung's stubborn obsession with black and white morality makes peace impossible. Sungmin's patience finally snaps. He questions the logic of a justice system that executes people for what they might do rather than their actual actions. As he realizes that words are useless against such fanaticism, a dark, murderous energy begins to swirl around him. Seeing that a battle is inevitable, Yu Hojung activates his spiked magic armor, preparing to crush the heretics once and for all. The climax at the stone bridge begins with a revelation of a cold, political sacrifice. Back at the home of Yu Hojung, a secret letter arrived from the Muram Alliance with a clear, singular order. Kill the little heavenly demon by any means necessary. Because the Alliance provided no reinforcements, the mission was effectively a death sentence for the ironclad spear. The leadership knew that even in a weakened state, Weiji Hoyun was protected by two warriors, Lee Sungmin and Wanpai, strong enough to overwhelm a lone attacker. Yu Hojung was fully aware he was being used as a sacrificial pawn, likely as punishment for his previous failure to uphold the Alliance's prestige. However, his fanaticism outweighed his self-preservation. Driven by a lifelong conviction to exterminate anything labeled demonic, he accepted the suicide mission and marched toward the bridge to fulfill his duty. In the present, the clash is immediate and violent. Yu Hojung leaps into the air, aiming his spear directly at the group. Our hero steps forward to intercept him, fueled by an intense, simmering rage. Lee Sungmin finds it infuriating that men like Hojung can justify murder simply by applying a label of evil to someone like Weiji Hoyun, who has committed no crimes. Because their black and white logic is so unwavering, our protagonist decides to stop arguing. If the righteous world insists on branding him and his friends as demonic humans, he chooses to lean into that path to protect what matters. The resulting explosion of energy is decisive. Our hero pours his power into a final strike, overwhelming the ironclad spear and leaving him bloodied on the stone floor. As Yu Hojung lies dying, he warns that Sungmin will regret this choice, but the young spearman looks down without a shred of sympathy, firmly stating that he won't. Our boy watches the life fade from the master's eyes, left to wonder if such a rigid worldview was truly worth a man's life. Wanpai quickly breaks the silence with a grim reality check. Because our protagonist just killed a renowned master of a respected sect, his reputation as a righteous hero is officially dead. He is now a fugitive. The crazy heavenly demon explains the Alliance's trap. They sacrificed Yu Hojung specifically to create the justification they needed for a full-scale subjugation. Until now, the group hadn't been villainous enough to warrant an army, but the death of a hero like Hojung changes everything. To the Muram Alliance, losing a supreme peak master was a small price to pay for the chance to legally execute a monster like Weiji Hoyun, who has already reached the legendary realm of transcendence. As Sungmin tries to process the meaning of this transcendence, a chilling voice answers from behind him. In a terrifying display of speed, a masked man with long green hair appears instantly in the group's blind spot. This is the hidden sovereign of beyond the heavens. He mocks the group, calling them worms for even speaking of a realm that represents the ultimate wall for all martial artists, a height that failures like Wanpai could never reach. The atmosphere becomes suffocating as the hidden sovereign flares his energy, paralyzing our hero with pure pressure. He acknowledges Wanpei's past defeat by the Sword Sovereign, and notes that the little heavenly demon is conveniently unconscious. Declaring himself a true master of the realm of transcendence, the hidden sovereign invites both Wanpai and Lee Sungmin to face him at once. Our hero is left trembling in fear, realizing that the justification the Alliance wanted has arrived in the form of a monster he may not be able to move against, let alone defeat. Our hero is visibly worried, struggling to understand the logic behind the sovereign's arrival, but the masked man doesn't keep them in suspense for long. His primary goal is to take the little heavenly demon, Weiji Hoyun, back with him. He explains that after suffering under the Fist Sovereign's curse for so long, she should have been worn down and broken by now. However, because our protagonist is still standing by her side, the Sovereign realizes she won't be easily subdued. This leads directly to his second reason. He needs to eliminate Lee Sungmin to ensure Hoyun's complete submission. To prevent any outside interference from the insects of the Muram Alliance, the Sovereign detonates a specialized device that consumes the bridge in a blinding white light. This forces the environment to transform into a cosmic void, filled with stars and geometric shapes, effectively separating the combatants from the rest of the world. Within this pocket dimension, the Sovereign acknowledges that our boy has remarkable skill for his age, especially after killing the ironclad spear so easily, but he insists on testing that skill personally. The Sovereign then turns his cold, dismissive gaze toward Byok Wanpai. He mocks the crazy heavenly demon, pointing out that it has been 10 years since Wanpai lost to the Sword Sovereign. Because Wanpai still hasn't reached the transcendental realm in all that time, the Sovereign labels him as trash and tells him to stay out of the way. This humiliation leaves Wanpai trembling with rage, while our hero can only watch his ally's spirit being crushed. The battle begins when Lee Sungmin charges forward, but the Sovereign watches with complete indifference. He effortlessly deflects the attack and rains down a flurry of blades that create massive explosions. Our protagonist is left frozen in fear, realizing that the Sovereign missed on purpose just to show that the young spearman couldn't even react to his speed. The Sovereign then begins to toy with Wanpei, teleporting behind the veteran and delivering a brutal strike to his neck. Even the spirit Heoju acknowledges that this man is on a completely different level. Because the Sovereign is tired of the struggle, he catches Wanpei's fist mid-air and delivers a crushing kick to his face, declaring that the legend has wasted the last 10 years of his life. With Wanpei unconscious and bleeding out on the ground, the Sovereign decides he will only take Wiji Hoyon. He glares at Lee Sungmin, expressing his disappointment that a warrior with such potential would rely on the power of a lowly demon spirit, like Heoju. Despite the overwhelming gap in power, our hero remains in his silver armor, standing his ground as energy begins to swirl around him for a final, desperate stand. Because he refuses to let the hidden Sovereign take Wiji Hoyon, the young spearman ignites his internal energy, causing dark, swirling power to erupt from his feet and spiral around his silver armor. The Void Monarch, Heoju, watches from within the boy's mind, noting that his host's eyes have taken on a predatory red glow fueled by a state of high-tension fury. The hidden Sovereign looks down from the starry backdrop with a mix of amusement and contempt. He mocks our hero for relying on the power of a lowly demon spirit, believing the fight is already over. To the Sovereign, the victory is clear. The veteran Byok Wanpei lies slumped and defeated in the dirt, and our protagonist should be next. However, the Sovereign is quickly proven wrong when Wanpei begins to stir. Because the veteran's energy is in perfect resonance with Heoju's demonic power, he lets out a guttural roar and explodes with a massive aura, forcing the Sovereign to realize he is facing two berserk opponents at once. Heoju warns Sungmin to stay focused, noting that while the overflowing power feels thrilling, it carries a heavy price. The Sovereign immediately lunges to suppress the threat, catching Wanpei in a violent whirlwind of energy. He delivers a cold lecture, explaining that demonic power is a trap that eventually destroys any human foolish enough to use it. Because he views our hero's borrowed strength as a shortcut, he binds the spearman in energy chains, questioning if the boy truly thinks this borrowed power is enough to reach the transcendent level. Our protagonist answers not with words, but with action. He manifests a massive, jagged blade of material energy and prepares a move he's been refining, the Vortex Blood Demon God's secret art. As his hands glow with fiery energy, the Sovereign's eyes widen in genuine shock. Sungmin executes a lightning destruction thrust, his spear colliding with the Sovereign's defense in a cataclysmic explosion of light that rattles the entire dimension. As the smoke clears, the Sovereign stands in a crater, his robes tattered. He offers a rare bit of praise, admitting that in terms of sheer force, that last strike was indeed at the transcendent level. Unfortunately, Sungmin realizes he is still reaching his limit. Blood drips from his mouth as he calculates that even with the monarch's power, he is still slightly weaker than his opponent. Driven by the image of a suffering Wiji Hoyan, our hero screams for more power, forcing Heoju to yield even more demonic energy, despite the looming consequences. This time, the results are different. Because his mind and body have been stabilized by centuries of mental trials, Sungmin is able to entangle his internal energy with the demonic power, creating a compressed vortex of destruction. The Sovereign, finally taking the fight seriously, snaps his fan open and adopts a combat stance. He realizes he can no longer look down on the boy, but his cold intent remains. He intends to end the duel once and for all. Our guy assumes a low stance and unleashes the seventh form of the Supreme Nine Heaven Spear, Sky Pierce. A tiny, dense orb of black energy forms at the tip of his Orihalcon spear, before erupting into a massive storm of energy beams. The Sovereign is forced to use his fan to redirect the lethal strikes, acknowledging the quality of the attack. Just as the Sovereign prepares to counter, a sudden white flash consumes the scene. Before the Masked Master can react, a final, unexpected strike from our hero carves a violent arc through the air. Red blood splatters across the void as the Sovereign collapses, clutching a smoking, fatal wound in his chest. He is stunned that the boy had any strength left to move after such an exhaustive attack. However, the victory comes at a horrific cost. The Sovereign, realizing he accidentally killed Sungmin during their final exchange, turns his back on the motionless hero to claim Wiji Hoyan. But before he reaches for the girl, a faint sound stops him. Our hero, his hand trembling and his eye glowing with an unnatural light, digs his fingers into the dirt and forces himself up. With a spectral voice, he delivers a final vow to protect Hoyan, even as his own life fades. The Sovereign is genuinely impressed by the boy's tenacity, but realizes he must end the threat for good. He draws a crystalline dagger to deliver a mercy kill, lamenting that he couldn't take the boy into his organization. As he raises the blade for the final strike, the focus pulls back on the devastation, only for a sudden bolt of dark lightning to flash across, interrupting the finishing blow. A massive column of dark lightning crashes onto the battlefield, signaling the arrival of a powerful new force. As the smoke clears, the unorthodox demonic alliance leader is revealed. holding the hidden sovereign by the head with electricity around them. The leader greets his captive as Tang Mugi, mockingly asking why he is still bullying children. This causes the bloodied sovereign to snap back, demanding the leader stop using that name. Despite the sovereign's obvious fury, the alliance leader remains completely unfazed, even pressing a knife into the sovereign's head to assert dominance. When the trembling sovereign asks how the leader reached this hidden dimension, the man simply replies that there is no place he cannot go. The sovereign quickly realizes he is fighting a projection, but the leader dismisses the detail, noting that even a clone is enough to end a worm like him. This display of absolute power leaves Lee Sungmin in shock, recognizing the terrifying presence of the man he once saw as a distant legend. The alliance leader ignores the sovereign's threats about interfering with Beyond the Heavens, admitting that while it looks like interference, he was simply moved by how desperately our hero was struggling to survive. He delivers a cold ultimatum. The sovereign is in no state to stop him, and the only person in the sovereign's organization who could threaten the leader is currently acting as a spectator. Because he has finished talking, the leader gives the sovereign 3 seconds to vanish before he is turned into a puddle of blood. Recognizing the lethal intent, the hidden sovereign disappears into smoke with a final vow for revenge. Once the threat is gone, the alliance leader turns to the motionless Lee Sungmin, jokingly telling him not to grow up to be as pathetic as the man who just fled. When our hero rasps that he could have killed the sovereign himself, the leader points out the grim reality. While a kill was possible, it would have prompted Beyond the Heavens to slaughter our hero and seize Weiji Hoyan within a week. By allowing the sovereign to live, the leader has forced the organization into a strategic silence. The leader then addresses Weiji Hoyan directly, warning her that in her cursed and weakened state, she will only be a burden to Sungmin. He offers her sanctuary within the unorthodox demonic alliance and promises to send people for her in a few days. Before dissolving into a starry purple mist, he leaves them with one final ominous warning: to be wary of the Murim alliance leader. Sungmin eventually wakes up in a nearby cave, his head bandaged and his body broken. Weiji Hoyan is there, explaining that they had to hide because the Murim alliance is still hunting them. She watches her followers, Rubia and Wanpei, setting up a barrier outside, but her mood is heavy. For the first time, the little heavenly demon admits she feels utterly helpless. She hates that our hero is being torn apart again and again to save her, and she confesses that this isn't why she wanted to be his friend 10 years ago. To prevent further injury to our hero, Hoyan makes the difficult choice to accept the alliance leader's offer of refuge. Although Sungmin is frustrated, he realizes that staying together would only make her feel more worthless. He accepts her decision, vowing to find a way to break her curse while she recovers. The heavy atmosphere shifts when Hoyan suddenly asks if he finds her beautiful. Our boy blushes deeply and looks away, but he honestly admits that he has always thought she was beautiful. In a rare moment of vulnerability, Weiji Hoyan holds Lee Sungmin's face, forcing our hero to confront the heavy tension that's been building for a decade. He's a blushing, sweating mess as she leans in closer, asking if friendship is truly the only thing between them. It's a full-blown romantic climax, but unfortunately, the moment is completely ruined when the crazy heavenly demon, Wanpei, bursts into the cave shouting about breaking through barriers. This forced interruption triggers a flash of anger from our boy, who promptly punches the old man in the face for the terrible timing. Rubia is left in total shock by the chaos, though both Sungmin and Hoyan immediately try to act as if absolutely nothing happened. Luckily, the focus shifts to our protagonist's recovery as Rubia prepares to remove the bandages from his head. While they used powerful elixirs to treat his physical wounds, Rubia is worried about the lingering dark energy that pierced his eye during his last life-and-death struggle. As the wraps come off, her expression turns from relief to pure shock. Because his body absorbed Heoju's massive demonic power, Sungmin's right eye has mutated into a predatory golden color with a vertical slit, while his left remains red. Our hero is confused by his new appearance, even though his vision is perfectly clear. Several days later, it's time for another painful separation, as the unorthodox demonic alliance arrives to escort Hoyan to safety. She admits that her time with Sungmin has been invaluable, and vows to become someone he can be proud of by their next meeting. Sungmin watches her depart with a heavy heart, but he realizes this is the best choice for her recovery. He finds himself clutching a lock of her red hair, a gift the alliance leader suggested he keep for potential sorcery. Heoju can't resist teasing him about keeping a woman's hair, but our hero snaps back that he isn't going to do anything gross like sniffing it. He's just following instructions. With Hoyan safe, our hero maps out his southern expedition. Because he needs to break Hoyan's curse and learn to control the demonic energy warping his body, he sets 3 goals: find a shaman, locate the southern tribe that trained Wanpei, and hunt down the Fist Sovereign if their paths cross. As they trek through the dark southern forests at night, Sungmin's mutated eye begins to flare. Heoju explains that our boy is finally opening his eyes to the flow of demonic energy, a sight usually forbidden to humans. This forced mutation frustrates our protagonist, who hates the idea of turning less human. But Heoju points out that civilization is thin in the south. making the region a ripe breeding ground for monsters born from human fear. This reality hits home when a massive snake demon lunges at them. The creature is so convinced by Sungmin's dark aura that it even mocks him for wearing a human shell, assuming he is one of its own. This insult fuels our boy's resolve. He refuses to become a monster. He delivers a decisive strike, slashing through the beast in a spray of blood to prove his humanity. Despite the grim nature of the fight, the day ends on a lighter note as Rubia and Wanpai find that the demon actually tastes like honey, happily feasting on the remains. Meanwhile, far away, Weiji Hoyan can't help but chuckle as she imagines our hero trying his hardest to act cool during his journey. The journey continues in a dark forest, where Neville informs our protagonist and the veteran Wanpai that their next destination is the city of Devon. This is a crucial stop because a highly talented shaman named Alador resides there, and he may be the only one capable of lifting the curse currently draining the life from the little heavenly demon. While Wanpai is ready to rush in, Neville immediately tempers his excitement with a reality check. Because Devon is the primary domain of the Jaegal clan, a major pillar of the Orthodox Murim alliance, entering is a massive risk. The timing is particularly poor because the clan is currently hosting a massive celebration for the first birthday of the child of Jaegal Taeryung and Moyang Seojin. As a result, martial artists from every major Orthodox sect are currently flooding the city. This news hits home for Lee Sungmin, who recalls that Moyang Seojin was the woman his sworn brother, Namgung Hiwon, once loved from afar. Because of this connection, our hero suspects that Hiwon is likely in the city as well. Neville strongly advises against entering, reminding our guy that he is officially a wanted man labeled as a demonic human. However, our hero refuses to delay his friend's recovery any longer. To solve this dilemma, Neville offers a solution through the Erebrisa Guild. For a steep price, he provides a special disguise kit. Unfortunately, the quality of the disguise, which transforms Wanpai into a man named Helmut Sebastian Kraus, is so comically ugly and poorly drawn that it leaves our protagonist more annoyed than reassured. Meanwhile, the perspective shifts to a carriage traveling under the protection of the unorthodox demonic alliance. Weiji Hoyan is being visited by a clone of the alliance leader, who continues to linger around her despite her obvious irritation. She questions his motives, as she doesn't believe a man of his status would show such kindness without a hidden agenda. The leader mocks her narrow worldview, explaining that her ego makes her assume she is the center of his attention. In reality, he reveals he has zero interest in her. Instead, he is fixated on our boy, the demon spear. When Hoyan reacts with defensive killing intent, the leader, revealed as the legendary demon emperor Yang Ilcheon, shares a shocking secret. Because he prefers those who achieve strength through agonizing hard work rather than natural genius, he is considering taking Lee Sungmin as his disciple. Hoyan attempts to argue that Sungmin is a genius in his own right, given his 10 years of rapid growth, but Yang Ilcheon simply laughs at her ignorance. He hints at a deeper truth, noting that the weight our hero carries represents far more than just 10 years of training. Because he respects the 1,000-year struggle he senses within the boy, he has decided that Sungmin is the only one worthy of his tutelage. Back in the city of Devon, our hero finally tracks down the shaman, Alador. The hooded man, covered in tattoos and piercings, is ready to offer his services, but the professional atmosphere is immediately shattered. As soon as he sees Lee Sungmin's comically half-assed dot-face disguise, Alador is visibly disgusted, questioning how anyone could walk around looking so absurd. Inside the shaman's workshop, Lee Sungmin holds a lock of red hair tightly within a cloth. Because he is desperate to save Weiji Hoyan, he asks the shaman, Alador, to use the hair to track down the person responsible for her curse. Alador's eyes glow as he channels magical energy, and he quickly identifies a vision of a forest filled with elves. That's why he confidently declares that the caster is currently hiding in the elven forest. However, the news isn't entirely good. As the shaman snaps out of his trance, he explains that the curse is incredibly vicious, meaning the caster likely suffered a massive magical backlash. This forced them to endure pain equal to the curse they inflicted. Because of this weakness, the veteran Wanpai assumes hunting them down will be an easy task. The duo immediately prepares to depart for the forest, though our protagonist is forced to endure Wanpai's constant dramatic immersion in his nobleman persona. While they plan their next move, the political situation in the city of Devon grows tense. Jaegal Taeryung, a high-ranking master of the local clan, is confronted by the Black Hound squad of the Murim Alliance. Because our hero has been labeled a dangerous demonic practitioner, the Alliance has sent this pursuit division to hunt him down. Taeryung reflects on his past encounter with the demon spear, realizing the boy has become a fearsome threat. The squad leader explains that they lost track of their target upon entering the city, suspecting that the fugitives are using disguises to slip through the streets. This suspicion leads to a highly awkward encounter. Taeryung intercepts Sungmin and Wanpai, but the disguises are so absurd that he is momentarily paralyzed with confusion. Wanpai delivers a grand, theatrical speech about being a fallen heir named Helmut Sebastian Kraus, while our hero stands beside him wearing a comically swollen mask and claiming his name is Gedong. Taeyang breaks into a cold sweat. Because the mask looks so unnaturally ugly, he knows it's a fake. However, he senses a terrifying aura radiating from the pair, making him realize that starting a fight right now would be suicide. As a result, he chooses to let them pass. As they walk away, Rubia wonders if their cover was blown, but Sungmin is more concerned with Wanpei's behavior. He wants to smack the old man for being so dedicated to the act, but Wanpei reveals a practical reason for the cheap disguises. The high-quality kits were too expensive. Because they needed to save their gold to pay the shaman, they were forced to buy the lowest-tier, ugly versions. Sungmin realizes that Taeyang's presence was no accident, and that the city's elite forces are already closing in. Back at the workshop, Jagal Taeyang leads the pursuit forces to Alador's shop, only to find they just missed their targets. Frustrated, Taeyang prepares to alert the rest of the division, but he is interrupted by Namgung Hiwon, the Dragon Sword. Because Hiwon is Sungmin's sworn brother, Taeyang demands his cooperation, threatening that going against the Muram alliance would be a grave mistake. Hiwon agrees to help, claiming it is his duty to set his straying brother straight. This leads Taeyang to immediately mobilize the Heavenly Light Squad for a full-scale tracking party. High on the city walls, the fugitives look back at the gathering forces. Wanpei dismisses the pursuit squad as subpar, but Sungmin knows they shouldn't linger. Because they've secured the information they came for, they prepare to break through to the Elven Forest at full speed. As our hero irritably peels off his sticky, ridiculous mask, he tells Wanpei to finally drop the act so they can focus on the road ahead. Because Lee Sungmin and his group are being pursued by the Muram Alliance, they are forced to flee into the dense woods. Luckily, the spirit Heoju realizes they are near an old, hidden location of his, and he promises to finally give our hero the treasure he mentioned before. However, the mood shifts instantly when they enter the trees. Our protagonist is horrified to find the forest crawling with aggressive, swirling, vengeful spirits. When he demands an explanation, Heoju admits that this bewitched forest was actually transformed by the world's lingering fear of him. Because the Void Monarch was such a terrifying demon 400 years ago, the terror that lost its master settled into the land after his death, distorting the very mana of the forest. While Heoju is secretly impressed that his legacy is still this potent, our hero is more concerned with their survival. Heoju explains that while some spirits might listen to him, many have become wild and disobedient. To navigate the maze, the demon spirit summons small purple will-o'-the-wisps to act as guides. Lee Sungmin realizes that if they follow these friendly lights, they can reach the treasure and lose their pursuers simultaneously. Unfortunately, the plan hits a massive snag when the wisps begin to tremble in terror. Heoju's expression turns sharp as he senses a familiar, overwhelming presence nearby. From the mist, a tall demon with long red hair and black horns emerges. This is the Great Red Demon, a high-ranking member of the monster organization Predator, who has been waiting 400 years to see the dead monarch again. Rubia is frustrated to find they have been circling the same spot for 2 hours, while the veteran Wanpei realizes he can't even scratch the trees, because a powerful barrier has been cast over the entire woods. As our hero faces this new threat, the Muram Alliance's pursuit squad is having an even worse time. The situation turns lethal for the Alliance when a massive fiery spirit attacks the scions Moyong Seojin and Jagal Taeyang. Their physical swords are useless against the vengeful energy, forcing the shaman Alador to intervene with a massive blast of mana. Alador is visibly terrified, screaming at the Alliance members for their arrogance. He explains that martial arts techniques are meaningless in the bewitched forest, because the spirits are born from pure ancient fear. Even though Jagal Taeyang tries to boast about the elite Heavenly Light Squad and the sword dragon Namgung Hiwon, Alador warns that they are all on the verge of a mass slaughter. Because the forest is fueled by the residual terror of the Void Monarch, even a small fragment of his leftover energy is enough to wipe out every reputable clan present. Back with our protagonist, the irony of the situation isn't lost on him. While the elite warriors of the world are being hunted by the forest, the will-o'-the-wisps are acting friendly toward our boy because he carries Heoju within him. Heoju is left in a state of awkward embarrassment, admitting that the entire hellish ordeal the pursuers are facing is technically his fault. As the Red Demon closes in, Lee Sungmin realizes that the very legend he carries is both his greatest shield and his most dangerous magnet. Deep within the bewitched forest, the atmosphere turns heavy as Heoju senses an immediate threat. Because the forest is home to monsters of unimaginable power, he warns Lee Sungmin to stay alert. From the thick shadows emerges a massive figure. This is the Red Demon, a high-ranking member of the monster organization Predator. Our hero is momentarily paralyzed, realizing he is standing before one of the 5 kings of the demonic world. However, the Red Demon is a shadow of his former self. He clarifies that the title of Demon King is currently vacant, and to prove his point, he pulls back his garment to reveal a jagged, hollow hole in his chest where his heart once beat. Heoju immediately realizes the truth. This legendary monster is nothing more than a parasite, hiding in the woods to absorb the residual energy of his ancestors. The Red Demon somberly admits he was expelled from his city, Ormary, after a crushing defeat. When Heoju asks who could possibly overcome a great demon, the red demon reveals a name that carries weight: Yana, a legendary nine-tailed fox who now rules as the new sovereign. Because he has no interest in punishing a broken loser, Heoju dismisses the red demon. He explains that they are only in the forest to retrieve a specific item, which visibly relieves the crippled monster. Our protagonist eventually reaches a massive dark pagoda, though he remains skeptical that the treasure hasn't been stolen over the centuries. Heoju mocks this doubt, flaring his energy to open a vibrant subspace portal. Because the items were stored in a separate dimension, they remained perfectly preserved for hundreds of years. The haul is beyond anything our boy could have imagined. He pulls out a glowing gem, which Heoju identifies as a dragon's heart. This discovery is followed by a hoard of dragon bones, scales, and several chests overflowing with gold. Among the artifacts is a magical gourd that pours endless alcohol, an item Heoju considers a masterpiece, even if Sungmin finds it a bit useless. As the young spearman begins to absorb the energy from the hoard, his internal power effectively doubles, marking another massive leap in his growth. The celebration is cut short as the group begins their trek out of the woods. While Rubia worries about the Muram Alliance pursuit squad, Sungmin realizes that without guides, the Orthodox warriors are likely being slaughtered by the forest spirits. This suspicion is confirmed when they stumble upon a clearing drenched in blood and littered with the corpses of martial artists. Strangely, the carnage didn't stop with the humans. They find the red demon torn apart, proving that an even greater predator is on the hunt. Two survivors from the pursuit squad emerge from the fog, including Sungmin's sworn brother, Namgung Hwon. Battered and gasping for air, Hwon explains that while the red demon attacked them first, a new horror arrived to tear the Monster King to pieces. As a gargantuan purple presence begins to loom over the clearing, Heoju lets out a dark, mocking laugh. He warns our hero that his luck has finally run out. Standing before them is a terrifying purple-skinned titan with flowing black hair, the strongest greater demon in existence. In the middle of the blood-stained clearing, Namgung Hwon and the other survivors stand paralyzed by the arrival of a new nightmare. A massive purple-skinned titan looms over the battlefield, radiating a suffocating pressure. Within Lee Sungmin's mind, the spirit Heoju realizes the truth. This monster isn't a living being, but a physical manifestation of the lingering energy and terror the Void Monarch left behind centuries ago. Because the forest has soaked in that demonic power for generations, it has finally birthed a hollow shell that carries Heoju's likeness. As the energy of the forest swirls around our hero, the demon spirit notes a profound change in his host. In the past, Sungmin would have panicked, but his recent victory over the Blood Heavenly Demon has stabilized his mind, body, and energy. Because our protagonist also recently doubled his internal reserves using the Monarch's spiritual elixir, he no longer feels like an underdog. He grips his Orihalcon spear with clinical focus, deciding that despite the monster's terrifying aura, this fight is actually winnable. The battle begins in a flash of violence. The purple clone, the same creature that just slaughtered a great red demon, lunges at our boy. Namgung Hwon watches in utter disbelief as Sungmin doesn't just survive the exchange, but begins to move on equal footing with the Titan. Within moments, the power dynamic shifts further. The young spearman begins to systematically overpower the demon clone. Hwon is left sweating from the sheer intensity, unable to fathom how such a massive gap in strength has opened between him and his sworn brother. Heoju explains the logic behind this dominance. Although the clone looks like a god, it is ultimately a hollow imitation without a soul. While it was strong enough to scavenge a fallen red demon, it stands no chance against a warrior like Sungmin, whom the monarch personally refined through centuries of mental trials. Our hero remains observant during the clash. He notices that while the clone has massive energy reserves and near-instant regeneration, its attacks are crude and simplistic. This allows the spearman to dismantle the monster with master-level efficiency. As the energy finally dissipates and the threat ends, the spirit Heoju mocks our boy, suggesting he enjoyed the exercise a little too much. With the forest quiet again, Sungmin turns his attention to the remnants of the pursuit squad. Namgung Hwon, realizing he is completely outclassed, appeals to their past connection. He vows that if our hero shows him mercy, the Namgung clan will no longer oppose him. Because he values their history, Sungmin grants the request and prepares to leave the clearing. Just as the group starts to move, the shaman Alador suddenly emerges from a pile of corpses. Our hero is confused, as he was certain the shaman had died earlier, but Alador nervously explains that faking his death is his primary survival skill. Realizing that staying with the doomed pursuit squad is a death sentence, the shaman begs to join our protagonist. He offers his tracking services in exchange for a safe exit from the forest. Sungmin considers the benefit of having a guide and accepts, though Alador is visibly shocked to learn their next destination is Ormuri, the very city of demons the red demon fled from. Deep in another part of the forest, the political fallout of the mission turns into a massacre. Jiggle Taeryung is in a state of blind rage, cursing Hwon for abandoning the pursuit squad and succumbing to a demonic human. As the survivors Moyang Seojin and Jaegil Tae-young argue about how to escape the fog and request reinforcements, their journey is cut short by a final betrayal. A masked assassin from their own side suddenly appears and stabs Jaegil Tae-young through the back. The assassin reveals a cold, hidden truth. The Murim Alliance never expected the pursuit squad to win. From the very beginning, these scions were nothing more than sacrificial pawns intended to create a political excuse for war. Because the mission failed to produce the desired result, the Alliance's cleanup crew has been ordered to eliminate the witnesses. As the masked captain stands over the fresh corpses, he confirms that the massacre is complete, carrying out the dark will of the Alliance leader. While our hero is busy navigating the dangers of the South, the scene shifts to the vibrant Legro forest. Because the unorthodox demonic alliance leader, Yang Il-cheon, promised sanctuary to Weiji Hoyan, the little heavenly demon has finally arrived to meet the man in person. Yang Il-cheon initially tries to maintain a dignified, legendary presence, but his composure quickly crumbles. This is because he is constantly pestered by small, mischievous spirits known as fairies. He explains to a confused Hoyan that these creatures are drawn to the forest because it is the home of the fairy queen, making it the perfect high-energy environment for her to recover from her curse. Although she is safe, the Demon Emperor warns that it will likely take at least half a year for Lee Sung-min to catch up to her. Meanwhile, our protagonist and his party are trekking through a dense jungle. Because the veteran Wanpei only has vague memories of where he learned his demonic energy techniques 10 years ago, the group finds themselves hopelessly lost. This forces the shaman Alador to intervene. He asks if Wanpei has any physical objects from the tribe to use as a focus for a tracking spell. With great embarrassment, Wanpei produces a braided bracelet. This causes Rubia to tease the old man relentlessly, correctly guessing that the item was a gift from a woman. Once the shaman ignites the tracking spell, they finally have a clear path forward. Unfortunately, their arrival at the tribal lands brings nothing but tragedy. They encounter a survivor named Purvis, who is visibly traumatized. When he recognizes Wanpei, he doesn't offer a warm greeting. Instead, he collapses in agony. He reveals the horrific truth: everyone else is dead. Because a fire-breathing demon attacked 3 years ago looking for humans who could handle demonic energy, the entire clan was burned alive. Purvis weeps, lamenting that their false faith in the long-dead Void Monarch served as their punishment. As our hero presses for details, Purvis explains that a golden nine-tailed fox appeared just as the fire demon was finishing the slaughter. The fox drove the demon away and offered to take the survivors to safety. However, Purvis refused to go, convinced that the fox was just another deceiver planning to devour them. This news hits the spirit Heoju hard. Because the tribe that once served him is in ruins, he realizes that the nine-tailed fox must be Yana, the same being who defeated the Red Demon and now rules the city of Ormuri. This discovery changes everything. Wanpei is devastated, realizing the woman he cared for, Derja, was among those lost. Because Yana is reportedly protecting the remaining tribe members who know the breathing techniques, our boy realizes they must head to Ormuri immediately. The city might also hold clues about the fire-breathing demon that targeted the tribe. While the prospect of entering a demon city terrifies Alador, Lee Sung-min settles the debt by giving the shaman a glowing purple gemstone from the Void Monarch's hoard. This makes the greedy shaman change his tune instantly. He admits his own master lives in Ormuri and offers a referral to help them navigate the city's lawless streets. However, the dignified master Alador described turns out to be a massive shock for our hero. They arrive at the city of Ormuri only to find that the master resides in a bustling brothel. Lee Sung-min is completely shell-shocked and disgusted, sweating as he stares at the red signs and the demons loitering about. Heoju finds the situation hilarious, noting that demon cities are naturally wild and full of life. As they approach the entrance, a beautiful woman in a blue robe welcomes them with a promise of the best service possible. But the final blow to our protagonist's sanity comes from Heoju, who mischievously points out that in this establishment, the staff wearing blue are actually men. Faced with this bizarre and overwhelming reality, our dead-eyed hero can only offer a hollow response as he prepares to step inside. Inside the flower house, Lee Sung-min finds himself standing before a tattooed sorceress who introduces herself as Frau. Because our hero saved the life of her disciple, Alador, the Grand Sorceress feels a professional obligation to repay the debt. This leads to a somewhat awkward initial meeting, as Frau mistakenly assumes the young spearman is interested in her body. Our protagonist quickly shuts down the suggestion, clarifying that he didn't come for romance, but for an audience with the ruler of the city. Because Frau is an old friend of the sovereign, she agrees to arrange a meeting with the nine-tailed fox, Yana. However, she is curious about why a human is wandering through a city of monsters. When our guy explains that he is seeking a way to control the demonic energy warping his body, Frau observes him with a specialized gaze. She is stunned to find that he has maintained his sanity, despite the purple aura swirling around him. She suspects this stability is a result of fate force, a powerful energy that compels a person's life to flow in a predetermined direction. Frau explains that because our hero carries such a massive amount of this force, He is constantly surviving impossible situations and meeting the specific people he was destined to encounter. This would explain why figures like Weiji Hoyon and Byexogo keep reappearing in his life. Although Lee Sungmin is overwhelmed by the idea that his destiny might not be his own, he is forced to wait 4 days for the audience to be finalized. When the time finally comes, our hero and the veteran Wanpai are led into a grand chamber to meet Yana. The ruler of Ormuri is revealed as a majestic woman with fox ears and multiple glowing tails. To the absolute shock of everyone in the room, Yana immediately addresses the empty air beside Sungmin, asking if the Void Monarch is doing well. Because she can sense spirits, she is able to detect Heoju's presence, even though he is currently invisible to the human eye. The demon spirit Heoju is completely baffled, as he has no memory of ever meeting her. Yana explains that 500 years ago, the monarch saved her life when she was just an ordinary fox. Because she wants to speak to her savior directly, she unleashes a surge of energy that forces Heoju's spirit into a solid, muscular form. This manifestation creates a dangerous misunderstanding. Because Yana sees the spirit looming over the spearman, she assumes Heoju is a parasite trying to steal the pathetic human's body. Driven by a desire to repay her ancient debt, she offers to help the monarch restore his original power. Our protagonist can only watch in pain as the energy clash intensifies, while Heoju lets out a dark, predatory laugh. The Void Monarch seems more than happy to accept the offer, leaving our hero trapped between two legendary powers that have just begun to realign. Within the grand halls of Ormuri, the atmosphere shifts from tension to a strange, deferential chaos. The nine-tailed fox queen, Yana, is overcome with emotion, her long-held devotion finally validated by the physical manifestation of the Void Monarch. However, the reunion is far from sentimental. As soon as Heoju takes form, he delivers a sharp backhand to Lee Sungmin, sending our hero reeling. This isn't an act of betrayal, but rather a display of the demon's characteristic pride. Yana watches in disbelief as Heoju immediately begins to berate her. He is offended by her earlier suggestion that he simply possess Sungmin to regain his strength. To the monarch, the idea of inhabiting what he calls a pitiful creature is a personal insult. He mocks the fox queen, demanding she tuck in her tails and stop trying to find him a shortcut. Because he intends to reclaim his original body through his own means, he commands her to stay out of it. Yana, recognizing the authority of her ancient savior, can only cower and offer her absolute obedience. Amidst this berating, our protagonist manages to find his footing. Curious about the history between these two, Sungmin asks if the monarch truly saved Yana in the past. Heoju dismisses the question, claiming he has no memory of the event, though a brief flash of a massive demon standing over a small wounded fox in the snow suggests otherwise. Despite his earlier insults toward our hero's weak body, Heoju then pivots with a sinister grin, declaring that he still intends to take over the brat's form eventually. Sungmin merely smirks in response, his calm acceptance clearly annoying the demon spirit. The energy radiating from the palace draws the attention of the city's residents. A tattooed man and his fellow tribesmen celebrate in the streets, convinced that their god has finally returned. These people are the survivors of the southern clan that served the monarch centuries ago, and they view Sungmin as a divine messenger. Yana explains that they were recently displaced after an attack by a powerful demon named Chusung. The mention of this name causes Wanpai to grit his teeth in rage, realizing this is the same monster that slaughtered his tribe. Driven by a thirst for vengeance, the veteran follows Yana to gather more information on the beast. Left with the tribesmen, our hero is approached by a man who offers him a red book, a secret manual on wielding divine power. Heoju explains the logic behind this title. Because this tribe has worshipped his terrifying legacy for hundreds of years, their faith has essentially transformed his demonic energy into a form of divinity. While a normal human would be driven mad by such power, the spirit assures our protagonist that he will be fine because he is already inhuman and carries the monarch within him. With the manual secured, Yana returns to deliver a final piece of news. She must leave Ormuri for half a month to visit the mountain where she trained. She explains that because she took a shortcut to gain her 9 tails in 500 years instead of 2,000, she is bound by certain magical restrictions. Heoju, showing a rare moment of awkward sincerity, acknowledges her loyalty and promises to look after the foolish Sungmin while she is gone. As the group prepares for the days ahead, Wanpai shares the intelligence he gathered. Chusung is revealed to be a mutated Imugi, a creature that failed to become a dragon, and he is a monster of immense cruelty. Unfortunately, the timing could not be worse. Far away, Chusung is already plotting his move. Having learned of Yana's departure, the great demon realizes the city's strongest defenders are gone. He decides to use this window of absence to launch a total slaughter of the residents of Ormuri. With a malevolent glow, he leads his forces forward, eager to see the Fox Queen's kingdom crumble. In a dark room in the city of Ormuri, Lee Sungmin sits in deep meditation, his body pulsing with a restless energy. Because he is trying to integrate his Violet Dawn mystic art with a new, complex breathing technique, the physical toll is mounting. The spirit Heoju asks if the task is doable, But our hero admits that without the natural genius of someone like Weiji Hoyon, balancing these conflicting powers is nearly impossible. Just as he resolves to keep pushing, a voice from the shadows commands him to stop. The stranger is Enverus, a high-level mage and the master of the Golden Tower Master, Lloyd. He has finally revealed himself to deliver a stern warning. Our hero must not stray from the path of humanity. Although Sungmin is pleased to finally meet the man whose twisted causality mirrors his own, Enverus is dismissive, claiming he had no intention of ever making contact. The conversation quickly turns to the whereabouts of their companions, with Sungmin explaining that Rubia and Wanpei are enjoying the local night market, while the city's ruler, Yana, remains absent. As the two speak, the mood becomes somber. Enverus laments the futility of defying fate, comparing their struggles to an ant that escapes a trap only to be swept away by a sudden storm. This fatalism angers our hero, but the mage explains the logic behind his despair. Because Sungmin is a regressor, he carries a massive fate force, a power that ensures his actions flow toward a predetermined conclusion. According to the god of time, Denir, this force is currently dragging Sungmin and everyone around him toward the literal end of the world. However, Enverus didn't come to satisfy our hero's curiosity. He reveals that a great threat is approaching Ormuri, an old nemesis he cannot defeat alone. Because Yana is away, the mage is forced to ask for Sungmin's cooperation to prevent a catastrophe. Our protagonist sees an opportunity in this desperation. He produces the massive red dragon heart he scavenged from the monarch's hoard, and makes a demand. He will only help if Enverus uses his magic to turn the jewel into a liquid elixir he can safely consume. Enverus is horrified, screaming that the raw mana in a dragon heart would cause a human body to explode instantly. But because Sungmin points to the pulsing black heart in his chest, the mage realizes the boy's unique anatomy might actually survive the process. This forced alliance is sealed with a mana oath. If Enverus wants a warrior to help him stop the approaching monster, he must first help that warrior absorb the ultimate power-up. While the deal is struck in the palace, the situation at the night market takes a terrifying turn. Rubia is caught in a panicked crowd as civilians and demons flee a sudden eruption of fire. A terrified Cyclops delivers the grim news that Chusung, the fire-breathing demon who slaughtered Wanpei's tribe, has returned to the city. The monster emerges from the flames, laughing as he begins to burn everything in sight. He singles out Wanpei, promising a quick and painful death, but the veteran doesn't flinch. Instead, he drops his lollipop and looks the demon in the eye with a menacing red-eyed grin. Because this is the moment he has waited 10 years for, he proudly declares his name, the crazy heavenly demon, Byok Wanpei. He vows that Chusung will remember that name until the moment he is torn apart. The story shifts to a figure of immense dread, Arbes, one of the 5 legendary predators, and the reigning lich among the Black Stars. For centuries, Arbes was a renowned sorcerer, but his re-emergence as an undead lich exposed horrific magical experiments that shocked the world. Despite being hunted by every major power, his continued survival serves as a grim testament to his overwhelming strength. In his inner sanctum, Arbes observes the flaming skull of the lesser lich, Prescan. He offers a chilling backhanded compliment, praising Prescan for creating a masterpiece out of materials he dismissively labels as child's play. This moment of condescension is interrupted when Arbes senses a breach in his territory. He immediately detects 2 rats breaking through his barrier. While Prescan panics, fearing the return of the Fox Queen Yana, Arbes remains composed. He explains that Yana is incapable of being there because she hasn't yet completed her possession ritual. Because he views the intruders as mere nuisances, Arbes commands a reluctant Prescan to go stall them. Back in the courtyard, Lee Sungmin stands calmly under the night sky. When Prescan arrives in a fit of rage, our hero greets him with a casual familiarity that only further infuriates the lich. Prescan is stunned to realize that the heart thief is the one who broke into the city. Recalling a flashback of the mage Enverus, Sungmin confirms that his companion has already headed toward the center of the city, leaving the 2 of them to settle their old score. Prescan prepares to reclaim his black heart, but he quickly realizes he is outclassed. In the few months since they last met, our protagonist has undergone a staggering evolution. Because Sungmin moves with a speed and precision the lich can no longer track, Prescan is left reeling from the very first exchange. This pressure forces our hero to seize a rare opportunity. He decides to test the union of his inner energy and the demonic power he has been cultivating. Drawing on the foundation of his Violet Dawn mystic art, our hero activates the 3rd technique of the Vortex Blood Demon God's secret art. He leaps into the air and unleashes a gargantuan red and black energy called Blood Hunt. The resulting explosion is so massive that it consumes Prescan entirely, blowing the lich backward in a fit of agony. Even Sungmin is surprised by the result. Because he only intended to use a fraction of his strength, the sheer destructive force proves that his potential has shifted into a higher realm. Standing over the defeated flames of the lich, our protagonist asks about the Chimera girl, Ain. A grieving Prescan reveals that his daughter was taken by the Great Lich King. At that moment, deep within the palace, Arbes is busy experimenting on Ain, who is trapped within a complex magic circle. Arbes is fascinated by her bottomless capacity for energy. His plan is to funnel all the demonic power of the city into her body and then implant his own soul within her. By hijacking this perfect vessel, Arbes intends to evolve into a legendary massacre devourer. However, his dark ambition is interrupted by Enverus. The mage emerges from the shadows, mocking Arbes for being a beast who still hungers for power he cannot control. While Arbes doesn't recognize the face, Enverus prepares to strike, revealing powerful magic seals on his arms. Because they share a deep historical enmity, the mage vows that the Lich will know exactly who he is before the end. Inside the dark sanctum of the Lich Arbes, the atmosphere shifts from arrogance to absolute terror. As the Lich stares at the glowing tattoos on the mage Enverus's arm, he realizes he is facing someone who should have been dead for a century. Because those specific runes belong to a legendary figure, Arbes begins to panic, eventually stuttering the name Laplace. However, the mage standing before him is far more complex than a simple ghost from the past. Enverus, now revealed as Laplace, is actually a man named Cain, the most powerful mage to ever walk the earth. Cain explains that he once had a fate of certain ruin ordained for him, and to escape it, he cast away his power, his identity, and even his original face. He spent 100 years in hiding, but because of his unexpected meeting with Lee Sungmin, the destiny he fled has snapped back into place. That's why he decided to reclaim his mana and his original form, choosing to stop running and finally face his duty to save the world. As Cain's massive mana erupts, the scene shifts to our protagonist. After dealing with the lesser lich, Preskan, our boy Lee Sungmin runs toward the central plaza, only to find a scene that looks like the end of the world. Because the duel between two great mages has reached a peak, the entire city is being torn apart by pillars of light and energy tentacles. Arbes is at his breaking point. He is frustrated to learn that Preskan has fallen, though he knows the Lich can resurrect as long as his soul urn remains intact. Seeing Lee Sungmin join the fray, Arbes realizes his odds of winning have vanished. This desperation forces him to play his final, most cruel card. He activates a magic circle beneath the girl Ain, triggering a mark of subjugation on her forehead that transforms her into a mindless, mutated monster with massive claws and tentacles. Our hero doesn't hesitate to step in. He grins confidently at the transformed Ain, noting that while she has become much stronger than their last meeting, she looks completely devoid of feeling. Because he remembers Preskan's warning about Arbes' control over her, his focus turns into a lethal chill. Lee Sungmin enters a combat stance, his heterochromatic eyes glowing with energy. He unleashes a massive energy blast that knocks Ain back, leaving her defeated amidst the rubble in seconds. The display of power is so overwhelming that even the great mage Cain is left sweating. He realizes he may have sworn his mana oath to Lee Sungmin too hastily. While they were focused on Arbes, Cain begins to fear that our protagonist is actually the most dangerous person in the city. Strangely, the Lich Arbes chooses a path of absolute madness instead of fleeing. Seeing Lee Sungmin's strength, he decides to surrender his own existence to a higher darkness. He offers himself as a lowly servant, calling upon the direct authority of the Demon King. As a massive fleshy monster with multiple eyes manifests behind the Lich, Cain can only watch in disbelief. Cain explains that any mage who invokes such power is doomed to have their soul seized and eternally tormented after death. This forced transformation leaves the Grand Mage frustrated and questioning Arbes' sanity, but the Lich remains chillingly rational. He reasons that if the only problem with the contract is what happens after death, he simply has to ensure he never dies. Now reborn as the King of Predators, Arbes manifests a grotesque form covered in fangs and eyes, fueled by his obsession with slaughter and devouring. The situation turns lethal as a massive phantom arm claws through the air above the monster. Cain immediately recognizes the threat and shouts a panicked warning to Lee Sungmin, explaining that this is soul annihilation magic. Because that spectral hand has the power to extinguish a soul upon contact, our hero is forced onto the defensive. Unfortunately, the pressure is too much, and our boy is struck by a violent blast of energy that sends him crashing into the dirt alongside the monster girl, Ain. As our protagonist winces in pain, Cain realizes they are in a war of attrition. He knows that strength borrowed from a demon king always exacts a heavy price and won't last forever, so he decides their only hope is to buy time and hold out until Arbes' borrowed power eventually vanish out. Arbes mocks this strategy with a laugh, pointing out that Cain has clearly gone senile. Because the massive magic circle gathering the city's demonic energy is nearly complete, the Lich is actually the one waiting for time to pass. He gloats that once he absorbs the full power of Orrery, he will be truly unstoppable. Strangely, Arbes notes that he only resorted to this desperate measure because his reinforcements, Chusung and another ally, failed to arrive on time. He scans the battlefield with glowing eyes, wondering exactly where those bastards have gone. The answer lies elsewhere in the city, where the crazy heavenly demon, Biok Wonpai, has finally intercepted the fire demon Chusung. Our veteran warrior stands his ground, vowing to tear the monster apart in the name of the humans he previously slaughtered. Chusung, however, finds the encounter boring. He dismisses the idea of revenge, admitting he is far too superior to ever remember the stupid humans he's killed. This cold indifference triggers a lethal response from Wanpei. He envelops himself in a massive aura, activating the Vortex Blood Demon God's secret art. He vows to rip out the monster's heart and engrave the names of the fallen upon it. Chusung is stunned when the mere human remains standing even after being blasted by demonic fire. This forced the demon to take the fight seriously as our hero moves in a blur of red energy, delivering a series of heavy, energy-infused blows. Wanpei's strength is so overwhelming that Chusung realizes he cannot take the strikes head-on. Because our protagonist is fighting with a century of refined rage, he successfully punches through the demon's metal face mask, sending Chusung flying with a massive shockwave. Despite the heavy damage, the fire demon manages to pull himself from the smoke with a predatory laugh. He acknowledges that Wanpei's strength and reckless courage are impressive for a human, so he decides to return the favor with his full power. Chusung flares his aura into flames, revealing his true nature as an imugi, a creature that failed to become a dragon. Rather than being intimidated by the monster's true form, Byuk Wanpei simply grins back. He realizes that in their shared failure to reach a higher state, he and the monster are remarkably alike. Lee Sungmin finds himself at his physical limit, hunched over and gasping for air as the battle reaches a critical junction. Because he is facing the Lich Arbez and the endlessly regenerating Chimera, Ani, our hero, realizes that a prolonged fight will inevitably drain his remaining stamina. This exhaustion is exacerbated by the oppressive dark aura radiating from the Lich's magic, which threatens to obliterate anything it touches. Inside our protagonist's mind, the demon spirit Heoju is equally frustrated. He questions whether they've been dragged into a pointless struggle just to consume a dragon heart, a sentiment our hero silently acknowledges given the dire circumstances. However, Arbez isn't interested in conversation. He finishes a massive magic circle designed to channel the city's pooled demonic energy into its center. Because the Lich views Ani as the only vessel capable of withstanding this force, he commands her to the center, intending to use her monstrous heart as a battery for his own evolution. Miscalculating the danger, our boy charges into the circle in an attempt to stop the ritual. Arbus watches with a mocking smile, fully expecting the young spearman to explode. The Lich knows that any mortal, or even a great dragon, would be blown apart by the sheer volume of power being funneled into the center. But Arbus makes a fatal mistake. He is completely unaware that Lee Sungmin possesses the exact same kind of monstrous heart as the Chimera. As the energy surges, Heoju panics, screaming for our hero to destroy the circle before the human body is overwhelmed. Arbus, however, begins a gloating countdown to what he believes will be Sungmin's death. Luckily, the fireworks don't go as planned. Instead of an execution, the center of the circle detonates with a violent flash of light as our protagonist's heart successfully devours the demonic energy. This forced absorption causes the magic circle to shatter and the gathered energy to disperse, leaving a bloodied but standing Lee Sungmin in the smoke. Faced with the ruin of his lifelong wish, Arbus falls into a state of terrified despair. Because the Demon King is already moving to claim his soul as payment for the failed contract, the Lich attempts a desperate soul exchange, firing a beam of energy toward Ani to hijack her body. Strangely, the ritual is intercepted by a familiar shadow. The black mage Kim Jong-hyun suddenly appears, catching the Lich's soul in his hand. Arbus is stunned, realizing that the ally who had disappeared earlier was actually waiting for this exact moment of weakness. Jong-hyun casually admits that his entire cooperation was a ruse to harvest Arbus's mana and knowledge. The great mage Cain can only watch in silence as the once mighty Lich King crumbles into black dust. Although Arbus is gone, the atmosphere becomes even more sinister. Cain senses intuitively that by draining the Lich's soul, Jong-hyun has facilitated the birth of an even greater evil. As the black mage smiles at our hero, he notes that Lee Sungmin's fate has finally begun to move, even as a much more powerful demonic figure begins to stir in the shadows. The battle for Orrery has taken a terrifying turn, as the demonic energy Lee Sungmin absorbed from the magic circle has completely overwhelmed him. Even though the rampage is brief, the sheer volume of power is transforming our hero into a monstrous entity with glowing eyes and jagged teeth. Kim Jong-hyun can only watch and laugh in manic delight. Because he thrives on chaos, he finds this ominous evolution to be a spectacle beyond his wildest imagination. As the black mage prepares to see how this new fate unfolds, the perspective shifts to the battered and sweating Cain. The great mage is at his absolute limit, realizing with a grim sense of dread that Lee Sungmin has become an entity that should never have been released into the world. Because his mana is mostly depleted and his body is failing from the backlash of his previous spells, Cain knows he is in no condition for a long fight. Arbus is gone, but the threat has only shifted. That's why Cain makes a final, desperate choice. He offers his very life force to the great mana to create a final bastion. Enveloped in a massive surge of starlight energy, he prepares to trade his life to ensure that not a single enemy leaves this place alive. Luckily, Cain's explosive sacrifice buys a moment of stillness, though Kim Jong-un remains disturbingly unaffected. The mage mocks the sacrifice, questioning if Kane can actually pull off a victory when the monstrous Lee Sungmin's durability seems to be reaching insane levels. As Kane bleeds out and the world fades to black, the narrative moves inside our hero's mind. Our protagonist finds himself in a purple cosmic void that feels eerily similar to his previous trials. He is confused, remembering that he was just fighting alongside Kane when the demonic energy overflowed. Suddenly, he is confronted by a massive red version of himself looming in the darkness. Before he can process the shock, the Void Monarch appears and delivers a sharp punch to his face to snap him out of his daze. Heoju provides a quick and clear explanation for the chaos. Because this is Sungmin's inner world, the red monster represents his inhuman nature, which is currently piloting his body like a rabid dog in the real world. The monarch explains that while it's a miracle our boy's human identity is still intact, the only way to regain control is to beat the crap out of his own demonic consciousness. Heoju can't help directly, as this is a wall the young spearman must cross on his own. Instead of falling into despair, our guy gives a confident smile. He reminds the demon spirit that when it comes to fighting by himself, he has centuries of experience. As the spirit of the Void Monarch fades away, Lee Sungmin summons his energy spear to face his inner demon. Meanwhile, in the real world, the stakes grow even more bizarre as a blue energy giant manifests from behind, signaling that the final act of this nightmare is just beginning. Inside the mental realm, the situation has taken a terrifying turn that even the legendary Void Monarch wasn't prepared for. Because he is sharing a subconscious space with Lee Sungmin, Heoju is the only one who can see the blue-veined, muscular entity standing right next to our hero. This sight leaves the demon spirit in a state of pure panic. He is horrified that a being of such overwhelming power has taken root inside a mere child without anyone noticing. As Heoju screams in terror, he finds himself falling through a cloudy void, completely suppressed by a force he doesn't understand. The mystery deepens when a translucent purple hand points toward the horizon, and a glowing entity confirms its presence at the end of the martial path. This forced realization strikes a massive blow to the Void Monarch's pride. Because this being is so far beyond him, Heoju, a king of demons, finds himself involuntarily kneeling in submissive silence. As the figure places a finger to its lips, it effectively silences the monarch, leaving our hero to face his own internal struggle alone. Back in the center of the mind space, Lee Sungmin is locked in combat with a red, demonic beast. Because the creature moves with primal, animalistic instincts, our boy finds its patterns incredibly easy to read. This is a battle of pure skill. Since he can't rely on his usual inner energy or demonic powers in this void, our hero is forced to rely on his foundation. Luckily, the thousands of years he spent pursuing the essence of martial arts haven't vanished. Our protagonist lands a decisive downward strike, proving that he has no reason to lose to a mindless beast, even one born from his own darkness. Once the red silhouette fades, Heoju finally snaps back to reality, though he remains visibly shaken and sweating. When our hero asks how to exit the mental realm, the monarch is unusually quiet, choosing to hide the terrifying encounter he just had. This secrecy leaves Sungmin confused, but the transition back to the physical world is even more jarring. In the real world, the mage Kane is suspended by blue chains, appearing physically and emotionally broken. Because he had to burn through his very life force to subdue the rampaging Sungmin, he is now a shell of his former self. Kane views our hero as a dangerous existence with limitless, terrifying potential. He admits to the bloodied sky that he is glad he managed to stop the boy before he could become a true destroyer of worlds. However, Lee Sungmin shatters the chains and steps forward, offering an apology that Kane immediately rejects. Because the mage previously swore a mana oath to help our boy absorb the dragon heart, Sungmin demands he fulfill that promise. Kane is horrified by the request. He points out that both of Sungmin's eyes have now mutated into demonic eyes, a clear sign that he is losing his grip on humanity. Kane believes that granting the demon spear any more power would be a catastrophe for the world. Our hero refuses to back down, his face set in a look of absolute determination. He reminds Kane that breaking an oath of mana carries a death sentence, but the mage is beyond fear. Because Kane has already burned his life away to stop the rampage, he believes he is already dying anyway. He plans to take his broken body and use his final moments to drag down the evil that Sungmin represents. Just as the battle for Orrery reaches its breaking point, a pillar of energy descends from the sky, crashing into the earth with overwhelming force. Lee Sungmin can only look up in pure shock, paralyzed by the sheer magnitude of the arrival. Because he is physically cracked and exhausted from his previous efforts, the mage Kane stares at the beam in disbelief, sensing that a power he never intended to summon has finally arrived. Kim Jong-un, however, begins laughing maniacally. That's why he stands with his arms outstretched. He realizes he is witnessing the rare descent of a transcendental being, a spectacle he never thought he'd see in person. As the blinding light fades, a woman with long hair and a divine veil appears. This is the Spirit Queen, a legendary entity who usually dwells only in the spirit realm. She immediately declares that she has not permitted Kane's death, leaving the battered mage in a state of utter confusion. Because she is bound to him by a mysterious contract, the Spirit Queen turns her glowing eyes toward our hero. She announces that she will fulfill Kane's previous agreement in his place, despite the mage's frantic warnings. Kane begs her to stop, fearing that if Argai gains even more power, it will lead to the world's destruction. However, the Queen silences him instantly, stating that the collapse of the world or the fallout of a mana oath matters nothing to her as long as she keeps him by her side. While the dragon heart begins to pulse in the air before our protagonist, Kim Jong-un realizes this is the perfect moment to make his exit. Because he has already gained enough by observing the battle and securing the monster girl, Ain, the black mage decides to slip away into a mist. He leaves our hero with a smirk, wondering what form the young spearman, and he himself, will have taken by the time their fates inevitably cross again. Unfortunately, the physical world is poison to the Spirit Queen. As she begins to bleed mana, Kane realizes she must return to her own realm immediately to survive. Because she refuses to leave without him, the Queen smiles through her pain and pulls the mage into the light. Kane lets out one final roar of desperation as they vanish together, leaving the battlefield in a heavy, silent darkness. Our boy is left face down in the crater, motionless as his heart continues to thump with a rhythmic, heavy pulse. The focus then shifts to the snowy outskirts, where the veteran Wanpai lies bloodied and defeated. He reflects on his past, haunted by the memory of the woman he loved, Derzia. Because Wanpai feared his own recurring madness, he had previously sent her back to her tribe to keep her safe. However, the fire demon Chuseong laughs mockingly, revealing a cruel irony. Derzia died at his hands precisely because Wanpai sent her back to the very village the demon burned down. This revelation should have broken the old man, but instead, it grants him a terrifying clarity. Wanpai admits that his tragic backstory was just an excuse he used to push her away so he could obsess over the wall of martial mastery. Because he is finally ready to cast off that long-held obsession, he ignites his true origin energy. This is a suicidal technique that allows a warrior to shine with the brilliance of a star for one moment before dying without fail. Argai's ally becomes a pillar of energy, delivering a bone-shattering punch that finally overwhelms the once untouchable Chuseong. Rubia watches in awe as the crazy heavenly demon burns through his very life force to finish the fight. Wanpai screams into the sky, praying that his life won't fade before the monster is dead. Unfortunately, the world rarely gives sweet miracles to those who hope. As Wanpai's energy eventually burns out, he is left slumped on his knees, bleeding from his eyes. Chuseong, barely surviving the assault, stands over the veteran with a triumphant laugh, mocking the old man's wasted effort. But just as the demon prepares to deliver the killing blow, Rubia steps into the smoke to stand between them. The battle for Orrery reaches a heart-wrenching climax as the fire demon, Chusung, prepares to finish off the defeated veteran, Wanpai. Because the old man has burned through his life force, he is completely defenseless, looking on in desperation as the small cat girl, Rubia, steps between him and the monster. Wanpai screams for her to run, but our hero's companion refuses to budge. Rubia looks back with a sad smile, reflecting on how she initially viewed their journey as a nuisance. However, because of the adventure she shared with Sungmin and the old man, she realized she truly enjoyed her life. That's why she is willing to risk everything now, firmly telling Wanpai that she won't let him die. Chusung, tired of the sentimentality, begins to manifest a lethal ball of flame between his teeth. Just as the monster prepares to fire, the story reveals a hidden truth about Rubia's origin. Because she is an artificial spirit created by the Grand Mage Enverus with the help of the Spirit Queen, she carries a secret safeguard. Although she was never proficient in magic, the Spirit Queen left her with a powerful contingency meant for a worst-case scenario. Suddenly, a massive fire erupts from Rubia, physically pushing the demon back. She explains to a stunned Wanpai that she is using the Queen's power, a one-time gift originally intended to protect her master. Because the energy won't last long, she begs the veteran to use the distraction to escape. Unfortunately, the world is rarely kind to those at their limit. Wanpai's core energy is so depleted that even if he ran, his body would inevitably collapse. If that happens, Rubia would be left alone to be torn apart by the enraged demon. Refusing to let that tragedy happen, the crazy heavenly demon forces himself to stand one last time. He pleads with his failing body to let him protect the one comrade who risked her life for him. While the world usually ignores such prayers, a miracle finally occurs. From a body that was squeezed dry, Wanpai ignites a final spark of strength. He lunges forward and delivers a massive, energy-infused punch directly into Chusung's snout. The monster is hammered by a flurry of high-speed strikes as Wanpai pours his entire soul into the assault. Half of the veteran's face begins to char and dissolve into golden embers, but he maintains a defiant, bloody grin. He mocks Chusung's shock, proudly declaring his title one last time before sending the demon crashing into the dirt. As his silhouette begins to fade, Wanpai looks up at the sky, finally finding peace with the memory of his lost love, Dercia. Wanpai collapses, and a panicked Rubia rushes to his side, desperately searching for a potion to save him. However, fate delivers a final cruel twist. Before she can find a healing item, Rubia's own body begins to glow and dissolve into white light. Because her master, Enverus, is likely summoning her back or the safeguard has expired, she is forcibly pulled away. She screams for just a second more, but she vanishes, leaving the motionless veteran lying alone on the frozen ground. The battle for Orrery has finally quieted, but for Lee Sungmin, the victory is heavy with grief. Standing in a dark room, he meets the sorceress Frau, who acknowledges that while the city is safe, the cost was high. She watches our hero with a somber expression, noting that it was a constant struggle to keep the veteran Wanpai alive through the final clash. Because the old master has reached his limit, Frau reminds our protagonist that a proper farewell is now the only thing left to offer. Standing over the body of his companion, our boy sees a tragic sight. Wanpai is half charred, his physical form slowly fading into embers as his life force burns out. Despite his horrific injuries, the old man lets out a weak laugh. He is satisfied because he successfully ripped apart the throat of the fire demon Chusung, the monster that haunted his past. Frau confirms that this was an incredible feat, as Chusung was considered the strongest demon in the region, second only to the city's ruler, Yana. The loss of their group doesn't stop with Wanpai. Frau explains that the cat girl Rubia has been reverse summoned back to the spirit realm. Because her soul is bound to the mage Enverus, she was likely pulled along when he followed the spirit queen into her dimension. Although our hero is pained by this sudden isolation, Wanpai urges him not to worry. He believes that if the girl is alive, she will eventually find her way back. Desperate to save the dying master, the young spearman asks if there is any way to reverse the damage. Frau admits that normal medicine is useless. If any possibility exists at all, it would require the intervention of a divine or demonic spirit, much like how Yana was reborn through such power. But Wanpai has heard enough. With a calm smile, he tells our boy to let him go. He is grateful for his final years spent with good companions, viewing them as a fortune he didn't deserve after a lifetime of sin. Wanpei's only true regret is the wall he could never climb. He spent his life chasing the Transcendence realm, and even after risking everything by detonating his core energy, he failed to catch a glimpse of what lies beyond. He asks our protagonist for an honest opinion of his legacy, the Vortex Blood Demon God's secret art. When Sungmin acknowledges it as an unrivaled martial art, the old man sheds a final tear of pride. He entrusts his legacy to the boy, commanding our hero to reach the Transcendence realm that he could not. With that final wish, the crazy heavenly demon closes his eyes, his final thoughts drifting to Dercia, the woman he abandoned and whose face still haunts his memory. Left alone in the silence, our hero feels the crushing weight of the road ahead. The purple spirit Heoju manifests behind him, grumbling about how the old man stole his chance for personal revenge. Sungmin is plagued by what-ifs, wondering if his friends would still be here if he had been stronger or returned sooner. Heoju warns him that such thoughts are a dangerous path to madness and asks where they should go next. Driven by a cold, yellow-eyed determination, our hero makes his choice. They are heading to the Elven Forest. He vows to kill the Fist Sovereign, break Ouija Hoyon's curse, and ensure he never loses another companion again. Meanwhile, deep within the Elven Forest, the political shadows of Beyond the Heavens are moving. The Fist Sovereign, one of the organization's 6 lords, lies slumped on the ground, breathing heavily. He is interrupted by the Hidden Sovereign, a masked man in a fur-lined cloak, who mocks his unsightly state. The Hidden Sovereign reveals that a spirit medium has foretold the Fist Sovereign's death. Because the demon spear is currently marching toward the forest, the Lord's fate seems sealed. The Fist Sovereign is panicked, but the Hidden Sovereign looks down on him with contempt. He points out that the Lord has spent so much energy maintaining the curse on the little heavenly demon that he has become weak enough for a common thug to kill. Furthermore, the Hidden Sovereign remains unaware of Wanpei's death, dismissively labeling the crazy heavenly demon as a failure who never reached transcendence. He plans to clean up both the boy and the old man together. The conversation turns to their ultimate goal, securing Ouija Hoyon. Because she is currently under the protection of the demon emperor Yang Ilchin, she is temporarily untouchable. However, the Hidden Sovereign commands the Fist Sovereign to maintain the curse at all costs. To Beyond the Heavens, the little heavenly demon is not just a target, she is the essential key to fulfilling their organization's grand wish. As the pieces of the puzzle move into place, the stage is set for a lethal collision between our hero and the Lords of the Heavens.